Hello everybody, and welcome to the Khaine Keep. Today we are doing a review for Battletome Daughters of Khaine. My name is Paul, and today I'm joined by...
This is Jack.
This is Morgwraeth.
James here.
Daughters of Khaine as an army have received a lot of attention in Age of Sigmar. They're basically a new army for Age of Sigmar, crafted out of the remnants of Dark Elves from Warhammer Fantasy, and ever since they were introduced at the tail end of first edition, everybody has been abusing Witch Elves and Cauldrons, and then switching over to abusing Snakes, and the whole time Morathi's been incredibly powerful. It's been an army that has had a lot of diversity in its model range, more so than some other factions, but has always been more or less focused on like one build. And I am happy to say that the big news about the third edition book is that we think that's going to change. There's going to be a lot more diversity. Most of the units are good now. Not everything, but most of them are good now. And more important than anything else is that the army seems to play the way the models look. You're not going to have blocks of 30 witches that are just immune to damage because they're one of the most durable units in the game with a rerollable 5-up ward. That's been completely thrown out the window. This army is punchy and it's pretty fast, but it just can't take a hit. It's a glass cannon army, which feels right to me.
I'd agree with that.
As an army, the Daughters of Khaine are a cult of murderous witches and shadowy Medusae. They get power through their worship, and they worship through murder. They worship the god of murder, and he revels in it. Harpies descend to attack vulnerable units in overextended positions, and they use blood rights to empower the whole army. Kind of like how the Tides are empowering the Idoneth, except rather than every unit getting the same ability on the turn, blood rights gives you a new ability every turn, and some units can skip past it in the queue. They can use abilities like Witch Brew and Prayers in order to jump further ahead. Daughters of Khaine deal tremendous damage, but then they just die to the counterattack, which is very fitting for the god of murder. He's not the god of defense. They are primarily a melee combat army, but I think they also have good access. They have access to good shooting as well. The Bloodstalkers can put out some serious damage. They can be very threatening as not necessarily as a shooting army, but they have good shooting as a melee army. Most of the army is quite mobile. They can run and charge, and they get bonuses to both of them, which is actually a commodity these days in Age of Sigmar 3rd edition. It used to be very common in the game that every unit would have some way to reroll or add bonuses to their run and charge rolls, but it seems to be more and more rare. And I think one of the best things about the Daughters of Khaine book is that, like the Stormcast and the Nighthaunt, they have multiple viable hammer units and subfactions, which can just take you in all sorts of directions when you go with list building. You can find a playstyle that, odds are, if you like one of the units that are good, you can find a list that does really well with it. Looking at the major changes in 3rd edition, the blood rights table has been redesigned entirely. It's more or less, the first 4 levels I say are more or less the same. You know, they give you mobility bonuses and then they give you accuracy bonuses. And then at max level, you get a 5-up ward across the whole army, which is a very strong ability when your army is paper thin. To add 50% more effective health is very strong. They have many abilities that allow them to skip ahead in this blood rights table. So, for example, you could have a unit that has the 5-up ward right away on the first turn if you stack everything correctly. All the reroll effects have been changed to add 1 to dice rolls, similar to every other book that's been coming out for 3rd edition. They are getting rid of rerolls almost across the board and just making it all about the naked dice rolls. The subfactions were all redesigned, so if you had a particular subfaction you liked before, maybe in terms of flavor it might play kind of the same way, but in terms of mechanics they're all very different. I think the only one that retains any sort of identity to the one it had before is Khailebron, which was the teleport your units around. They still do that, which is cool, but all the other ones are almost unrecognizable in terms of gameplay. Mm-hmm. Witch Brew has also been redesigned. Rather than having this weird mechanic where you count the round and then you roll a dice, it's just gone. It's basically a brand new ability, and what it does is it increases your blood rights table by 1 on that unit. And the big change with this ability is that it only works during your turn. So during your opponent's turn, you will not have Witch Brew active, and that's a very important thing to remember when you're looking at this army. Especially if you are looking to race up the table to get a 5-up ward, you will not have that ward available during your opponent's turn if you use Witch Brew to get there. Another significant change is that Mirror Dance, which was a very popular spell used by Daughters of Khaine to teleport their heroes all over the map. Now it only lets you just swap the positions of the heroes. You can't launch your heroes forward anymore unless there's another hero forward and another hero backward. So it's a lot more situational, a lot more difficult to use, and really puts a hamper on the mobility of this army. And personally, in what I consider to be good news, Morathi seems to not be an auto-include anymore. It seems like there's actually builds you can take with this army that don't include Morathi at all, but if you do want to use her, she's still very, very good and adds something that the rest of this army cannot provide, which is a durable, flying, fast utility piece that can pin the army in place while the rest of your dudes get into the right position to kill.
Well, she's a killing piece too. Like Morathi
Yeah.
does.
She does
insane
good
amount of
damage. Yeah. But compared to like 700 points of snakes, the snakes are going to do more damage.
Right.
Much more. Snakes do a lot of damage now. Overall, I'd say the army is less durable, especially during your opponent's turn, because like I mentioned, Witch Brew doesn't work during your opponent's turn, and that's one of the few ways to get a 5-up board. But tremendous damage. We have some charts coming up later in the review that showcases just how ridiculous even a unit of 10 witches can be. It is, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say it is the highest damage output army in the game.
Especially for their point value.
Oh, yeah. A squad of 10 witches for 115 points can do absurd damage. So what are your guys' first impressions of the book before we dive into Warscrolls and battle traits?
I like it. I think that it is definitely going to be interesting to see Daughters of Khaine lists that aren't Morathi and the Bow Snakes. I'm really looking forward to that.
I think you're still going to see a lot of that. You're definitely going to see a lot of that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But it's
so
that's just not going to be the only list.
Right. I faced the Bow Snake list like I think twice at GTs now. That list is largely unchanged. In a lot of aspects, it got weaker because it lost access to the 5-up ward on turn 1 aura, which really made like 15 Bow Snakes really tanky on like a 5-up or 4-up save. And now that's gone. So while that list gets a little bit weaker, the offensive output is still there. However, the melee is now a true glass cannon, doing absurd amount of damage, but having no durability, but which is kind of offset by their costs. And I guess we'll talk about this as more in the video.
I agree with what Jack was saying. It's nice to see that we're actually going to start noticing armies that aren't built around Morathi. Obviously, we're still going to see a lot of Morathi just because she is that center. She has that board presence, right?
Yeah, I'm definitely predicting that she's not an auto-include. It's hard to tell for sure if the list without her can survive because she does add this level of durability that nothing else in the game has. And in an army that is a glass cannon army, not having that durability, it could be the case that it's just not viable. But, you know, looking at the book, it's hard to count them out. It just looks so powerful. So many units look so useful and so good at what they do that I think it's actually possible to run without Morathi. If you just change your mindset a little bit and just realize that everything's disposable, I think this book is going to take you very far.
Yeah, I think that the waves of witch elves are going to be real strong.
For sure.
And fun. Like, that seems like a better way to play Daughters of Khaine than whatever Daughters of Khaine have been doing for the past year or so.
Yeah. I got real sick of big blocks of witches. 3x30 witches was not fun to play against in first edition.
No, it is not.
Taking a look at the Daughters of Khaine battle traits, these pretty much define the whole playstyle of the army. So they get a unique heroic action called Battle Fury, and it adds 2 to the attack characteristics of melee weapons used by that hero, which is very cool because we haven't seen, aside from their finest hour giving you an accuracy bonus, we actually haven't seen an offensive heroic action, especially one that increases your maximum damage potential. So that's actually a very unique thing. I should note that it can't be used by mounts. So if you have a Cauldron, the crew and the Avatar are considered mounts in terms of rules, so they can't use the bonus attacks. And it also specifically says that it can't be used by a monster. So the Shadow Queen, Morathi's evil, well, Morathi's all evil, but her big snake monster can't use this heroic action.
Mm-hmm. Which is, when we get to the Warscrolls, we'll discuss this, but it's kind of weird. Like, I don't know what to think about this heroic action. Like, on the one side, it's something is pretty unique to Daughters of Khaine, something they want to be doing, but I'm not entirely sure how useful it is.
Well, given how much they want to use command points, I'm not sure how much use Battle Fury will get, especially because it can't be used by the Avatar of Khaine on Cauldrons to get bonus attacks, and it can't be used by Morathi's monster. I think most of the time you're still going to be going for a command point, but maybe in the General's Handbook they might change that heroic action. We might get a new table. So yeah, it's a good heroic action. It just might be lacking purpose right now.
Yeah, that's fair to say.
We did find that one cool combo with the Slaughter Queen, which we'll talk about later in the video.
Oh yeah.
Next up, I'll discuss Blood Rights. Blood Rights is the army-wide effect that we mentioned at the start of the video. All Daughters of Khaine units gain an ability with each battle round. So on round 1, all Daughters of Khaine units have +1 to run rolls. On round 2, you get +1 to run and +1 to charge. On round 3, you get +1 run, +1 charge, and +1 to hit with melee, which is a huge boost. That's all-out attack across the whole army that can't be stopped by roars or geminids or anything like that. On round 4, you also get +1 to wound rolls, which means your whole army is on +1/+1, starting on round 4. And then round 5, you get a 5-up ward across the whole army. So these are very powerful effects. Obviously, the whole army's been designed with them in mind. Everything's been balanced around trying to get these as much as possible. And it creates a lot of list building restrictions because you want to make sure your units are fighting at +1/+1, and you want to make sure you have the right amount of stuff to get them where they need to be when they need to be there. And I think it's really cool. The way this book has been designed with the Blood Rights in mind has been just top-notch. Really, really excellent.
Yeah, it's flavorful and it feels powerful. Like getting all-out attack across your army by turn 2 or turn 3. Like, and we'll discuss this again once we get into the Warscrolls. It's pretty strong, really strong ability.
And because your whole army is going to be at +1 hit, and because there's a maximum of +1 hit, they've designed this new command ability for the army to use called All-Out Slaughter, which is a play on words on all-out attack. But all-out slaughter gives a unit exploding hit rolls of 6, which means if you, especially for a high-volume army like Witch Elves, Sisters of Slaughter, Blood Sisters, when you're rolling a ton of dice to attack with, getting exploding 6s is a significant damage boost. Like imagine if Stormcast could bless weapons at any time in combat phase. That would be insane.
Honestly, this is one of my favorite changes because Daughters, we'll discuss this in the enhancement section, but they had a prayer to do this with the last 2 editions. Getting this as a command ability is phenomenal.
Yeah, in a previous video on the Stormkeep, we discussed how powerful it is to have an ability to suddenly increase your damage. I believe this was in the Mortal Wounds video. We talked about there's like a certain max damage your unit can do, and there's very few ways to just pump up your unit beyond that, because usually effects that increase your damage will go for accuracy, so things like +1 to hit, +1 to wound. They'll increase the probability of you doing the damage, but they generally don't increase the maximum damage you can do. Effects that can do that are like All-Out Slaughter or Unleash Thy Hatred. If you're using Paladins, that holy command can increase their damage past their regular maximum. And those kinds of abilities are very useful. Now, exploding hit 6 is very random, but it is still, on average, going to be a significant damage increase.
Well, the reason I like it is because it combos very well with the Blood Rights table. If this was something you had to do instead of an all-out attack, that probably wouldn't be that good.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like the kind of thing that you need in order to deal any kind of damage. Like the whole army hasn't been designed with the idea that you're using this ability every single time, because they just do so much damage already that this is just icing on the cake. Like when you're already on 2s and 2s, this is a little bit more damage to help smooth out dice rolls, add that extra punch, because overkill is always better than underkill. Another important ability here is Fanatical Faith, which gives all Daughters of Khaine units a 6-up ward, which is great when your whole army is paper thin and has 6-up and 5-up saves across the board. Having a 6-up ward on top of that is very nice, and it makes this army surprisingly resilient against Mortal Wounds, which is always nice to have in a Mortal Wound metagame. Now, it is worth noting, the Fanatical Faith is actually a different ability than the round 5 ward, which is called Unquenchable Fervor. So if there's an ability in the book that references Fanatical Faith specifically, that ability will not work on Unquenchable Fervor.
Yep. And that is the biggest change from that first edition book, because that's the 5-up rollable ward was what made Daughters of Khaine incredibly tanky.
Right. And I think it's good that they've limited this in that way, just because 5-up rerollable wards are insanely strong. 5-up wards are already really good. If you've seen our video on Mortal Wounds, you know that a 5-up board is a 50% increase in infective health, and when you have 30 wound units, that is a lot more wounds your opponent has to cut through. So when you can reroll that, oh man, it's rough.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Although Mind Razor isn't part of the battle traits, I feel like it's worth mentioning on this portion of the review because it's such an important ability in this book. Mind Razor is a spell that you can learn from the Lore of Shadows. It is cast on an 8. It has a range of 18 inches. It allows you to pick one Daughters of Khaine unit, and it gains +1 to rend with its melee attacks. And if it charged, it gains +1 damage as well. This is an incredibly powerful buff. Since most of the units only deal 1 damage, going from 1 to 2 damage is already doubling their damage output, and then giving them extra rend is more than doubling their average damage output. It's an incredibly strong effect, and the whole army is designed around getting it, right? Like, everything has 1 damage because Mind Razor exists.
Yep.
So it's not part of the battle traits. You have to specifically take a wizard. The wizard has to learn this ability, but we feel like we didn't want you guys to watch 5 hours of this review and then still be asking, what's Mind Razor, until the last, third of it. So there you go.
Also, I don't think there's any or many Daughters of Khaine armies that aren't going to be one of taking the spell. It's just that good. It's like a Stormcast list without translocation. It's a very rare thing.
Yeah, that's a very good analogy. It's like a Stormcast list without translocation. It's so pivotal to how the army functions. It might as well be a battle trait.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing worth noting here, it came out in a recent FAQ, they clarified this. Units that use the On the Double command ability in order to run 6, that's what people usually call it, the run 6. If you use that command ability, you cannot add 1 to rolls, since a roll is not actually made when you use that command ability.
Yep.
So just
counts
keep that
as unmodified 6.
Yep, just keep that in mind as we go through the book, that anytime you have a bonus to run, the run 6 command does not work with that. Typically. It depends on the way the ability is worded, but typically they'll say add 1 to the run roll. Like Quickening Bloodlust, for example, will not work with the run 6 command. All right, looking at the Warscrolls, this is the Stormkeep ranking system we've used in other Battletome reviews. It starts off at S tier is the highest possible ranking a unit can achieve. It means it has a very high impact ability, or it offers a unique aspect that defines a list. It also tends to be very powerful, very useful. You'll see it in a lot of different lists and a lot of different variations. That scales all the way down in terms of strength and versatility. You can see A tier units are also strong and versatile, but maybe not as common as S tier units. B tier units have a specific but useful niche. Sometimes they're just outclassed by S and A tier units, but they're still fine. An example from Stormcast would be something like Evocators and Dracolines are definitely a B tier unit. There's nothing wrong with them, but they are just not as useful as something like Fulminators right now. C tier units are situationally useful. There's something that has a specific niche. Something like Stormcast Prosecutors fall into this category. They are very good at what they do, but what they do is very limited, and you don't bring them for any reason other than that. D tier units are pretty flawed. They're almost never worth using. It could just be a points issue. They could just be, one update away from being useful, but it's not a unit you'll typically see in lists. And F tier units we feel are too niche and pretty much never worth using. We can't find a purpose that some other unit can't fill, and it's usually not going to be something that can be fixed with points. An example of an F tier unit would be the Knight the Knight Venator from the Stormcast book, where it doesn't matter what point value you put that guy at, it's pretty much always going to be useless.
Or the Knight Questor.
Well, to be fair, the Knight Questor does have a respectable damage efficiency, but no, it's never worth using. It would have to be like 60 points, and that's not a point value they would ever assign to a Stormcast hero.
No.
The first unit, and definitely the iconic Daughters of Khaine unit that we're looking at, is the Witch Elves. So the big changes in 3rd edition, aside from all the army-wide changes that we've discussed up to this point, is that their Frenzied Fervor ability, which used to give them 1 to wound rolls, now works when they are near a totem instead of being near any hero. And that is a pretty significant downgrade, because now the only units that it activates off of are the Cauldrons and the Shrine. And previously, you could activate it off any hero. So it's
to be more specific, it's Avatar Khaine. Anything that has the Avatar Khaine on it, or like the Bloodwrack Shrine.
Yes. So it means the Witch Elves need that kind of support. On the other hand, getting a bonus to wound is very useful because that means you don't have to go all the way up to round 4 on the blood rights table. You can just have a bonus to wound rolls right away. Round 1, you've got it. It's very efficient. The other major change in their War Scroll is that Bladed Bucklers change the save characteristic to a 5+ instead of adding 1 to the roll. And it works on all attacks, not just melee weapons. It still has the bounce back mortal wounds in melee, but the major thing here is that it changes your save characteristic to 5+, and in 3rd edition that means you can get it to a 4+ on the dice with enough save bonuses. And there are a lot of save bonuses available for this unit. Looking at the pros, they're always battle line, and they are the cheapest battle line at 115 points. So that means you can use them as a cheap disposable screen, something like Stormcast Liberators. We use them for that purpose extensively. Or you can also reinforce them or double reinforce them and stack a bunch of offensive or defensive buffs on them, and they work great as a hammer or an anvil. Maybe not necessarily at the same time, because ultimately it is still a Daughters of Khaine unit. It can still die in droves and then run away even faster. But you can kit them out to be defensive, or you can kit them out to be offensive, and they work great in both roles. They can always run in charge, which is a very good ability, especially on a 6-inch move unit. The ability to always run in charge drastically increases their threat range. And the best thing about Witch Elves, aside from being a cheap disposable screen, their damage output is tremendous. Like, it's disgusting how much damage even 10 witches can do. With full buffs, let's say, well, not full buffs, we'll show you guys what full buffs are, but to get an idea of how gross witches can be, each model can have 6 damage at 2s and 2s, Rend 2. And that's 3 attacks, 2 damage apiece, hitting on 2s, wounding on 2s with a Rend 2. And you can add exploding 6s onto that. And that's per model in the unit. So a squad of 20 of these guys, even with their 1-inch reach, because they're on 25 mil bases, they can pretty much all reliably fight. It's a disgusting amount of damage, and it's very reliable because it's so accurate. Another pro of these guys is, unlike a lot of other Daughters of Khaine units, they can get +1 to wound rolls without relying on the blood rights table, or without relying on a very high cast spell called the Withering, which we'll talk about later. That kind of efficiency leads them to very aggressive strategies, or very efficient list as well. Because if you were to swap these guys out for Sisters of Slaughter, they would have to wait until round 4 on the blood rights table in order to get the +1 to wound. So witches right off the bat are going to be on 2s and 2s if you do it right, and that makes them just fantastic. In addition to being very high damage dealers, you can also make them a tar pit unit if you give them bucklers. You could stack a blood shield, which we'll talk about when we get to the Cauldron Warscrolls. You can stack all-out defense and Mystic Shield on a 5+ save, which means you are a 4+ on the dice, and you're ignoring Rend 2, which is very, very strong when you have a 30 wound unit that also has a 6-up ward, potentially re-rolling that ward with the right prayer. So even though they are a glass cannon unit, if you get everything set up, they have the potential to be a fairly durable unit, almost as durable as a Night Haunt unit, I would say.
Yeah, I would say that's right. But yeah, I mean, given, and also with crazy amounts of output, which works almost independently of most heroes. So
yeah, it's just a greater opportunity cost of resources.
Now, there's definitely some downsides to using witches. We do rate them very high, and I think they might be the best unit in the book, but there's definitely some downsides. And the first big one is that without the right buffs, they deal not great damage. Like, their base profile is 3, even if you give them the paired weapons, let's say, it's 3 attacks on 3s and 4s, which is about as good as a Liberator. Now, there are more of these guys than there are Liberators, but that's not a great stat line, especially when you're on a paper-thin model, because if you have those 3 attacks, you're not taking the bucklers, and that's not great.
Yep. And no Rend, basically.
Yeah, without the right setup, these girls are not going to do significant damage. And there's a fantastic spell you can cast in this book called Mind Razor, and unfortunately it is unreliable, so yeah, sometimes the buffs just don't line up and your witches are going to bounce off things. Now, I did mention that they can run in charge, which is great, but having only a 6-inch move in addition to a run in charge really limits their threat range. That means they're going, let's say 12 inches with a run at +1, and then you charge on top of that. There's some armies that can just sit back and wait until you come into the midfield and then engage on you. So the 6-inch move, I'd say, is definitely a downside, even with a run in charge. As I mentioned, they are paper thin. Without any heavy defensive buffs, you're going to lose them. You're going to lose a lot of them, and they're going to go quickly. And the last thing I would say as a con is that they're, late game when you have blood rights, their ability to gain +1 to wound rolls kind of gets marginalized by that. So it almost feels like you want to be more aggressive with them, but they're not fast enough to be this kind of charging turn 1 unit. So a little bit of weirdness there. But overall, they do so much damage. They fill a role that no other unit in the army can as a cheap disposable screen. And I think this army will definitely want almost always at least 2 screens of witches just to deal with other melee armies, because it's so fragile that you have to just give up points, right? Pretty much like Liberators, we just have to give them away and then pin the enemy and then hammer them.
Mm-hmm. It's pin and win, baby. That's Age of Sigmar.
Oh, there's a joke here about having witches pin me down.
We'll do that later.
The alternative build for witches are called the Sisters of Slaughter, and they have pretty much the same profile as witches. The major change to their war scroll being that the bladed bucklers now give a 5-up save characteristic instead of adding 1. Basically, they're witches, but a little bit different. So they're also always battle line. They're not cheap. They cost a little bit more than Witch Elves. They can always run in charge, just like Witch Elves. Their main thing is that they have an ability that allows them to pile in 6 inches and be eligible to fight from 6 inches away, which is one of the best abilities in the game, because you can move this unit 6 inches, add a 6 to the run, and then just guaranteed pile in 6. That kind of consistency is a very, very powerful tool in Age of Sigmar. Consistency is king. In addition, there's a lot of tactical utility with this ability, because you could avoid Unleash Hell. Your opponent can't declare Unleash Hell from a pile-in. They can only do it from a charge. You can also retreat with this unit, and then you don't have to be able to charge in order to pile back into another combat. So this unit is effectively always retreating and charging, which is very strong, as I'm sure people have seen with the Night Haunt book. Now, the downside here is that this ability only works in the combat phase. So if you use one of the abilities in the book that allows them to fight in the hero phase, it won't work from 6 inches away.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a limitation you'll have to keep in mind.
What I really like about this ability, it lets you get past Fight First, because Fight First would normally ruin this army.
Yeah, that's another big thing. It just gives them a lot of tactical flexibility that witches don't have. Like if you charge witches into Idoneth on High Tide, they just die. There's no reason to charge them, and if they're not fighting and charging, they're not really doing much. Whereas the Sisters can still get you value in those situations when you're fighting Fight First units.
Mm-hmm.
Another big reason to use Sisters is that their main weapon, I'm gonna mess this up, the Kroip Lash. If you guys are like big lore friends, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't pronounce anything. But their main weapon has a 2-inch range, and when you're on 25 mil bases, that means you're fighting in potentially 4 ranks, which is a disgusting amount of attacks getting in. And that means when this unit is reinforced and double reinforced, all the models are fighting pretty much, which is fantastic on a high damage unit like this.
Mm-hmm.
Bypassing Fight First and picking your fights using that 6-inch pile-in is really good.
Definitely. Now, so they're basically, in terms of damage output, they're the same as Witch Elves, but instead of 115 points, they're 135, and in exchange for that, you get a 6-inch pile-in and 2-inch range on the weapons. Now, you can get 3 attacks per model with this unit, but the extra attack you gain is actually only a 1-inch knife, which is a little awkward because not all the models in the 2nd and 3rd ranks will be able to fight necessarily. Just like witches, they need a lot of buffs to deal a lot of damage. However, unlike witches, they have to get an external source of +1 to wound. They have to get it either from the Blood Rights table or from the Withering spell, which makes it more difficult.
Or a Gladiatrix.
Yeah, Gladiatrix as well. I'm just assuming when you use these units, you'll have a Gladiatrix. So
yeah. I mean, we'll get to her when we'll talk about her, but she's really is the key. She's pushed in this book.
Oh, really for sure. Pushed. Yeah. I hope you got yours with the FOMO box.
Yeah.
The last con to note here is that piling into combat does not trigger any charge bonuses, which is a significant source of damage in this army. Both Mind Razor and the Subfaction ability from Draichi Ganeth will improve the damage of witches. Just keep that in mind later when we get to those abilities. But overall, Sisters of Slaughter feel like an A-tier unit. They are a little more niche than Witch Elves. At first, when I first saw the War Scroll, I was thinking, well, Sisters of Slaughter are just better than Witch Elves. When would you ever run Witch Elves instead. And we had these rankings completely reversed, but the more you look at Witch Elves and the fact that they are cheaper and more efficient in terms of buffing just makes them a better choice overall. There's nothing wrong with Sisters. Their 6-inch pylon is incredibly powerful, and I think personally, I think one of the lists that's going to come out of this book that's just going to crush is heavily dependent on Sisters of Slaughter, but they're just not as versatile and flexible and useful as Witch Elves overall.
Yeah, I think the difference really is going to be trading that 6-inch pylon flexibility to the explosive charge damage from Witch Elves with Mind Razor.
Well, the good news is you don't have to, like, because Sisters, like we said, they're a utility unit. You don't just apply them in brute force like you do with Witch Elves. You use them against targets that you want to avoid Unleash Hell with, that you want to avoid fight first things with. And in those cases, even with -1 Ren, just the sheer number of attacks with the accuracy given the Blood Rights table should be enough to take those kind of units down.
Yeah, it is also worth noting the ability to avoid Unleash Hell is a little marginalized by the fantastic unit Heartrenders. They are so good at what they do that this army almost doesn't have to care about Unleash Hell, but we'll talk about that when we get to them. Next up, the Khainite Shadowstalkers, which are a very cool set of models that were released during the second edition book. I think they were released for Warcry first. I'll have to.
They are a Warcry band, yes.
They're very cool, and they had this neat little War Scroll in second edition where they would have a -1 to get hit, and they had some interesting teleporting abilities. But it seems like in this book, the changes they've received have been. It's knocked them out of a place where I would ever consider using them. Let's put it that way.
They've made themselves a dedicated Warcry band for the same number of points now. They're like, okay, yeah, please don't play these guys outside of Warcry.
So the major changes are they have a 4-up save instead of a 5-up, which is cool. Like that's not bad. They're a 4-up save unit in an army that typically isn't 4-up save. Their shooting is a little bit better. It's more accurate, and it has rend, which is fine. But that's not why you brought this unit, right? The reason you brought this unit was because it would teleport every turn, and it would be a little annoying to deal with if you could teleport it into cover and it had a -1 hit. So it was annoying teleporting, objective grabbing kind of unit. And it
was also the best screening unit. Like, you just teleported this in your opponent's face. They had to spend a turn dealing with it, and then your witches were mid-board ready to riposte.
Yeah. And that's pretty much all this unit still does, but it's not as good as other. The fact that Heartrenders exist makes this unit pretty much junk. I don't see a reason to ever bring this unit. There's a lot of downsides. Their damage is awful. They don't have a lot of wounds for their points. It's only 9 wounds for 150, whereas you could, if you just want a cheap screen, you can bring
spend 90 points. Yeah. Spend 90 points.
They hit on a 4+ in melee, which means the best they can do is a 3+, even with +1 from the Blood Rights table. Unfortunately, they don't have the keywords necessary to benefit from any of the support heroes, and they're really, really, really powerful buffs. So their damage is limited in what you can do. And their shooting, they have a 6-inch shooting attack, and pretty much every turn these guys are going to be teleporting, which requires you being more than 9 inches. So they can't shoot right after teleporting.
Yep.
Yeah. These guys, I couldn't find a use for them. Unfortunately, I'm sticking them in D tier. I think if they were like 100 points, maybe they could be used. Maybe 110. That way, they're just a potential.
No, that would just lead to people spamming them again. Like, their battle line in Khailebron, which is, I guess, kind of neat. But ultimately, I don't think they wanted people, because the thing is, in second edition, people were like bringing 2 squads of these because they were that good. Being able to teleport every turn and then like snag objectives late game, especially when things start dying, was really, really good. So I'm glad they sort of got, they're like, chill out, just don't use these guys.
Well, let me ask you, what point value would they have to be at for you to consider using them in lists?
115, 120, like prosecutors.
Okay. Yeah, they'd have to be much lower for me. I think Heartrenders do almost the same thing, but are way better at it. And I can't see myself using the Shadowstalkers. They are more models than Heartrenders, but that's almost not relevant, I don't think. Like, they could steal an objective from 5 models, I guess, but they have to survive that turn as well. Like, it's not. Yeah, it's not. It's hard to use.
It's not ideal. Yeah.
Doomfire Warlocks, the big change they received with this book is that now they can actually cast any spell that they know. Previously, they had to only cast Doomfire. Now they can cast any spell that they've learned. Unfortunately, They can't learn any spells from the Lore of Shadows, which is a big weakness, but they know all sorts of other spells, right? They can, as a wizard, they can learn a spell from the Universal Spell Lore, which means they can cast Flaming Weapon, or they can cast Ghost Mist or Levitate. They can also cast Mystic Shield at +1. Generally, if you have 5 or more models in the unit, they get a bonus to cast. And typically how this unit works is it'll have 5 models or it'll have 0 models because they're not exactly durable. They can also cast any endless spells at a +1, which is very interesting utility on a fast-moving unit like this that you don't care if your opponent kills, really. And their signature spell, Doomfire, can potentially deal D6 mortal wounds, or if you reinforce this unit, it's just flat 6 mortal wounds. And that's very, very powerful to have a guaranteed result like that.
Was the mortal wounds dependent on the opponent's unit size or this unit size?
This unit size, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I feel like that's a lot of points because these guys are what, like 145, 140?
Yeah, and they're only
280 points.
290 for a 6 mortal wound bomb. Only 12 inches as well, which is not good in the hero phase. If you could move before casting, that would be great, but they have no way to do that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They are about as durable as everything else in the army, which is to say not durable. If you reinforce them, they have 6 bravery, they're going to die and then run away. They're never battle line in any way, which means you can never double reinforce them, just single. Doomfire is a short range. Only one unit can cast Doomfire, so if for some reason you brought multiple Doomfire Warlock units, only one of them could cast the signature spell, which seems weird, right? But yeah. Their damage in melee is not particularly good, unless you can give them +1/+1 and Flaming Weapon and Mind Razor, then they can turn into a somewhat decent fighting unit. But the problem with that is stacking all those offensive buffs on a unit with only 1 inch range. It's not going to reinforce. You're not going to get a lot of value out of those buffs, and you're better off using them on other units always.
Mm-hmm.
And the big downside of these guys is that they can't learn a spell from the Lore of Shadows, which is very disappointing because that would be probably, if they could learn Mind Razor and cast it with +1, I think every list would have these guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Or even some other spells, like the one that gives you +1 to wound rolls or something. Like it would just make these guys way more useful as units that can cast spells instead of having to take like a Medusa or something.
Yeah, I really like, I really want to like this unit. I think that there's a lot of potential for it to be really good, but it just never quite gets there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, how many points would this have to be before you guys consider using them?
110.
So cheaper than Witch Elves?
Yeah, cheaper than Witch Elves. They're not doing damage. You're essentially running them up, risking them to survive until the next hero phase, hoping for the double so you can get the spell off in the enemy's face at close range. I mean, that's pretty bad. Like, so, and they have no damage, no rend or damage outside that. So since other buffs in the army are built around, Witch Elves or Blood Sisters, I think 110 or 115 even would probably be a good price point.
Yeah, agreed.
My guess is GW, and I obviously I can't confirm this, but it's like I think the GW really, really values unbinds. Like
that would make sense. Yeah,
because it's like evocators. Like if you compare the damage that evocators do, like we did this in our paladin comparison, it's not that great. But then I guess they really just value the casting and unbinding,
which is weird because you can use heroic action to get an unbind anytime.
Right. Well, I think
but that's one hero versus like say 2 evocators having 2 guaranteed unbinds, that sort of thing.
Well, they're not guaranteed. They're far from guaranteed.
Oh, I mean, sure.
I agree with Mrgonk. I think the 110, 115 point would have to be the cutoff for this, because if you bring them in the common role that they used to be seen in as a screen, you can just bring Witch Elves to do the same job. And so they're competing with another unit in the army to do that role, and that other unit is way better.
That's an interesting point. I think these guys are actually the widest screen possible you can get in this army because of their 65 mil bases if you turn them sideways, and because of only 5 models, they have to be within 1 inch of each other rather than 1 inch of 2 models. So you can actually make a fairly wide screen with these guys. So if they were more efficiently costed, you teach them Flaming Weapon, you teach them they could cast Mystic Shield off the rip. They can Flaming Weapon when they need to be aggressive. Maybe they can even levitate something. But for like a cheap, if they were the same cost as Witch Elves, I think you'd see them in play. Maybe one or two, maybe one unit per list. But at 145, oh man, I don't think I could ever take them.
Nope.
Now they are fast. 14-inch move shouldn't be discounted, but it feels like this army can't really take advantage of that speed because the only other thing that moves that fast are the Khinerai, which are not good hammer units, and Morathi, which is primarily an anvil unit. So, like, what are these guys moving up with to take advantage of that speed exactly?
I feel like these were designed for 40k. You know, fast move up, use your psychic to unload some mortal wounds into the opponent, and they were like, "Oh no, wait, guys, this is Age of Sigmar. What are we doing?"
Maybe they forgot that you have to cast before moving.
Yeah.
I would very much like to see them be good. It would be a nice change of pace.
My guess is they're not. They're like, when we talk about old models from fantasy, this is a really old model, and this kit also makes the Dark Riders kit. I don't think this is what they want to be focusing on. I think they just want to. We're gonna see something better in Malarion.
I hope so. I hope so. Next up, the Avatar of Khaine, which is a model that is part of the Cauldron of Blood kit, but could just be taken on its own. I'm sure people are going to use the new Eldar Avatar of Khaine instead because it's way cooler.
They've tried. I mean, there's some cool conversions, but that one's too big. That one's on like 100mm base.
Yeah.
This one's on like 40 or 50.
You just chop it off at the waist or something, like it's crawling out of the ground.
That's not. But is that an issue? I mean, you can always be on a bigger base.
No, match play.
It matters for like auras and stuff because the avatar. We'll talk about the avatar, but like the thing you see here, Paul. You mind if I take this slide, Paul?
Go for it, man.
Yeah. So the changes in 3rd edition are mainly that it gained a 5-up ward. No avatars need to be animated, so you don't have to waste your priest time just trying to animate these on a 3-up. They're just always units, which honestly, in my opinion, they always should have been. So that's amazing. The +1 bravery aura got removed, which is pretty consistent with what we're seeing in Age of Sigmar in 3rd edition, where -1 bravery and +1 bravery auras are just going away. They just want bravery to work and not have a bunch of things messing with it. It has a 9-inch move, which is really fast. It's probably like, when we consider the foot sloggers in this army, it's like the fastest foot slogger in the book. It doesn't have run and charge, so that does reduce its effective threat range compared to like Witch Elves, who we can roll high on a run roll. But 9-inch moves are really, really good. It can keep up with stuff. And this is the main thing and why it can't be on a bigger base from 40k. The +1 to chanting for priests wholly within 9. Now, obviously, all the cauldrons come with an avatar on top. So like the Hag Queen or Slaughter Queen on Cauldron. So for them, you don't need to take this, and they already are on a bigger base. But this thing to support your Hag Queens or Slaughter Queens with a +1 to cast, which means they're going to be chanting all their prayers on 2s, is really, really good. I mean, we all know how good the Lord Arbiter is. So this is a great thing for Daughters of Khaine. And yeah, if you don't take a Cauldron, it's a cheap option for 155 points. It has a special thing where it can stomp or smash to rubble like a monster, so it can carry out only those 2 monstrous rampages, and in return, it cannot be affected by any monstrous rampages, which is kind of cool. It means it can never be stomped in return, and it can never be roared or Titanic dueled, which is kind of neat. So it means like a Maw Crusher, for instance, can't just like stomp this for like 5 more wounds, which is pretty good. It's got an automatic Hunters of the Heartland on it. It's got pretty decent damage in combat. It's got essentially these 3 damage attacks at 3s and 3s -2, which with the Bloodwrack stable more often than not will be on 2s and 2s if you want it to be. Does not really need that many external buffs. I guess you could put All Out Slaughter on this, but with just 4 attacks on this model, it probably won't go off. 9 wounds, so it can receive cover, and I believe it has a 4-up save base.
Yes.
So, which will be 3-up in cover and then a 5-up ward just innately, which means it's pretty tanky. It means it has with 50% more effective health. I mean, it makes it an effectively like 13 or 14 wound model. It's a behemoth, so yeah, it will mess up your battalion configurations. But like we said, it's already in Hunters of the Heartland, so really, there's no need to have this in any kind of special battalion, really. And the cons are, well, it's never battle line. For 155 points, there are other things in this book deal way more damage than this. It can't run in charge, which severely limits where it can go. I mean, you're not going to be alpha striking with these things. They're more than likely the second wave. It's not a monster, so you can't really roar with it, which is probably the most useful monstrous rampage to have. But Stomp to have some extra mortal wounds is pretty nice. And yeah, like more expensive than 5 Blood Sisters. So really, the issue is when would you want to use this over a Blood Sister unit? And I guess it just comes down to how much you value durability or pure durability.
Yeah, the fact that it's a behemoth and it can't go into troop or leader slots, that's definitely a pro, because the more we looked into list building with this army, we found trying to fill battle regiments very difficult. Because if you, and we'll talk about Morathi's problems, but if you just try to fill a battle regiment, none of the units in this book are like crazy expensive. You actually just don't have enough points to fill a 2,000 point list sometimes. And the Avatar of Khaine ends up being this unit that, because it doesn't take up a troop or leader slot, you can slot it into battle regiments very easily. And it's a nice little support piece. It's not spectacular at any one thing. Like, there's better ways to get the bonus to chanting, because cauldrons are very good, and you could probably use one in your army. But if you don't want a cauldron, but you still want +1 to chanting, that's an option. It does offer support in terms of smashing terrain, which is going to be more relevant with Sylvaneth coming out and making everything woods and overgrown. And the Stomp is a nice little D3 mortal wounds after it charges. So it does a lot of things. None of them are particularly good, but it's not a bad unit by any means. But yeah, the big problem is that 5 Blood Sisters just seem better. So B tier seems appropriate for this unit. I really like it. I don't think it's the kind of unit you're going to see like 4 of in a list. It seems like the kind of thing you might see 1 of in a battle regiment sometimes to fill points.
Yeah, I've seen some people try and run these because, like I said, they're fairly tanky. Like, if you take these with a Cauldron, it's effectively a 3-up save with a 5-up ward, which is on 9 wounds, especially since it can receive cover. It's pretty tanky, and it's got respectable damage in combat. If you don't, I believe it's got something of a shooting attack too. I think it's got like
6
D6
attacks,
shots. Yeah,
like
3s and 3s, -1/1. I mean, it's not great, but incidental damage plus Stomp plus like a 3 damage sword is pretty good. I mean,
yeah,
155 points, it's nothing really wrong with it. It's just it gets outclassed a lot of times, and really it's like how much do you value this thing's durability?
Yeah, and in Daughters of Khaine, you're either living forever with Morathi, or throwing your models away as fast as possible and trading up while you can. So it's kind of like this weird unit that sticks out. It does everything a little well, but nothing too well that you want to include it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess the additional thing about this model is that with its fast move of 9 inches, it can actually keep up with Witch Elves. And since it is a totem, they do activate the +1 to wound on their War Scroll from it, which is pretty neat because Cauldrons don't move that fast.
Yeah, it's very expensive to make a Cauldron move anything more than 6 inches. You could give it an Arcane Tome and make it cast a spell to boost its movement, or you can run 6 with it. Both of those are very expensive in terms of opportunity costs, whereas this guy, yeah, 9-inch move, you just run him, it's fine. He can keep up with witches in there, run and charge. Now, he can also issue commands from 18 inches away because he is a totem. I don't know when you'd ever need that. Maybe if like your command model gets eaten by an ability like the Star Drake, it could come in handy, but probably not. All right, next up, the Blood Sisters. I think this is is it fair to say this is the most improved unit in this book? Because the changes are subtle, but they are very impactful. And
they're so good. They're so good.
The major change is that their turn to Crystal now deals mortal wounds on a 2+ instead of a 3+, and it's activated anytime this unit fights, not at the end of the combat phase. 2 differences there. One is that this will activate in the hero phase if you do a hero phase fight, which Daughters of Khaine have. And it also is immediately after fighting, not at the end of the phase, so you don't have to survive the punch back. You just immediately do a whole pile of mortal wounds, just like Evocators in Stormcast.
Oh yeah. This was the change everyone was begging for, and they got it, so good to see.
Mm-hmm. Now, it isn't as much mortal wounds as Evocators. The max amount is lower, but the accuracy is better. Overall, I'd say it's about as good, though. You're gonna average about the same mortal wounds as Evocators, but at much lower points.
Also, Evocators also do it on like a 3-up, to 3 inches away, whereas this thing is only 1 inch of the unit. I mean, so Evocators are really good for like killing something and doing mortal wounds to something else. Well, this thing will most likely be trying to finish off whatever it's already in combat with.
Yeah. Let's run through some pros here. The first major one I'd say is that they can be battle line, which means they can be double reinforced, and they fill up battle line slots, both in Zainthar Kai, which is a good subfaction, or with the Melusai General. And currently the only Melusai General is the Ironscale, but anytime you bring Blood Sisters, you're going to pretty much always want an Ironscale as well, so that fits pretty naturally. They have an 8-inch move as opposed to the 6-inch move that the Sisters of Slaughter and Witch Elves have, so they're a little bit faster, and they can also run and charge with an Ironscale. So they are just faster in general. They have the Melusai keyword, and there's a lot of stuff in the book that only interacts with the Melusai keyword, so that's a good one to have. Usually bonuses to attack and things like that. Like you mentioned, Morgonk, you zap a unit within 1 inch, but just like Evocators, you only need one model within 1 inch in order to use Turn to Crystal for the whole unit. So if you have a unit of 15 spread out and you tag within 1 inch of one unit, all of the mortal wounds from Turn to Crystal can go into that one unit. So you can still just blast something with a whole bunch of mortal wounds. And that's much more likely to happen than with Evocators because unlike Evocators, these girls have a 2-inch range, which means they are great to reinforce. And a double reinforced unit does huge damage. Just really, really good damage. I think they're 3 attacks apiece, 3s and 3s run 1 damage, and then mortals afterwards, and tons of buffs, and yeah, they do a lot. Also worth noting that Turn to Crystal works with abilities that allow you to fight in the hero phase. So if you use Morathi and you, or I believe it's called Orgy of Slaughter from the Slaughter Queen, you can activate this ability, fight, do a lot of damage, and then also blast them with Turn to Crystal. Probably wipe out everything you're fighting with, charge in, fight something else, do it all over again. So these guys do tremendous damage once they get stuck in melee. And unlike the other 2 hammer units we talked about, the Sisters and the Witch Elves, Blood Sisters don't really need Mind Razor because they already have Rend built in and they do mortal wounds, so they don't need the additional Rend from Mind Razor. They're very good with it, but it doesn't feel like you need it in order to get any value from this unit.
I mean, I could see it needing that against like a save stacked unit. Like, you know, if you're fighting like Stormbreaks with this thing on a 2-up save, maybe.
You're still going to blast them with like 12 mortal wounds right after you fight.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Whereas Witch Elves just bounce off.
Right. But it's like the melee damage, if you do want some of it to go through, given, I mean, Stormbreaks may not be the best example because they're somewhat of an elite unit, but if there's an army with lots of wounds where you want melee damage and mortal wounds to go through, then yeah.
Yeah, they work with it, but the point is they don't need it, while other units will need it in order to punch through. There are some downsides to this unit, though. It is only 10 wounds per 140 points, which is less efficient than the other units we talked about. They are also paper thin, and because they're 2 wounds apiece, every loss in Battle Shock really hurts them, and they don't have the best bravery in the world. They can take really big losses to Unleash Hell. That's a huge downside of this unit. You are actually caring about every single model that's lost, whereas with Witch Elves, it's like 10 Witch Elves, disposable. But a big squad of 15 reinforced Blood Sisters, you're going to care about every loss that you take. So you need something in your army to mitigate Unleash Hell if you're fighting against shooting units. Now, if, like you were saying, Morgonk, if you want to get through save stacks, you're going to need Mind Razor in order to get that bonus Rend, because it's not as easy to get Rend with this unit as it is with Witch Elves. Witch Elves can go up to Rend 3 potentially. This unit caps out at Rend 2. And you need Blood Right stacking in order to get +1/+1 early on, while Witch Elves don't need it because they can just get wound roll bonuses from being near a totem. So they're not as efficient, but their mortal wounds put them kind of in a category of their own in terms of what these hammer units are capable of doing.
Yeah, the one thing to mention is, and I guess we'll discuss this when we get to the Medusa. Like, I think they thought about this, and that's why we have Melusai Kin.
Yeah, they have their own version of Witch Brew, just in case you wanted to push them even further. So that is a cool thing. That's what the Melusai keyword comes in. So yeah, Blood Sisters are great. I think a lot of people are going to get them and feel really good about using them. Hopefully people magnetize their kits, because everybody, I'm sure, has a bunch of Blood Stalkers. Hopefully you can easily get their arms off and have some Blood Sisters instead.
I mean, I think people are going to play them because nobody wants to paint like 80 Witch Elves.
That's another reason.
They're the far easier army to get up and running.
Yeah, and they're not like overly detailed like Sacrosanct Stormcast, where they just have tons of stuff on top of them. Like they're fairly simple models.
The Bloodstalkers are commonly known as the Bow Snakes. In 3rd edition, they slightly went up in points, but overall remain unchanged. They still do all the stuff that they used to. The only change is that they went up a little bit in points. For their pros, just like the melee snakes, they are Battle Line and Zainthar Kai, or if you bring a Melusai General, they do have the Melusai keyword. They are the primary source of ranged power projection for this melee army. Their range damage is respectable, with 2 attacks, 3s and 3s, rend 1 damage, and 6s to hit, deal a mortal wound. So it's the same as Judicators with Skyboat bows. They are much faster, though. So with an 8-inch move and a 24-inch range, you can get 32 inches of threat out of these snake sisters, I guess we'll call them. So that makes them very good at staying potentially out of an opponent's shooting range and then being able to move in and shoot. They are excellent at tearing down stuff that's in the way, so screens, so that your melee hammers can charge in and get to the right targets. And just like they were in the previous book, if you have Morathi, they can shoot every hero phase with a command point. The downside, though, is that they are fairly inefficient to wounds for their points. So you only get 10 wounds at 180 points. And like everything else in this book, they are paper thin without heavy buffs. So anytime they take damage, they are going to start losing models. They can't be deployed in reserve, which means you can't protect them from an alpha strike. And because of their point cost and the investment you put into them, every dead snake is a significant impact to the overall output of this unit. The only way to boost the wound rolls with the bows is through the Withering spell, which isn't very reliable on a 7-up, because all of the wound +1 to wound buffs in the army are specifically focused on melee, and they do not do anything in melee. So if they get into melee combat with something other than the point blank shooting, they're not going to do a whole lot. That all being said, they are excellent. They are fantastic, especially given that they are the primary shooting unit in this army. They are great.
Yeah, one thing melee-only armies typically struggle with, armies like, let's say, Nighthaunt and Ironjaws, they will struggle with tearing down screens and getting to units that actually matter. So a common tactic players will use is to just put something cheap and disposable in the way, like 5 Liberators. And this really powerful melee army can't charge through them. It has to fight them and spend a whole turn doing that, and then they get counterattacked and usually die. Daughters of Khaine are not a durable army, so they can't survive that counterattack. Something like Fire Slayers and Ironjaws can survive the counterattack and then push in for a second round of combat, but Daughters can't do that. I think they have to use shooting units in order to tear down screens. It's a tactical option they can't afford to miss out on. And Bloodstalkers are good at it. They shoot just like Skybolt Judicators. They don't have the Thunderbolt Volley. If you want to double tap with them, you have to use Morathi, and that's a very expensive combo because it feels like you need at least 10 Bloodstalkers with Morathi. Also, looking at the damage profile of these girls, just 5 bow snakes doesn't do enough, really. It feels like a kind of unit you have to run at least 10. 5 of them won't accomplish much. And that's 360 points out of every list almost. And that kind of sucks. But they're so good at what they do, you never feel bad about spending points on them.
Yeah, agreed. And just like Judicators, I don't think that, like you were saying, that you were going to see MSU units of these just because they're not effective at that price point when you compare them to other things.
Yeah,
so,
and especially on the topic of MSU, I think you're more often than not going to see a unit of 10 or a unit of 15. I don't think you're going to see like 3 units of 5 because there's no way to give these things +1 to hit aside from all-out attack, which means if you're spending a command point, which are very valuable in this army and they're very limited resource, you pretty much want to make sure all of your snakes are hitting on 2s and then wounding on 2s if possible. And splitting up your unit into 3 squads just makes it really inefficient. So you're probably going to end up seeing 1 squad of 10 snakes or 1 squad of 15 snakes in most Daughters of Khaine lists. And because they're good at what they do and because they're an invaluable asset tactically, this unit is an S tier unit. It totally is the best at what it does in this army, and what it does is useful. And sometimes it defines a whole list. Like if you have Morathi with 15 bow snakes, they are defining that list, and that is still a competent list.
Yeah, totally. So on the topic of the 10 or 15, are we theorizing that we will see units of 15 without Morathi?
Sometimes I think so. Yeah, it depends on your list. The problem with 15 of them is because they basically have no protection against other shooting armies, and they die really quickly because they're 2 wounds apiece on a 5-up save, and they can't be in reserve. So they have to be on the table. Something like Idoneth can run them down pretty quickly. You know, you can shoot them down with Reapers out of a deployment, or Stormcast can easily teleport into range and snipe these things down. And that's a big downside. So you want to make sure you have as much value from them as you can. That said, if you're playing a very aggressive list, if you can, because they have a large threat range, you can usually deploy out of range of stuff that's on the table. You can zone out a lot of deep striking stuff. I think if you do it properly, 15 could be a viable choice. Probably only with Morathi, but I think some lists could also use 15 as a hammer unit. In fact, in at the end of the review, when we talk about lists, I think we actually have a list that has 15 without Morathi.
I couldn't remember if it was 10 or 15 off the top of my head.
There's a lot of lists. It's hard to remember all of them.
Yeah. I was just curious what the overall consensus was on that, because I personally don't see them in bricks of 15 without Morathi. I think 10 would probably be enough to achieve the screen clearing. But you know, I don't have a lot of experience with Daughters of Khaine, so I was just curious what other people might have thought.
I mean, yeah, like you said, it's really difficult to justify 15 of these without Morathi because they're not that efficient, actually. Like, you'll need a command point to make them efficient. They don't benefit from blood rights at all, other than like the 5-up ward. It does nothing for them, basically. But that's only till round 5 or round 4 at the earliest, so I'm not even sure why you would bother.
They don't benefit from blood rights. That's only melee weapons.
I guess you could make them run and charge, but why would that?
Yeah. Just help your opponent win.
Mm-hmm. It's still gonna terrorize this edition in a lot of matches, just like it did second edition. It's just that other stuff has been lifted to where people might actually consider other builds.
Pull Doc off of the Hunt battle scroll, so these ladies don't give up victory points anymore.
There you go.
That is true. All right, more incentive to run and charge them.
They could just be a distraction card effects. You bait your opponent into shooting range, and if they can shoot your Bloodstalkers, you can charge them. 300 IQ plays here. Lose your expensive shooting hammer. Oh no, S tier, easily S tier. It's hard to call them anything else. Next up, the Khinerai Heartrenders. I love this unit. I've loved this unit since first edition. Conceptually, as like the aesthetic of the unit is great. Like winged harpy chicks, like yeah, that's awesome. Let's, I kind of want a whole army of these things. I'm sad they've never bent the rules in that direction. But what they've always done has been this cool harassing unit that can deep strike into play and then make these really cool moves right after shooting, which has been crazy good for stealing objectives. This edition,
I think as they used to be, like for a brief window into second edition, they were good. People were considering armies of these guys with Mindrazor and like all the buffs, and then they came out with coherency rules for third ed.
Yeah, coherency really messes with them.
Really messed these up. Yep.
So let's go over the third edition changes. The big one is that they have a 5-up save characteristic rather than adding one to save rolls, which is better, right? They're probably not going to survive any serious damage, and they're not worth buffing defensively, but hey, why not? They lost the ability to deal mortal wounds on save rolls of 6 against melee weapons, so they don't reflect any damage back as they're dying. They lost the ability to run and shoot, which is strange. It feels like this unit would definitely be capable of running and shooting. And javelins no longer have any bonus random on the turn that they come into play. So they've pretty much stripped all the damage out of this unit and made it focus on exactly one thing. And that thing is so good that I wish when the GHB comes out, I really hope Stormcast can use this as an ally, because I would start almost every list with at least one of these units. So what they do, first off, they're very fast, but that probably won't matter because you're going to be putting them in reserve all the time. When you put them in reserve, after they come into play, they shoot, just like a normal unit would, and then after shooting, they can move 6 inches immediately. And that activates anytime this unit shoots, which is, if you have Morathi, activating them in the hero phase, or if you have Unleash Hell, you can also move then. Now, it is important to note, it says you can't make a retreat, so if you're doing this with Unleash Hell, you have to be really particular with your positioning. But yeah, deep striking in 9 inches away from an enemy and then moving 6 inches means you have a 3-inch flying charge, and you have +1 with Blood Rights, which means you can't fail that charge. This is guaranteed 5 models anywhere on the table at any time. It's amazing. They can steal objectives. They can absorb Unleash Hell. If you have 2 of these units, you can charge both into like a big unit of Stormcast long strikes that are sitting in the back. First one eats Unleash Hell and dies. Second one ties down the unit, and those long strikes are doing nothing for 2 turns. It's amazing. They're only 95 points, which means they're really easy to fill gaps in lists. If you have 100, 110 points, you don't want to bring any more witches. Boom, there you go. Unit of Heartrenders. Now, the downsides, aside from this really awesome ability that they have strategically, they do pretty much nothing. They do negligible damage. They're paper thin. They're never battle line. They're only 5 wounds, so like a D3 mortal wounds really hurts this unit because their bravery isn't great either. They might just start running away from that. But none of that matters because what they do is so good. They make me jealous as a Stormcast player. I wish prosecutors were this good.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and the other thing to keep in mind, I don't see it happening super frequently, but that guaranteed 6-inch move after an Unleash Hell is basically a max move redeploy that you normally wouldn't be able to do because you can't Unleash Hell if you redeploy.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
So if you don't, if these aren't being used to ambush and tie up a shooting unit, and instead you're facing off against a melee army, and you need these guys to like speed bump, they can totally Unleash Hell and then move right back out.
No, they can't do that because you can't retreat with that move. Yeah, so Unleash Hell is it's after the charge is done, so they're within 3 inches, and then you won't be able to make a retreat move with that.
Oh, is it specifically specified as a normal move?
It seems like something they have to clarify in the FAQ. I don't want to get too deep into the rules. I'm just going to assume that the way it works is you can't use it after Unleash Hell if an enemy's within 3 inches. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
But if you have them like behind a screen, the screen gets charged, they Unleash Hell, and then they move 6 inches. That's awesome. That can put them in places where you need them to steal objectives, that extra little bit of mobility. And it's not like really anything else in the army is going to Unleash Hell aside from Bloodstalkers. So most likely these guys are playing forwards, maybe behind some witches. This is a tactic that might get you something. So overall, I would call these a B tier unit because they're very, very good at what they do, and what they do is very useful. But they're only good at what they do. You're not going to form lists around them. They aren't even included in every single list. I think you can get away without using them. But anytime you put them in a list, you're going to feel good about it. They're like super prosecutors. On the other hand, Khinerai Lifetakers, which are the other build from that kit, are like, you'll never use them. So they have the same changes in this edition that the other unit has. They have a 5-up save characteristic instead of adding 1 to save rolls. They lost their mortal wounds on save rolls of 6. Their melee attacks have rend 1 and are a bit more accurate. They wound on 3s instead. But they lost their bonus damage while charging, which means they've taken a huge damage hit overall. They're still very fast. Like the Heartrenders, they can be deployed in reserve. Instead of moving after shooting, they can retreat after fighting. But only if you roll a 4-up, which is very, very sad. That means they can't get the usually guaranteed charges out of reserve. They have to actually make a 9-inch charge, unlike the Heartrenders, which have to make a 3-inch charge. And their retreat ability requires rolling a 4+ for some reason. They're only 1-inch range, which means even if you reinforce them and stack damage buffs on them, they aren't going to cap out their damage because they won't fit models in. So their damage is not good. They are paper thin. They don't have that cool ability that Heartrenders do. Just terrible unit. I don't know what point value they'd have to be for me to ever consider using them.
Disappointing unit.
The first new unit in the book is the High Gladiatrix.
Yes.
She is excellent, short version, but long version. Witch Elves and Sisters of Slaughter around her get +1 to rend and a wound characteristic of 3+ in melee, which allows this unit, when you stack enough wound bonuses, to get to a 2+ instead of a 3+ maximum. And that also stacks with Mind Razor, boosting their rend and their damage, and Blood Rights, which boost their wound rolls. That's a phenomenal increase to any unit. I wish there were some Stormcast heroes that were that useful to get that kind of a buff. And she's
my god, it's so good.
Mm-hmm. She's only 90 points, so you can easily fit 2 of her in there because she is pretty fragile. She's probably going to get sniped off the board turn 1 because she is so powerful, but you can bring 2, and it's not a big cost, which is great. She has 2 different melee weapons if you're using that Battle Fury heroic action that we talked about at the start of the video, so she would get +4 attacks total. And like a Sister of Slaughter, she can pile in from 6 inches away and pile in 6 inches, which is a cool niche ability for her to have. She also has this, like, I think once per game, like, kill ability or something.
No, it's not once per game. This is where the pile in 6 really helps, because if she was like this combat hero, she would probably be really bad because she's really fragile otherwise. At the end of the combat phase, you can basically choose an enemy hero within 1 inch, so you can pile in after that enemy hero's fought. Pile in your 6 inches and be safe from having that hero fight back, and then roll a dice. Roll a d3 basically, and then you add that d3 to the number of wounds that have been allocated to that hero. If the total is over or equal to the hero's wound characteristic, that hero is automatically slain, which is pretty good, with really good ability actually.
Yeah, so if a hero is left with 1 wound alive, it just dies.
Yep.
If it has 2 wounds, there's a pretty good chance you're going to instantly kill it, and if it has 3 wounds left, you can also instantly kill it. And this you can use this with any number of Gladiatrixes. So if it has 3 wounds left and you have 2 Gladiatrixes in range, they can both try to roll for it, which is a scenario that could happen, right? Because you could bring 2 of these things to a list.
Well, what I really like is this affects Varangard, who are normally a very tough unit for Witch Elves to chew through. You can actually kill Varangard with this.
Yeah, they're only 3 wounds, right?
No, 5.
Oh,
5
then,
or 6.
then yeah, you'd have to wound them first. But so where her 6-inch pile in comes in, what you were saying, she's very fragile. Normally, if she's within 3 inches, she's just going to get smacked if she tries this. But she can pile in from 6 from a safe distance, playing defensively, smack some stuff, maybe with the heroic action even, and then try to get the instant kill with her Killing Stroke ability.
So something I just thought of, since we were just on the topic of the Incarnate, this can be a way to instant kill an Incarnate in 1 turn.
The Incarnate is not a hero, I don't think.
No.
Oh, no, sorry. It's just heroes. Ah, damn. Okay.
Yeah.
It also
if this was any model, no, it'd be insanely good. Yeah. Insanely good ability.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right. When we started talking about Varangard, I forgot that they count as heroes.
Yeah. Varangard have the hero keyword, which is why I said, like, it's a good way to insta-kill Varangard.
Now, if
Okay, gotcha.
If there's some way to give the Crawn Spine the hero keyword, that would be great. So there's a lot of downsides to the Gladiatrix. First one is she's slow, 6-inch move. Like, witches are also 6 inches, but unlike them, she can't run and charge. So she's not going to be able to keep up with them, and she is absolutely going to be used anytime you use witches as a melee hammer. So that is a serious downside. She is fragile. 6 wounds on a 5-up save is just, you're just looking to get shot off the board. Her damage is like, it's okay. It's like 6 damage at 3s and 3s, rend 1, whatever. It's only really good if you can, give her buffs, and she's not really worth buffing. So, like, the Killing Stroke thing can happen every now and then, but overall, you're not bringing her for the damage. That's the point, right? It's like a nice little thing that happens sometimes, but you don't count on it.
Nope.
Her bravery is only 8, like a lot of the other heroes in the Daughters of Khaine book, which means if you're trying to get through chip damage with heroic recovery, it makes it unreliable. And I'd say the biggest downside is that she fills a leader slot. So if you're trying to run battle regiments in Daughters of Khaine and you want to bring some witches or sisters as a hammer, and you need to fill one of those slots with a Gladiatrix, that's a significant opportunity cost because you can only fit 3 heroes total in the battle regiment. And this is honestly, an army that wants a lot of heroes.
It wants a lot of heroes. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, when we look at the other books, like we saw in our Nihon review, and given what the Skaven previews are, I think they're trying to move away from battle regiment, or like trying to make an army that efficient to where you only need like a given 3 number of heroes and then whatever troops.
I would
You know?
love it if they moved away from it, but unfortunately, that's the game we live in right now, where we have to
Yeah.
care about them.
Well,
Yep.
yeah, but I think this is actually an interesting approach to dealing with that, so that when you are assessing what battalions to bring, its battle regiment isn't the go-to, because a lot of these
It's trading
armies,
out. It's like how do you value priority? Do you value it
Yeah.
over hyper efficiency? Because in order to be hyper efficient, like Daughters of Khaine are going to need their hero suite.
right?
You know?
Exactly. Well, and Night Haunt are the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nighthaunt can have the defenses, though, that they can play a defensive game. Like, if they get alpha struck, Nighthaunt can survive it with Discorporate. Daughters can't really. Like, you take huge losses if you get hit first. With Daughters, ideally, you are the one on the offense, and you're always trading up. So it is a more important thing than with Nighthaunt, I would say. And unlike Stormcast, which also are a long-range shooting army, you can't deploy anything reserve if you want to protect it. So imagine playing Long Strike Raptors without Scions of the Storm, and that's pretty much what you're trying to do here with Daughters of Khaine.
Yeah, for sure. It would be like trying to play long strikes in a Stormkeep list.
Exactly. It's rough. So not being able to take a battle regiment is a big deal. I'm not sure if this army can play without one, because they need the protection of controlling first turn. As much as possible, anyway. So another downside is that they are required in order to make witches and sisters deal significant damage, but they're fragile, so like they can just die and then your witches do no damage. And like we said earlier, without those buffs, witches and sisters don't do significant damage. They can roll a lot of dice, but they're not very good dice. Mm-hmm. And she can't run in charge, so she can easily fall behind the units that she's supporting. And aside from buffing those units, she doesn't really do anything. I mean, she's so good at what she does, and the units she buffs are so good that you're going to run one, maybe two of her in list if you're using those units as hammers. So
think of it this way, right? It's got what, like, I want to say, like, the damage on it isn't great. It's got like 7 attacks, I think, on 3s and 3s -1/1, or like half of them are like no rend 1 damage. While the damage isn't like great, the fact that she has a 6-inch pile-in means that if you do charge in some Witch Elves and you don't kill something and only has like a wound or something remaining, even if you don't have, it's not a hero and you don't want to use Killing Stroke, this can put in some damage with Blood Rights being on 2s and 2s.
Yeah, and especially with the heroic action, giving it bonuses to the attacks. I kind of wish there were better offensive artifacts in this army. That's kind of one of the downsides, is that you have all these heroes that want to fight, or are at least competent at fighting, unlike other armies, and then there's just nothing you can do with that, really. Which is,
there was a +1 damage artifact. That
would be nuts with her. Yeah. But
Pretty
S tier,
easy,
I think it's, if we call witches S,
I think yeah,
she has to be S
yeah,
as well.
because anytime you take Witch Elves as your main thing, you have to take her. She's an auto include in that list.
Yeah,
for sure, absolutely.
Looking at the Hag Queen next, she's got some major changes in this edition. First off, the big one is Witch Brew has been redesigned. It no longer requires rolling; it just happens. You just get the Witch Brew. And it no longer grants Battle Shock immunity, which is a big deal. And the effect of Witch Brew has changed. Instead of giving you a bonus to wound rolls, now it actually just pushes you up the Blood Rights table by 1, which is frankly just weaker in every possible way, because it only lasts during your turn. You're not going to have the 5-up board defensively. So the main use of it is to push your units up to round 3 and round 4 of Blood Rights, where you get your bonuses to hit and wound. And previously, you could just have +1 to wound on round 1. Boom, done. You got it. Now you have to do it in addition with other effects, which we'll talk about later. So Witch Brew is worse, but at the same time, the army is not completely 100% dependent on it, which is great, I think. Overall, it's a much better design.
It's a much better design. It also makes this unit, like, this unit was like the bane of like 1st edition and part of 2nd edition, because Witch Brew lets you reroll wound rolls, gave you Battle Shock immunity. The fact that they nerfed this one really critical ability is pretty good. Like, can you believe this? Like, Witch Brew used to grant Battle Shock immunity, full wound rerolls, and this unit, the Hag Queen, used to be 70 points. It was insane.
It was nuts.
It was insane.
That's why you saw those 3x30 Witch Elf blocks.
Yeah. It was oof.
Some other changes, and this affects the Hag Queen on Cauldron as well. Her prayers are changed. Rune of Khaine no longer improves her damage, because she always does D3 damage in melee, so you don't need to use a prayer for it anymore. And her Touch of Death isn't this like weird hiding a dice in your hand mechanic anymore. It just does D3 mortal wounds to an enemy unit.
Good.
Yeah, cleaned it up, made it simpler, made it more effective, which is good.
Yeah.
So looking at the pros, she is a cheap priest. I think the cheapest priest. She's only 110 points, which is great. Really easy to fill slots in your list with this. Daughters of Khaine prayers are very, very good. They, not to spoil it, but they have they have 3 S tier prayers. All of them are really good, and then they have a couple other ones that you might even consider chanting as well. In addition to having one of these insane prayers, she also has Witch Brew, which is an invaluable thing in almost every list. You want at least one Witch Brew. And it pushes up a unit up the blood rights table, and when you stack it with a bunch of other things, that's kind of how this army functions. So this is a necessary role in the army. You'll probably see at least one Hag Queen on foot or one Hag Queen on Cauldron in every list. Sometimes 2. They're that good. Now the downside, just like the Gladiatrix, this is a common problem in the Daughters book. She's slow. The units she's supporting are easily going to be able to outrun her, and she's fragile. Yeah, she can just get shot off the board very easily. Her damage in combat is, like, it's okay, it's fine, that's not why you bring her, right? Just like the Gladiatrix. Same problem with Bravery, making heroic recovery unreliable. But I'd say the unique problems with her is that Witch Brew, the target unit, has to be wholly within 12 inches at the start of the hero phase. So if your witches run out of range, they charge, like, the Witch Brew will last on them that turn, but next turn when you go to buff them again, it won't be on them anymore, because they'll probably be out of range. And
it's a good thing witches are so cheap you can throw them away. Literally.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now the biggest downside here is that Witch Brew only lasts during your turn, and that means defensively you're not going to be fighting with your bonuses to hit and wound. Most likely you'll be missing one of those, and you'll definitely not be fighting with a 5-up ward. So your army is going to die as soon as your opponent takes a look at you.
Yep, and I think that's a good change. Like, the thing about Witch Brew was it lasting throughout the whole battle round means, like, once your opponent had it, until you kill their Hag Queen, they always had that buff, whatever that was. I think changing that is a good deal, but it does make the army significantly more glass cannon-y.
Which I think is fine. You know, you see a bunch of, like, murder witches not wearing any armor and just, like, bullets are bouncing off them for some reason. It felt weird.
Yeah.
It definitely matches the aesthetic of the army better to be this kind of playstyle where they're going to do a lot of damage, and as they're killing you, they're going to be tough to take down, but as soon as they're done with their murder, you can take them out.
Yeah. I found it really, really interesting that they paired Doc and Night Haunt together, because both armies sort of face that same problem where on their turn they're awesome, and then after that their buffs go away and it's pain time.
I think that's a good thing. I think, like, because it gives armies a chance to respond.
I'm not saying that it's bad. It's
Yeah.
really interesting that they paired them up that way.
Yeah. They're also the perfect counter to each other, which is really frustrating.
Yeah, Night Haunt do have, like, some of the best defense, and Daughters of Khaine have the best offense, so it's an interesting combination. Yeah. And they're both kind of the same speed, too, so I don't know if it was done intentionally, but there's a lot of interesting things about that matchup. So Hag Queen on foot, A tier, and I think after all the good things we said about her, you might be wondering why she's not S tier. You'll see when we review the Cauldron version. Just sometimes you can't fit the Hag Queen on foot. There's nothing wrong with her. Just most of the time, you'll want a Cauldron instead. The other priest on foot is the Slaughter Queen. Her damage has actually been reduced in this edition, which is very weird. They removed the Rune of Khaine prayer, which was the bonus melee damage, and now she just always does D3 damage. Despite that change, she actually does less damage overall, which is unfortunate. Her Dance of Doom prayer is now an answer value of 3+ instead of 2+. Which most of the time won't matter because you'll be chanting on a 2+ because you'll be near an Avatar of Khaine, but there's scenarios where that won't be the case, so that is a small change. The Touch of Death prayer was removed, it's gone from her War Scroll, and she has Orgy of Slaughter as a standard command range, which means usually wholly within 12 inches, but if she's the general, it could be wholly within 18 inches instead. So, pros of the Slaughter Queen is that she is a cheap priest when you want Orgy of Slaughter, but you don't want to bring a Cauldron. The Orgy of Slaughter ability allows a unit to fight in the hero phase, and that is a very powerful ability to just double tap a unit in fighting. Given how much damage Daughters of Khaine do, it's a phenomenal amount of damage. The problem is that Daughters of Khaine units aren't sturdy, so the odds that you start your hero phase with enemy units in range, it's not, like, super common. Right, you're usually just going to die during your opponent's turn. It's not going to be the case that you always have a unit within 3 inches. and you don't really have any way to teleport into range in the hero phase in order to take immediate advantage of this. So it's a situational ability. It's very powerful when it goes off, but it's not like so good and so useful that you bring it to every list.
There's quite a few instances where fighting twice, because hero phase fighting is pretty valuable because it's the one phase where people can't all-out defense. So maybe not for her, but like for a block of Witch Elves, if they somehow miraculously live, considering how insane their output is, yeah, it could work.
Yep, Witch Elf damage is good. A lot of the bonuses they get, like Mind Razor and the Draichi Ganeth bonus, they require charging, so you wouldn't get that in the hero phase, unfortunately. But it kind of is counteracted by the fact that they can't all-out defense. So it's a good ability, right? It's not game breaking. It's not like if it worked on shooting, oh yeah, she would be 300 points and you'd bring her to every list. But
yeah,
it's just melee, so it's very limited in terms of power. She does have a cool prayer that allows her to gain the strike first effect for the following combat turn or combat phase, but it only works in the combat phase and only in your combat phase, which means as soon as your turn's over, your opponent can just hit you just all the same. And to use that prayer, you have to give up one of the other prayers in the Daughters of Khaine book, which are very, very, very good. Pretty much never want to use Dance of Doom on the foot model of the Slaughter Queen. So she has all the same problems that all the other heroes have. You know, she's slow, she's fragile. You're not really bringing her for her damage. And unlike the Hag Queen, she's actually a more expensive priest choice. She's 130 points, and she does what feels like less for your army overall, because the Hag Queen has Witch Brew and is cheaper and is also just using a prayer every turn. So, like, why would you bring a Slaughter Queen on foot? It's very
just
confusing.
for the fight. It's because so think of the so we obviously will do this when we get to the cauldrons. It's the cost differential. Do you want a 15-point difference between your Hag Queen and Slaughter Queen, or do you want a 45-point difference? And that's the question.
Yeah, the fact, in my mind, having to pay points and lose Witch Brew for a support hero, and what you get isn't worth it. You know, so overall, I couldn't find a lot of use for this particular model. The version on foot, I think, is a D tier model. It doesn't have that much utility, and it's more expensive than other priests. And priests are so good, you want a lot of them. You know, if you just want a cheap priest, the Hag Queen is there, and she has Witch Brew. So it's hard to find room for her in lists. If she was the cheaper priest, I could definitely see some lists using her.
Well, like I said, it's like if you build a list that you started out with a Slaughter Queen on Cauldron, and you want to say, well, I don't really want that. I want a Hag Queen on Cauldron. I mean, considering Witch Brew doesn't stack, like sometimes there's no point to having multiple Witch Brews.
Yeah, sometimes that's the case, yeah.
So in that case, if you do want a Slaughter Queen on Cauldron, like I said, do you want a 15-point difference between your Hag Queen and Slaughter Queen? Or do you want a 45-point difference with the Cauldron versions?
It's also a question of like, what do I want my opponent to target, right? Because if you have a big Cauldron, putting a Slaughter Queen on the Cauldron makes it less valuable. Like if the Slaughter Queen on Cauldron dies, you don't lose your Witch Brew, and your opponent will try to kill your Cauldron because it'll get rid of your Blood Shield. Yeah, it's like, what are you losing when your opponent plays the game that they're going to play, and you can't really stop them with this army. But that's a discussion for the Cauldrons, not necessarily for the foot hero versions. Yeah. So let's talk about the Cauldrons. So the big changes in 3rd edition are that the avatar on top doesn't have to be animated, just like the avatar on foot. It just acts normally all the time. You don't have to waste prayers. You don't have to wait for a certain turn for it. It's doing its thing the whole time. The Rune of Cain and Touch of Death prayers are just gone. The +1 Bravery aura is gone, and the Hag Queen just always does the D3 damage. You don't have to make a prayer for it. In terms of pros, the Hag Queen on Cauldron does pretty good damage. Not like great damage. Obviously, witches and everything do more. And it is worth noting that as per core rules, section 22.3.1, companions are counted as mounts for rule purposes. So if you use a heroic action to give the Cauldron +2 attacks, that only works for the Hag. It doesn't work for the attacks made by the Avatar or the crew. So that was a serious consideration when looking at this unit. Just like an Avatar, it adds 1 to chanting rolls for priests that are wholly within 9 inches, which is great utility. That means the Hag riding this is always going to be chanting on a 2+ all the time. It also gives you Blood Shield, which is a unique effect from the Cauldrons. Blood Shield adds 1 to save rolls for Daughters units that are wholly within 18 inches, and that range will decrease as it takes wounds. The charge deals D3 mortal wounds, nice little bit of extra damage if you get a charge off with it. It has both the priest and totem keywords, so it's going to be activating Witch Elves bonus to wound rolls, and it's going to be chanting prayers on a 2+, both of which are great. And unlike the Slaughter Cauldron version, this has Witch Brew, which is an invaluable buff for your army. I think you're going to want at least 1 Witch Brew in every list. And it's cheaper than the Slaughter Queen. This is only 270 points, which is the cheaper of the two options. So if you just want Blood Shield, like if you just want that buff, bam, this is the way to go. Downsides, it's not exactly tanky. It's 13 wounds on a 5-up save, which will always be a 4-up because of the Blood Shield, but it's still not very tanky. The 13 wounds on a 4-up is not very durable in this game.
Yep. It means even with save stacking, you'll be making 4-up rolls, which is not good.
Yeah. In previous editions, it was a lot more durable because the rules for gaining cover and Lookout Sir favored the Cauldron. It was able to get both.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the case anymore since both of those are now locked by wounds rather than anything else. The Cauldron does not get either of those bonuses. So it is just this big thing that says, shoot me to your opponent. And there's not really a lot of defensive artifacts you could take to mitigate that. It's also slow. It moves 6 inches just like a hero on foot, but with a large base, it's even less maneuverable. And its movement actually downgrades to 3 inches as it takes more damage. So eventually it's just not able to get anywhere. Taking chip damage really hurts this thing because like most heroes and daughters, it has bravery 8. So unreliable to use that healing. And it's not a monster. So even though it is this big model, it only counts as 2 models on an objective. It can't contest against any hero that's been transformed into a monster. And that's really reaching for downsides because this thing is really good. It's a great support piece. I think a lot of lists are going to start with one of these. Almost all the time, you're going to try to have one of these in your army. It feels like an S tier unit to me.
Yes, I would say unless you're running a Morathi list, especially because of her costs, you're always going to want at least one Cauldron. Because if nothing else, it's like a huge distraction Carnifex, a huge support synergy piece for your army that they have to try and remove in order to make it less efficient.
Yeah, you can tell when your opponent's going to try to kill you. You can activate Finest Hour. You can all-out defense with this unit. You can't save stack past a 4-up, but you can negate a lot of rend, and you can put defensive buffs on this unit. Like if your opponent is going to try to target it, you can make it a little tanky.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you mentioned Morathi, and I think it is important to note that this thing is a behemoth, and we've been talking about battle regiments. Morathi, we'll get to her, but Morathi doesn't play well with Cauldrons in a battle regiment because of the fact that Morathi being 2 different heroes, one of them being a commander and one a sub-commander. If you wanted to bring a Hag Queen on Cauldron along with Morathi, it's not possible to play a 1-drop list in that way, which is unfortunate.
So I have more of a general question that has come up because, Paul, when you're talking about the doc support heroes and buff heroes not being able to keep up with running and charging witch elves, you're talking over the long game, right? Like past several turns.
No, even in just one turn, if your witches get like a 6 on their run roll and +1, and maybe if you have a battle mage, they have even more. But they're going to move, let's say, 12 inches and then charge at least 3 inches after that. And if your hag only runs, like a 3, she's going to be out of range of that witch brew the following turn. Similarly, the Gladiatrix might just be out of range to give bonuses. So you almost have to use a run 6 on heroes like that, which they can't all use it every turn, right? Only one hero can use it. And there could be scenarios where your witches just go fast, go hard, go far, and the heroes are left behind, and their auras don't do anything anymore.
I mean, it's like the same trade-off that the Auric War Chanters have to make, basically. And I think that's fine. Like, I don't think you should be able to, Death Star a unit, send it forward, and have all your buffs up.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, especially for this with an 18-inch bubble. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah. A downside to running this unit is then the avatar on top won't be able to shoot. So there's going to be some situations where you lose out on a bit of damage, and that kind of sucks. It's not the end of the world though, because you're not bringing this thing for its damage. Ultimately,
and it only let's be real. It only really matters if you're engaging past what I call the mid-board line. If your engagements are happening close to that line, you will, given that you can deploy 12 inches up the board, you're still going to be in range for all your stuff.
Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure that I'm following, because that totally makes sense.
Compared to the Hag Queen on Cauldron, the Slaughter Queen on Cauldron costs 45 points more, and in exchange you lose your Witch Brew and your Touch of Death. And now the Touch of Death pretty much won't matter. You're pretty much never going to chant that. Losing the Witch Brew is kind of a big deal because you need a certain amount of Witch Brew in your list, and when you're Spending points and not getting it kind of sucks, so you have to, the rest of your list has to compensate. You gain the Orgy of Slaughter, which is to fight in the hero phase, just like the one on foot. You get the Dance of Doom, which allows this unit to strike first, and that is a lot more interesting on a big punchy monster thing like this than it is on a foot hero, because all of this model fights first, including the Avatar and the witches riding it. Now, you do have to give up using the very good prayers that Daughters of Khaine can use, but with the right setup, I think that's actually doable.
I think it's very situational because, I mean, we'll discuss this more when we get to the prayers, but after a certain time, especially if it's like mid to late game when a lot of your stuff is died, it might just be useful just to go for a Dance of Death because it effectively gives you a double activation, if your opponent does not have a fight first mechanic, because you fight at the start of the combat phase, then you activate normally.
Yeah, this is a nice little thing to use if you're playing against, for example, Fire Slayers, who can activate defensively a fight first. This lets you fight with the Cauldron before they would get a chance to fight, because on your turn you would fight first. Another thing you gain over a Hag Cauldron is you can unbind a spell, which I don't know how useful unbinding a spell at +0 is. In my experience, not very. If you're not like a +1 or +2 to unbind or guaranteed once per game, then generally unbinding is not very useful. So, good things about the Slaughter Cauldron. You can give it offensive stuff, and it feels pretty good to make it like an offensive punchy piece. It's an interesting unit to have Blood Shield on, but like your Blood Shield actually does damage too. It's not just a support piece; it's actually a threat that your opponent has to respond to. So we'll talk more about this in the Allegiance abilities, but the Sacrificial Overseer command trait is worth noting here, because it says if this general slayed a model, you can fight again, but you gain the Strike Last effect. And the way we're interpreting this rule after a lot of discussion is that because Strike First and Strike Last cancel out, this model, if you have Dance of Doom active, would actually have the ability to charge in, fight first, and then fight again immediately. Something that definitely needs to be clarified in the FAQ. But if it works the way we think, that's pretty cool utility. Like this unit, you can pump it up with Mind Razor, you can give it all kinds of offensive buffs, and then it can fight first and fight twice with the heroic action available to give the Slaughter Queen +2 attacks. It's not bad at all. It's like up there with like a unit of 10 witches fully buffed up. So if you want Blood Shield in your army, if you want a priest that will usually cast one of the good prayers and then sometimes flip a switch and become an offensive creature, this is not a bad unit. The problem is that if you want Blood Shield in a prayer, the Hag Queen on the Cauldron is cheaper, and you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. You can spend more points on offensive units instead. For the cost, 315 points, you can get a lot of witches or Bloodstalkers or sisters or Blood Sisters and do a lot of damage. Like Daughters of Khaine are not an army that needs punchy heroes, not like Ironjaws rely on having punchy heroes, Flesh Eater Courts need punchy heroes. Daughters of Khaine don't. Most of their damage will come from their units, so it's kind of questionable to even bring a punchy hero in the first place. It has the same problems with durability and speed that a Hag has, but it costs more points as well. So it's kind of like, when do you really find yourself needing a model like this in your list instead of a Hag Queen on a Cauldron? It feels like the costs almost should be flipped. It feels like this should be the cheaper one, because it's not as useful as having a Witch Brew. But what are your guys' thoughts on that?
Apparently, unbinding a spell is a 45-point tax.
At least, yeah.
I agree with everything you said. I think that from a rule of cool standpoint, this thing is awesome, and I love it when centerpiece models can get in and get work done. But the utility, like with the heroes in this army being primarily utility pieces, I don't see why I would take this over the other one.
It's specifically a scenario, I think. You take it when you can give up a command trait to get the Sacrificial Overseer, and when you're willing to give up a prayer for a turn. And given the other command traits in this army, that's not very often. But it is a cool combo, and it's something no other support unit in the army can do. So it was hard to rank it. It was somewhere between like A and D. I think we ended up placing it in B tier because it's good at what it does, and nothing else does that. There just could be better options, I suppose. Not a bad model by any means. Moving on to the Melusai Ironscale. The only change this model received is that Turn to Crystal is exactly like the Blood Sister version, where it activates on a 2+ instead of a 3, and it's immediately after you fight, not at the end of the combat phase, which, when you're only rolling 1 dice, 1 mortal wound is not a big deal. And you're not bringing this hero for the damage, you're bringing it for the command ability, which is to make a unit of Melusai run and charge. Now, it's important to note that that is issued in the charge phase, which means you can run 6 with a unit of Blood Sisters and then use this command ability in order to immediately charge, which is really good. Unlike the Stormcast version of running and charging, which is also in the movement phase, so you can't run 6 and run and charge, which is unfortunate.
I'm pretty certain we're the only army that has it set up that way.
Yeah. She's got some other cool stuff going on. Like, she's got a 5 spell ignore, which might matter one day. Like, against a Kairos list, maybe she might avoid the zap, which is, whatever. She does have Melusai keywords, so any effects that work on Melusai, like Morathi's Aura, will work on her. She does make Melusai battle line if she's taken as your general. So in addition to this really good command ability that lets them run and charge and be a fast unit, she makes them battle line if she's your general. So that's great. Also worth noting, she has an interesting ability here called Gory Offering, where if she kills something in the combat phase, for the rest of the phase, Melusai wholly within 12 inches get +1 to attack. Now that's only in the combat phase, and only if she actually slays something with her attacks. So it can't be Turn to Crystal that kills something. It has to be her attacks, which are, they're not great. So and you have to give up a combat activation to do this. Unlike some armies now, which are getting the ability to fight with a hero and then fight with a unit immediately, the Ironscale can't do that. She takes up a whole combat activation, and Daughters of Khaine are not an army that can handle being hit back. You want to hit them as hard as possible and take no damage in return, ideally. And if you're using a combat activation for the Ironscale to buff up some Blood Sisters, odds are your Blood Sisters are about to be killed because you did that. So it's not, that's not why you bring her. You bring her for the run and charge ability.
This ability is so weird and niche. It's almost incidental, and I don't know why they didn't reconfigure this. It's like the only time this matters is if, like, let's say you pump her up with Blood Shield, Finest Hour, all out defense, whatever, and you send her charging in with a Blood Sister unit that hasn't charged right behind it, and then if the opponent piles in within 3 of the Blood Sisters, then they're gonna really eat it. But like otherwise, no.
Yeah, and you also have to figure that she's got to survive the Unleash Hell. That could be happening, right?
I guess, could you see this in a scenario where, let's say you take a block of 15 or 10 Blood Sisters, you embed her in the unit via positioning, and against like an Alpha Strike army, let's say your opponent charges like a Maw Crusher into your Blood Sisters, I'm assuming he's going to try and wipe the Blood Sisters off. But let's say they don't because they roll poorly or you make some good saves with your ward rolls, and out of 10 Blood Sisters, now you have 4 left. Do you think it's because now both your units can fight relatively safe now, can activate, and now she can buff the combat prowess of the remaining Blood Sisters, so you haven't lost too much like combat prowess?
Well, if you're going up against an Alpha Strike, it's heavily recommended.
Yeah, I know. I'm just I'm trying to justify her, and it's very difficult.
Look, if you ignore this ability exists, she's still a great war scroll because she makes your Melusai battle line, and because she lets them run and charge. And that's all this model needs to do. This Gory Offering thing doesn't matter. It's almost irrelevant. Mm-hmm. If you can get it off, great. Never try to get it off because the opportunity cost seems like just a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel like if she were a little bit more expensive and then had a War Scroll ability that let her fight first in the combat phase if she's within range of a Melusai unit, that would make
just make it like the Rune Father. I would have just made it like make her like 125, 130 points and be like once per game you can tell a Blood Sister unit to have +1 attack.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
That's it.
If she's your general and she's making Melusai battle line, she can also take a command trait where once per game you just give all Melusai around her +1 attack anyway. So
right, but that's like not. I'm not. Yeah, but that's not worth the command trait slot. I don't think.
It could be, and depending on the list, an extra bonus attack like that could definitely be worthwhile.
Sure, but like when I think of like the Rune Father, like I was talking about, like he increases Heartguard Berserker attacks once per game, plus he can do other stuff on top of it. I was thinking something like that. And the Rune Father is what, like 145? Sure, you could have made her 135 points and with a similar ability.
I don't like that the ability is weird and awkward to use, but I just ignore it. Like, I don't lose any sleep because this ability is hard to use. Like, the rest of the War Scroll is great. She's only 115 points, so you're going to bring her anyway. If they cut 5 points and got rid of this ability, I'd be happy. Like it's only holding her back with how awkward it is. It is worth noting that, like the other heroes, she's slow and relative to the hammer units that she's supporting. Like, if she's making Blood Sisters run in charge, she's only moving 8 inches, so she can fall behind just like all the other heroes can. Especially because 8-inch versus 6-inch, those extra 2 inches, like, your Blood Sisters can go further than witches, which means this can fall even further behind.
It doesn't really matter, because once your Blood Sisters are in combat, like, where do they need to run and charge to?
Exactly. Yeah, like, unlike the other support heroes, this doesn't need to stay in range. Just for this Gory Offering thing and the Fueled by Revenge command trait. So it is worth noting. She's fragile. The damage is whatever. You don't care. She has to slay a model in order to get +1 attack, but she can't strike first. And that has to be with her attacks. It can't be the Turn to Crystal ability. She's basically just attacks on Blood Sisters. If you want to use Blood Sisters offensively, which I don't think there's a way to use them defensively, you pretty much have to bring an Ironscale, even if she's not the general. You have to bring her for the run and charge. Otherwise, you're not going anywhere. Another downside is that her Wrath of the Scathborn, that lets you run and charge, it's issued in the charge phase, which means that unit cannot receive the command to reroll charges in case it fails a charge. And that's kind of a downside, because if you spend all these command points to run and charge and then you fail the charge, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, but I think that, honestly, like, if we're going to be in a situation where they can auto-run the value to 6, I'm cool with them not being able to re-roll their charge on top of that.
Yeah, it's got to have some limits, I suppose.
Yeah, some opportunity cost makes it feel more balanced.
Yeah, I mean, points of failure, I would say, make it feel more balanced. If it was, like, guaranteed, I mean, if you do want to guarantee it, you could always just take a Battle Mage.
And we'll talk about the Battle Mage, don't worry. Overall ranking, though, whatever the ranking of Blood Sisters is going to be the same as the Ironscale. They live and die together. You'll rarely see them you'll never see an Ironscale without Blood Sisters, and you'll rarely see Blood Sisters without an Ironscale. So they live and die together like Grand Amers and Imperitants. Bloodwrack Medusa has seen some significant changes in 3rd edition. First off, she doesn't cause mortal wounds on hit rolls of 6 anymore, and she has a brand new ability which adds 1 to blood rights for a Melusai unit wholly within 12 inches, which is like a Witch Brew that you can use on Melusai, which stacks with Witch Brew, which is cool. But it only is activated in your combat phase, and it only lasts until the end of the combat phase. So you can't use it to get bonuses to run and charge. You can't use it to get a 5-up ward defensively, because it only lasts during your turn. So it's a very specific thing where you have enough to get +1 hit, and you want to use Melusai Kin to push your unit 1 turn more and get +1 to wound, which is pretty niche, honestly. Given the way lists are constructed, it doesn't turn out that way very often that it's useful. And a big change with this model in 3rd edition is that it doesn't have the Melusai keyword anymore, which means if it's your general, you cannot make Melusai battle line. And that really sucks, because I would love to run this model as my general in so many lists and get battle-lined Blood Sisters and Stalkers.
Do we think that's an error?
No, she had it in 2nd edition. She doesn't have it anymore. She has the Medusai keyword instead. So I have to assume that's intentional, like the Drakesworn Templar having a 4-up save for some reason.
Or the Lord Aquilor not having the Vanguard keyword.
Yeah, well, that was a mistake. They changed that. But she is not a Melusai. Technically, she is a Medusa, not a Melusa. So, a little bit difference in the lore. So why would I want to make her my general in the first place? Well, she is a cheap wizard with 2 unbinds, which is interesting. Doesn't seem like she's paying an extra tax for extra unbinds. She can take the Master of Magic and Shadowstone combo to reliably cast Mind Razor. And we will talk about this combo later, but suffice to say, Mind Razor is incredibly powerful, but it casts on an 8. And because it casts on an 8, it's unreliable. And this is the only way to make it as reliable as possible. You can take Master of Magic to reroll spells, and you can take the Shadowstone to add 1 to your casting. So instead of casting on an 8, you can cast on a 7 with a reroll. And a 7 on a reroll is about equivalent to rolling a 2+ on a single dice. It's quite reliable. You can actually use it reliably in a game, which is great, because Mind Razor is phenomenal. It's the best damage buff in the game.
Oh yeah.
She can also, being a Daughters of Khaine hero, we'll talk about the artifacts later, but she can also take the Crystal Heart artifact, and when she would cast an endless spell, you can double the range of that spell, which is pretty interesting, has some cool uses. Her signature spell, Enfeebling Foe, gives an enemy unit -1 to wound with melee weapons, and in an army that's paper thin, that could be the difference between a unit getting wiped out or not. You start stacking up all these defensive bonuses, you add this one into the mix, it's really not bad. It's easy to cast. It has a good range. Yeah, it's a pretty good spell. She has a really interesting anti-horde missile weapon. Like, she picks a unit and rolls dice equal to the number of models within 12 inches, and that's after her 8-inch move, so she's quite fast. 20-inch threat range on this ability, and every 5 up does a mortal wound to that unit. So if you catch a unit of 30 Grimghast Reapers, you can potentially do 10 mortal wounds to that unit. She can learn the Steed of Shadows ability from the spell lore, which gives her a 16-inch flying move, and then that on top of the 12-inch range means you can catch pretty much whole horde units in range of that ability. She has 3 different weapons for Battle Fury, the heroic action that gives you +2 attacks, which means she would get +6 attacks total with that heroic action. And when she's using Unleash Hell against a horde, like if those 30 Grimghast Reapers charge in range of her, that's a lot of mortal wounds that they're taking on the charge. So nice little bits of utility here. All add up to make something that is actually worthwhile.
Yeah, I would say she's somewhat underrated. Like, B tier is probably like a good estimate for her but at the same time, she is literally the only wizard without, using Arcane Tome that can reliably get Daughters of Khaine lore off. And there's a couple of good spells in there, Mind Razor, and I think there's one that's called the Withering, which like increases wound rolls against one particular enemy target, which is pretty good. Yeah, I really like her. And the thing to note is the not making Melusai battle line is really hurts though.
It's unfortunate, but I think this model has enough going for it that would push it over the edge where I would never use another general. Like, I would never ever use any other general except a Medusa.
Yeah, that's true.
So downsides: she is a 1-spell wizard with +0 to cast. So that Mind Razor, unless you're taking that combo of Master of Magic and Shadowstone, not a reliable cast. A lot of the Lore of Shadow spells are hard to cast. They're 6, 7, and 8. We're not looking at her spell is easy, but all the other ones are hard, and she doesn't have any bonuses to cast, which is unfortunate. She's also fragile, like every other Daughters of Khaine hero. Poor wounds, poor save, poor bravery. And the Lore of Shadows, aside from Mind Razor and the Withering, and maybe Steed of Shadows, like 3 of the spells are just not very good, and the rest of them are hard to cast. So it's like, does your list need 130 points just for a wizard that's sometimes going to cast a spell? Like, I can't see her in every list, but when you run that combo of Master of Magic and Shadowstone, she's really, really good. Mm-hmm. So saying all that, why did we only rank her B tier? Well, it's because the next model exists and is only 70 points more to get a Bloodwrack Shrine. It's the same thing as a Bloodwrack Medusa, except when you spend 70 points, you get 5 more wounds. You lose a bit of move, but that's not a big deal. You gain the Totem keyword, which is great for Witch Elves, really great for Witch Elves. You get the Cauldron abilities, which are dealing D3 mortal wounds on a 2-up with your charge. You get more attacks, because the Riders are 6 more attacks at 3s and 3s, which, because it's a mount, doesn't work with Battle Fury. And sometimes you have this Aura of Agony thing, which at the start of your hero phase deals D3 mortal wounds to all enemy units within 7 inches on a 2+. So sometimes you're just pumping out mortal wounds around you. You get a bigger base, which gives you more coverage for Unleash Hell, and it's not a behemoth. Unlike the other 2 Cauldrons, this Bloodwrack Shrine is not a behemoth, it's just a leader. Now, it does count as a commander, so it does have that problem with battle regiments that the other Cauldrons have, but it's not a behemoth leader, which is very cool. The downsides, same as all the other Cauldrons, it only moves 6 inches. The downsides of the Medusa are still there. It's a 1-spell wizard +0, but it's only 200 points. You get a lot of utility in this model for only 200 points. I'm finding myself making a lot of lists, especially focused around witches, because this is a totem. It buffs witches up. And make this the general, give it Master of Magic and Shadowstone, and reliably cast Mind Razor, and watch your witches just melt everything in front of you. I really like this model. And the first time I saw the Warscroll, I almost ignored it because I hadn't seen it almost played ever in 2 editions. And I'm really glad I took a second look at it, because this is really good for 200 points.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I think everything that she has going for her for 200 points. Yeah, it's like she's like a Melusai Hag Queen, spells, mortal wounds, great shooting attack for anti-horde. Like, yeah, she's got a lot going on for her.
Yeah, and the Master of Magic Shadowstone combo is so good with Mind Razor that it's almost like you
Oh,
want a Bloodwrack Medusa general, and this is just a better version of the Bloodwrack Medusa. You get a lot for 70 points.
hmm
So A tier, this is a phenomenal model. I think other people are sleeping on it. I think might be a bold call, but we were right about the Toralon, and I think we will be proven right about the Bloodwrack Shrine.
yeah, I think so.
And finally, Morathi and the Shadow Queen. So, major changes for Morathi in 3rd edition is that Morathi lost her casting bonus. She used to have +1 to cast, Unbind, and Dispel. And her spear is now properly in the book Ren 2. For now, we'll see what the FAQ brings us.
For the 6th time.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Another big change is that her first bracket starts at 7 instead of 4. And the way Morathi works is that she can only take 3 wounds per turn on the Shadow Queen. And the Shadow Queen has 12 wounds, which means instead of bracketing during the 2nd turn, she now brackets later in the game, which is a big deal that she gets to fight at full strength for longer. Because Morathi takes a minimum of 4 turns, she's guaranteed to survive against any Alpha Strike. You just can't do damage to her after 3 per turn. So you'll deal your 3 damage to her for that turn, and then you'll ignore her. But she can tie down a lot of stuff with that big base, and especially if the little Morathi is working in tandem, together they can tie down completely different units. Morathi-Khaine has a double tap ability. It's a command ability that she can use in the hero phase to make a unit shoot or fight, and it is incredibly strong with Bloodstalkers. Bloodstalkers shooting twice every turn is like, it's like Stormcast Thunderbolt Volley every single turn. It's nasty. The Shadow Queen is the only monster in the book, which is great for rampages and for battle tactics. Right now we're playing in Gur, and there's a lot of ways to score bonus points with monsters. She can do that. She's the only native source of Roar and Stomp, and well, not Stomp, because I guess the avatars can do that, but she's the only one that can Roar.
Yeah.
She can cast 3 spells per turn, and she unbinds 2, and she knows every spell from the Lore of Shadows. So bringing her to a list, you've got a person who can cast Mind Razor for you, and she can give herself Steed of Shadows to move 16 inches all the time. Her signature spell, Black Horror of Ulgu, has a huge range, 36 inches, and it can do d6 mortal wounds, which is great. But it is a 7-up cast, and she does have +0 to casting, unfortunately.
Like removing that +1 to cast was pretty clutch because other than the fact that they also raised her by like 40 points. I guess she was really too good with everything she was doing.
Mm-hmm. She did everything and then some. She's
also unkillable in a way.
She is literally unkillable for 4 turns. Takes to die.
Yeah.
Morathi-Khaine, the small one, is -1 hit, which stacks with Lookout Sir to negate all-out attack, which is great because every army right now that's trying to shoot you will be using all-out attack, so she can just automatically get rid of that. And cover bonuses are negated as well. Oh, sorry, she gets cover bonuses because she's small.
She gets the cover bonus.
Honestly, her defense doesn't matter because the important thing is she just takes 3 wounds per turn, and you just expect to take 3 wounds per turn. Any turn you don't take 3 wounds is great for you, but assume that she dies at the bottom of round 2 every game, and just get as much value out of her as you can before then. The Shadow Queen herself is very fast. She's got a 14-inch flying move and does pretty good combat damage. Not 700 points worth, but good. Like, it's a threat. You can't just ignore her.
Oh, I mean, her Heartrender is like 3 damage. She has like 8 attacks, and considering we have Blood Rights now, it means with a Hag Brew, she'll be on 2s and 2s, -2 rend, 8 attacks, 3 damage. I mean, that's pretty decent.
Oh yeah, it's good. It's not, cut through a bunch of protectors good, but it's good. She'll kill most things in the game if she gets the charge off. While she's fighting, she also gives nearby Khinerai and Melusai units +1 attack in melee. So those Blood Sisters you're definitely going to run alongside her are going to get bonuses to attack, and that works, I believe, in every phase, as long as she's within 3 inches of an enemy. So that's fantastic. If she's in combat and you're double tapping with Blood Sisters, they're going to do tremendous damage. Now, the downsides, we mentioned she can cast 3 spells, but she has +0 to cast, and there's, as far as I can tell, no way to give her bonuses to casting. She's trying to cast spells on a 7-up, like the Withering, and 8+, like Mind Razor. Not reliable, unfortunately. Losing that +1 to cast was a big deal for this model.
Oh, yeah.
the Shadow Queen is a big punchy monster, but can't use the Battle Fury heroic action, which would make her punchier, unfortunately.
Yep.
So
Only
for
little Morathi can.
yeah, so for 680 points, you're not getting a lot of damage, really. Like you could get a lot more damage output from bringing like another big unit of Bloodstalkers, or more Blood Sisters or something. But her value comes from like her offensive value comes from the double tap and the +1 attack aura. So if you're not utilizing those, you're like she's just kind of this big expensive piece that does nothing. Like if you just run her and witches, I don't think that's very efficient.
I mean, I think it depends on how you view it. It's like comparing Bastion and Fulminators. Well, yes, Fulminators are going to do way more damage than Bastion ever will. The problem is Fulminators are, once they're done dealing that damage and they're behind enemy lines, they'll die. Bastion might not.
Yeah, they're different roles. Yeah.
So yeah, so like she will get to do her damage over multiple turns.
Yeah, but
whereas
unlike
Bastion,
Morathi is very expensive.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. I mean, 680 points is ridiculous. So any list you build has to focus around her, or like has to make full use out of her. Her losing the cast bonus is probably like backbreaking because, like we said, Daughters of Khaine spells are all pretty like fairly high cast values.
Yeah.
The best way to buff her is used to be Mind Razor because she used to have a +1 to cast, which pushed her to -3 run 4 damage on Heartrender, which is insanely good. But yeah, that's not the case anymore.
Yeah, without that +1 cast, her utility is way lower, and her high cost, like she is a utility piece, right? And now she has less utility. So if you're not bringing Bloodstalkers, I don't even know if it's worth bringing Morathi. Like you have to have a very specific goal with tying down units with her, because if you're not getting that double tap, your list doesn't put out as much damage, I think, as it needs to.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Blood Sisters already do a ton of damage. They can get even more attacks from an Ironscale, which, like we said, anytime you're running Blood Sisters, you're probably going to run an Ironscale anyway. And Morathi isn't a good general choice, so it'll probably be the Ironscale, in which case you'll probably end up using that command trait that gives you a bonus to attack, or you'll use Zealous Orator, which has a whole other interaction with Morathi we'll get into later. And Blood Sisters are they're already pumpers. They don't necessarily need +1 attack, so it's like you really want Bloodstalkers with Morathi, and that's a very expensive combo. Those are the two most expensive units in the book, really. Like a double reinforced unit of Bloodstalkers is a huge amount of points, and then like 15 Stalkers and Morathi is more than half of a 2,000 point list. You don't get a lot of room for anything else. It is also slightly marginalized by the Slaughter Queen's Orgy of Slaughter, which lets you fight in the hero phase. So if you're just running fighting units, which probably not the best way to go, but it's really just for the Bloodstalkers you're bringing Morathi.
Yep.
Traditionally, a big downside of the Shadow Queen is that she does good damage, but not amazing damage. She can be walled. Because she's not reliably casting Mind Razor on herself anymore, that Ren 2, you can save stack through it, like with a Maw Crusher. I don't think Morathi's going to kill a Maw Crusher. And if she gets stuck in combat, all the other units kind of just walk around her and kill the rest of the Daughter's army because it's so fragile. What Morathi really wants is to be able to retreat and charge. Without that ability, she can be stuck in bad combats and you don't really get your points worth from her.
Oh, yeah. Seen that happen way too many times.
Yeah, and I'd say the biggest downside of Morathi is when you go into list building with her, the fact that you have to take two different leaders, one of which is a sub-commander and one of which is a commander. Making a battle regiment with Morathi is very, very difficult because Daughters of Khaine are an army that wants a lot of different heroes for buffing, and they want a lot of different units. Like they struggle to have only 4 or 5 units, like troop units, and when you bring Morathi, she's 680 points and 2 slots in that battle regiment. It's rough, man. It's hard to form lists around her that feel efficient and good to use.
Well, because we're quickly just discuss this because since we're on the topic of battle regiment, any list that you build with her has to utilize shooting, which means at the minimum you're taking 10 Bloodstalkers. Now, if you're taking Bloodstalkers, you're highly incentivized to take battle regiment so as to not get alpha shot, because you no longer have the Hagg Nar 5-up aura turn 1, and we'll discuss this when we get to Subfactions. But so now it's like taking her incentivizes shooting, which then incentivizes battle regiment, which then means you can't take a lot of your support heroes to be fully efficient.
Yeah,
so it's kind of a weird. Daughters are in a weird place regarding that.
It's a really weird place, and unlike Stormcast, which can put their shooting units in reserve, I would say even like Idoneth can put shooting units in reserve in a pinch, right? If they really expect to play against heavy Alpha Strike. But no, like the Bloodstalkers are so easy to wipe out on turn 1. relatively easy, let's say, because they can be durable.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're vulnerable, and that vulnerability combined with the way Morathi fits into a list makes it really awkward to use. So
Now, when I say they're vulnerable, like we'll discuss this when we get to enhancements. They did give them a command trait, and we'll discuss why that command trait is so useful in if you're building that sort of build.
yeah, it's not like impossible to win against shooting lists. I don't want to give off that impression. It's just it's a weakness, and Morathi doesn't fix that weakness.
Mhm.
In fact, she makes you lean into it more, which makes it an even more pronounced weakness. Because if you shoot off the what is it, like 560 points of or 540 points of Bloodstalkers, then Morathi's there at 680 points. Like, what else is left? You know, like you've killed so much of the army effectively when you kill those Bloodstalkers. So you're doubling down on your strengths, which means you're also doubling down on your weaknesses. So Morathi, it's hard not to call her an S tier unit. She does so much, and the thing she does is invaluable. Like no other unit in the army, no other unit in the game does what Morathi does with her ability to take 4 turns to die while doing good damage and casting 3 spells a turn and double tapping your units. Like, she could be 800 points, I think, and still be S tier. She's so good at what she does.
Yeah, she's one of the few god monsters that aren't worried about being struck off the board. Turn 1.
It feels like you're playing against a god when you play against
Mhm.
Morathi. Every other god, it's like, oh, there's a big thing that casts spells and does melee damage. Okay, I'll just shoot it off the board. But against Morathi, the whole game's different. You have to play differently. So S tier, not an auto include, but very good. And dredging the bottom of the barrel here, we've got Morgwraeth's Blade-Coven and Underworld's Warband. Should we just like stop reviewing these? Like, I feel like we should just stop
I don't
talking
really
about
want to,
them.
and there's nothing special to talk about. They were really good because it used to be like a cheaper Hag Queen because she's a unique character, couldn't take command traits or nothing. But now she's just a Hag Queen with a bodyguard, and it only applies to Hagg Nar. So like, why even talk about her?
Yeah, 185 points for a Hag Queen and like 4 witches. When do you want to spend points to give a Hag Queen a bodyguard?
Hey, she has a blood sister there. Oh, sorry, Bloodstalker there.
Yeah, like 4 shots, whatever.
Whatever. No, whatever. That's the perfect thing.
And they don't have, you know what the worst part about this unit is? They don't have the Witch Elf or Sister keyword, so you can't even buff them with the Gladiatrix. How weird is that?
No.
That's so weird. They're not good. The only reason they're D tier instead of F is that I could see a world where if they were like 125 points, 130 points, you might consider taking them, right? I think this unit could be fixed with points. I hope it's not, because I don't want to see Underworld Warbands in the game unless they're good and like unique and cool and do something instead of just being efficient, right? We don't need units that are just the same unit as another one but efficient. That's boring.
Yeah. Like, I know people who bought like this unit specifically because it was a Hag Queen for the same cost with a bodyguard for free. So
yeah, well, they got their sales.
yes.
Looking at the endless spells now, the Bloodwrack Viper has a new ability. We're comparing it to the 3rd edition FAQ. The new ability is called Monster of Blood. In the charge phase, this thing can stomp or smash like it was a monster. And that's any charge phase, yours and your opponent's, which gives this model some unique utility as in the spell that can interact with your opponent in multiple turns.
Mm-hmm.
So it can move in the hero phase, do stuff there, and then it can do other stuff in the charge phase, which is cool. If you've never seen a Bloodwrack Viper, because frankly nobody really uses endless spells, let me give you the rundown on what this thing does. So it has a cast value of 7. You set it up wholly within 9 inches of the hero, and it's a predatory 9-inch flying move. So pretty standard for endless spells. After moving, you pick a unit within 1 inch and you roll 3 dice, and each roll that is greater than or equal to the wounds characteristic of that model slays a model, which is cool. You could sometimes kill 5 wound heroes, 3 rolls on a 5-up. Sometimes you just kill an instant, like a battlesmith, it's gone, right? All that 5-up ward aura is gone. You can slay Kurnoths instantly. You can kill the one in the middle, and then at the end of the turn, if they haven't had a pile-in move, they just die to cohesion. So there's a lot of neat things you can do with this. Especially good against Stormcast and Nighthaunt, these like really defensive units that are tough to crack normally. You can just instantly kill them, which is great. Ignores saves and wards. It stomps every turn, which is additional piece of utility, another D3 mortal wounds. And if you cast it with the Crystal Heart artifact, you can double its range to 18 inches. And then on top of the flying move of 9 inches, gives you some interesting utility in order to smash terrain pieces, especially useful against Sylvaneth, against Idoneth.
It's incarnate proof.
Oh, yeah, look at that. That's some neat utility.
Yep.
It's an endless spell that
Yeah.
can't be eaten by the Incarnate. I hadn't considered that. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, pretty neat. I mean, nothing to like super brag about, but I was just like curious since they added that wording to the Avatar Khaine.
Yeah, look at that. The downsides of this is that it's 80 points. If you're just using it to stomp every turn, like if you're playing against Gargants, or every unit in the army has 7 wounds, like you're not getting a lot of value out of it. 80 points is a lot in this army. It feels like you're taking something out of your list in order to fit this endless spell, and because it has a high cast value, and you don't have a lot of wizards, and the wizards you have are probably casting Mindrazor every turn, it's really hard to justify that opportunity cost. And it can stomp if it's within 3 inches, but it only moves in the hero phase. So even if your opponent doesn't dispel it, you move it in the hero phase, and they walk away from it. So offensively, you might do some damage with it, but as soon as your opponent's turn happens, they're probably just going to walk away from it. And the biggest opportunity cost here is that you don't have a lot of spells to cast, and Mindrazor is the best one. You're going to cast that all the time. So when do you want to give up a Mindrazor cast and rely on a 7+, and have all this? You just need all this stuff to line up. It's good.
It's really only good against those save stack units like Protectors, for instance.
Yeah, it's good at what it does, but the thing it does isn't that useful, which is like a C tier unit for us. You wouldn't bring it to every list. Sometimes you'd fill a list with it. If we see a meta shift towards more save stacking, like high effective health, this thing becomes more useful.
Yeah. Also, if we live someday, I hope, if they make it so you can everyone can just take an endless spell, a faction endless spell as an enhancement. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, if you didn't have to pay points, this would be great.
Yeah.
Speaking of not great endless spells, the Bladewind has received no changes since the previous 3rd edition FAQ. If you don't know what it does, it casts on a 6, it has a whole range of 9, so you set it up wholly within 9, and then it flies 12 inches, and after it moved, every unit that it passed over and every other unit within an inch take a mortal wound on a 2+. And while you're within 12 inches of it, you do not get cover. So it's easy to cast, relatively. Ignoring cover can be pretty cool against Idoneth and Sylvaneth, because they are armies that want cover. And it's only 50 points, so sometimes you've got 50 points left over, you can't really cut a unit, and okay, sure, instead of a Triumph, you'd take the Bladewind. The downside is that 1 mortal wound never matters in this game, almost never. 1 mortal wound is not significant, and you would never cast this over Mindrazor. Sometimes you might cast the Viper over Mindrazor, you would never cast this. And it's 50 points. If you have 50 points left over, you could also just go for a Triumph, which could allow your unit of Blood Sisters to reroll a charge after they run a charge and fail. It could let your unit of Sisters of Slaughter have +1 to wound, and if their Bloodwrack table isn't pushed up fully, or you lost your Hag Queen or something. I think I'd rather always have a Triumph than this thing. There's no situation.
Cover is, other than, like you said, other than if you're not playing Idoneth, it's not that relevant in this game at all. There's not even that. Most places don't even have enough terrain to where you can take advantage of that. I guess Sylvaneth, it'll matter against Sylvaneth if you want to remove their save stacking.
Yeah, it's so situational, and it's not even good at the thing it does. So F tier, I can't imagine any point value that would make me want to play this thing and give up a spellcast for it.
No, I think you're right.
If my opponent cast this, I would thank them and say thank you so much for not casting Mindrazor. I appreciate it. The final quote endless spell is not actually an endless spell at all. It's an invocation. You make this with a priest, and it is exactly the same as it was in the 3rd edition FAQ. If you haven't seen it in game yet, it chants on a 3+, and since you have a +1 to chanting with all priests while you're near an avatar, this will chant on a 2+ usually. You set it up wholly within 12 inches, and while it's active, all Daughters of Khaine units wholly within 12 inches take -1 damage in the combat phase. If you roll a 6 at the start of the combat phase while this is active, those units also get +1 to attack, but then at the end of that phase, this thing banishes itself and it's gone. And -1 damage taken is really, really powerful. We've seen that effect with Seraphon on their Scaly Skin. We've seen it work in Nighthaunt. It's a very powerful effect, but the problem is that it could also just be totally useless, right? If you're fighting against a lot of damage 1 or damage 6, it's not a significant damage reduction. It's specifically good against damage 2 and damage 3 weapons, and there are a lot of those, to be fair. But the problem is, this is just in the combat phase, right? So you can chant it and then have it do nothing because you have to wait until your opponent's turn if they want to fight you, if you're out of range to fight. And then in the combat phase, you have to roll a dice. And if you roll a 6, it banishes itself. So you could chant it, and then it banishes itself, and you've done literally nothing and given up a really good spell or a really good prayer to do this.
Yeah, I wouldn't like. Yeah, there's a chance you might roll a 6, and that feels bad because then I guess you lose out on the defensive utility. But given that it's -1 damage, I get that it's only in the combat phase, so like I guess doesn't do anything against long strikes. But that's like one of the only units that has 2 damage, right?
Most shooting is higher.
Is one
one
damage.
Yeah.
So or any shooting that can threaten. I mean, there's Kurnoth and stuff, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess that's D3, but then then those are only like -1, right? So you can easily counteract those. Any like super long dangerous shooting, most of it is like 1 damage. So
yeah,
I'm okay with it being only combat. Like it's not too big a problem.
The problem with it being only combat is it's not predatory. It just sits there. So if you like chant it defensively and then kind of sit in the middle of the board, your opponent has to you have to fight within range of it, and then because it just has this chance to just dispel itself, oh man, it's going to lead to a lot of situations where that was great. Like I could have had Battle Shock Immunity, I could have had Sacrament of Blood.
Yeah, I don't think you overcast in middle of the board. I think because like we said, like this army wants to be all offense all the time. I think you only ever cast it if your opponent's like an Alpha Strike army and he's like, hey, go take first turn.
Pretty much, and because it's so cheap, it's only 45 points. Like I would sometimes rather have this than a Triumph, because you do play against Alpha Strike armies. Like if you know the IDNF player is about to hit High Tide, you can preemptively chant this and hope it sticks around, and that's probably better than getting a rerollable charge once per game, because IDNF are so fast you're not going to be able to engage on them the way you want. So you have to play defensive.
Yeah, or like if your opponent's like a Iron Jaws player and they say, hey, take first turn, because they're hoping to run up and hit you with a bunch of War Chanter buffs. Well, okay, their War Chanter buffs don't mean anything. I'd rather go for that.
Right. Now, I do want to stress how bad it's going to feel when you chant this thing and you roll a 1 and you fail and you take a mortal wound, or you chant this thing and then because you're waiting for this Alpha Strike to hit you, and then in your combat phase you have to roll a dice and you roll a 6 and it just goes away. It's like, oh man, and that's like 30% of the time that's going to happen, and you're not using it all the time. So when it has a 30% failure rate overall in that specific scenario, it's really hard to like go out of your way to pick this thing. But because it's so cheap, 45 points, sometimes I would pick this instead of a Triumph, and that's pretty much all it has going for it.
Yep.
So it's very good at what it does, despite its limitations. It's pretty good. Sometimes you can use it offensively. You get a 6, you get +1 attack. Awesome. Like cool. Your witches do 33% more damage, or 50% depending on loadout, and that feels good. But that's not a reliable tactic. It has to be defensive, and it's kind of questionable defensively. So we might be overrating it at B tier, honestly, but it feels right for our classification system. Section 2, Allegiance abilities. We use the same ranking system here, more or less. Really high impact stuff that defines a list is S. Stuff that you would probably never see in a game goes down to F tier. Starting with the subfactions. Hagg Nar, I think, was like the go-to subfaction for all of first edition, and then most of second edition. There were some other subfactions being used, but pretty much it was Hagg Nar across the board. It was the most common.
Mm-hmm. And that's because they had the Fight of Ward turn 1. That was really strong.
Yep, especially when you stacked it with a lot of other things. It's been retooled, I think, for the better overall. It's very focused in what it does now. What it does for you is across the army, you can add 1 to Blood Rights, which seems really, really good at first, because it gives, turn 1, all of your units get +1 to run and charge immediately. Turn 2, all your guys have the +1 hit. Turn 3, all of you guys have the +1 to wound. And on turn 4, you have a 5-up ward army-wide. It also allows you to include an additional Cauldron, though I don't know when you'd ever want to do that. Like, who's using a 5 Cauldron list? I want to see pictures of it.
There are people.
I want to see pictures of it, man.
I know people.
Like,
go to the TGA forums. There are people who are experimenting with it.
Crazy. Yeah, shine on, you crazy diamonds. Adding 1 to Blood Rights seems really, really good. Because especially you can stack it with Hag Queen using Witchbrew, you can stack it with the Medusa using Melusai, you can stack it with a command trait, and you can stack it with a prayer. You can stack it with all these things and get a unit crazy high up the Blood Rights and have a 5-up ward on your first turn. And that feels really, really good, right? You can use that with really aggressive, fast builds that are going to charge into the enemy right away, so you can have +1/+1 on turn 1. Sometimes a lot of units have to wait until turn 2. So, for example, if you give a unit Witch Brew and Sacrament of Blood, which is a prayer that increases your blood rights by 1, that unit is automatically +1/+1, turn 1, charge in right away. It feels really good to do that. It is worth noting, though, that Witch Elves, if you just give them Witch Brew, like you don't have to use the prayer on them, they would have +1/+1 if they're near a totem, which is very efficient. Like Witch Elves can be scary right off the bat. And Blood Sisters and Morathi, you can push them forward together and have a pretty competent alpha strike. Now, the downside is that +1 to blood rights, it only matters if you stack it with other bonuses to blood rights. Because if you just have this +1 and you don't have a Witch Brew or a Sacrament, all you're getting is a mobility bonus on turn 1, which isn't very useful. And then on turn 2, like if you only have +1 and then Hagg Nar, you're only getting a hit bonus. It feels like you really want to make sure you get that wound bonus as well. So you got to stack a lot of stuff, and all this stuff really only affects one unit at a time. And things like
most of it is only on your turn too. So like,
well, Sacrament lasts until your next turn, which is cool. But the big one is that Witch Brew only lasts until the end of your turn, which means when you're fighting defensively, even when you get that cool 5-up board, as soon as your opponent's turn starts, like that's gone. The 5-up board is only on your turn, and that's like, do you even need it? Like you charge in a bunch of Witch Elves, like you don't really care if they die. That's kind of the whole point of this army, is like everything trades up. You do tremendous damage. You don't need a 5-up board on your turn. Another big downside is that this army is not that fast. So even though this plays into a fast style, I wouldn't call Witch Elves like the fast army in the game. They're not able to keep up with stuff like Idoneth or Ironjaws that can really clear a lot of distance. So those armies can just deploy all the way at the back edge of the table. You are forced to take the first turn probably because you want to run a lot of heroes and support units if you're not running a battle regiment. And then they just force you to go first. You move up into the middle and then they just charge you. So the 6-inch move really limits the alpha strike potential with units like Witches. 8-inch move on Blood Sisters is better. And it takes a lot of effort to get these units. Like Daughters don't fit into an alpha strike playstyle very easily. I don't think they can do the crippling damage you need for an alpha strike to work. And then they don't have, they can do the damage, no doubt about that, but they don't have the defense to survive the counterattack, which is a problem.
Yeah.
So Hagg Nar, I was really excited when I first saw it because the potential of getting a 5-up board on turn 1 seems really good, but because it doesn't last until into the next turn, it's really not that useful to have +1 because you can still just get Witch Brew and Sacrament. You can just do these things. You don't need Hagg Nar to be giving you +1.
I think it's Witch Brews. The change to Witch Brew makes this weaker because Witch Brew always used to be until the start of your next hero phase. The fact that it's only till the end of your turn, that significantly weakened Hagg Nar's prospects.
Yeah, like if Witch Brew lasted, like Sacrament, if Witch Brew lasted until your next hero phase, this would be S tier. I think a lot of people would use Hagg Nar, but because Witch Brew is just for your turn, getting the 5-up board it's not that impactful, and there's other ways to get bonuses to wound rolls without having this ability. So this really seems to only fit into a very fast, aggressive style that wants to punch your opponent turn 1 as hard as possible. Every other subfaction, I think, does round 2, round 3 combat better. So you kind of seems like that's what this is leaning into. Or it's, this Cauldron list, which I would love to see how this works. I can't envision it personally, though. I think the favored units for this subfaction are going to end up being Blood Sisters. I think Heartrenders are going to fit into these lists very easily. I think Bloodstalkers are going to work well because they can do a lot of damage from 30 inches away. And I think Witch Elf screens are going to work, and even disposable witches can turn into pretty good hammer units when you buff them up. So I think Witch Elves being able to get +1/+1 with a totem and Witch Brew is going to be pretty good in this subfaction. In terms
it's sort of like a jack of all trades, master of none. Like when you can't decide on any specific buff, it's not a bad buff to have.
Yeah, like we talked about in the Nighthaunt review, there's the idea that it costs nothing. There's a bigger cost in this book to subfactions than there was in the Nighthaunt book, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of heroes, this faction would definitely want a Morathi build. I can see that working because you want a very fast, aggressive army. You could see a Melusai Ironscale to make your Blood Sisters and Stalkers battle line. A Battle Mage gives you the extra little bit of threat range that you need on Blood Sisters to be a turn 1 charge army. And Hag Queens on foot are very good because it's not a Cauldron, so it doesn't compete with Morathi and battle regiments. And you need Witch Brew with Hagg Nar because if you're not stacking bonuses to Blood Right, don't play Hagg Nar. There's no reason.
Yep.
So B tier overall, it's fine, it's serviceable. It's just not as good as some of the other choices. I think Draichi Ganeth has surprised all of us as the best subfaction. I think when we first cracked open the book, we didn't expect to be talking about it as the best subfaction because it actually just seemed pretty marginal. Because the ability is Witch Elves and Sisters of Slaughter gain an additional point of rend if they charged in that turn, and you can include an additional unit of reinforced Witch Elves. So even if you have all your reinforcement points spent, you can include a reinforced unit of Witch Elves, so 20 or 30. So why is this good? Well, because it stacks with other effects that give you high rend. And rend gets better the more of it you have, just like save bonuses get better, rend gets better as well. It stacks with the Gladiatrix and Mindrazor, and you can give witches a basic battle line unit can have rend 3 attacks because of this ability. Even a small unit, a small unit of 10 Witch Elves can just suddenly become one of the highest damage output units in the game. Because you can give them +1 to wound rolls for being near a totem. You don't need blood rights to give them bonuses to wound, unlike a lot of other hammers. With just Witch Brew and the Gladiatrix, on turn 2, each Witch Elf in this unit is 3 attacks, 2s and 2s, rend 2. And when you give them Mindrazor, you double their damage and give them another point of rend, so they're 6 damage per model on 2s and 2s, rend 3. That is an absurd stat line for a 115 point unit. Yeah.
Yep.
And potentially, you can also run a list with 3x30 Witch Elves. So if you like those first edition lists, and I don't like you for liking them, but if you liked them in first edition, you can play them again with this subfaction. The downsides of this subfaction are that only one unit can activate the run 6 and reroll charge command. So this isn't like, and only one unit can get Mindrazor. So you kind of don't want to just charge in like 5 units of Witch Elves at the same time, because a lot of them are just going to die if you do that, and they're not going to accomplish much.
Yeah.
If you can't retreat and charge with this subfaction, which means you can get stuck in combat, and if you're not charging, you're not getting the rend damage bonus. Now, Daughters are not exactly a durable army. A lot of these units are just going to die before they have a chance to retreat and charge, even if they could. But let's say you have a unit of 30 witches with bucklers, stack a bunch of defensive bonuses on them in order to absorb a charge. If they're absorbing a charge, that means they're not charging themselves, which means they don't get this bonus, in which case, why are you playing this subfaction, right? And like we talked about, in general, 6-inch move is a very limited threat range. So even if you run and charge, like there's only so far you can go. So what kind of playstyle could you think of that would utilize this benefit to its fullest? And I think what we came up with is a list that is quite good, but it requires a very different playstyle than what players are used to. This is a playstyle where you have all of these cheap units of Witch Elves, which at any point in the game, you just flip a switch and they turn into murder monsters. So your opponent is fighting screens, and then as soon as you don't need them to be screens anymore, they are going to kill everything. And you'll see this concept demonstrated. We have a list in the next section that combines all of these things together, and we'll kind of give you a rundown. And I think after seeing that list, you guys might see why we consider this faction to be S tier. It is because the insane damage of Witch Elves, combined with how cheap and disposable they are, just works really, really well together. Personally, I don't think Morathi will fit well into this, because Morathi is so expensive. Like we talked about, you really want to bring Blood Sisters and Blood Stalkers to get offensive value out of her abilities. And when you're doing that, you kind of just don't have the points and leader slots left over to take the necessary support units that you need for this. So you can't really take a lot of Hags, you can't really take 2 Gladiatrixes, which is what you want. It's difficult to take a Bloodwrack Shrine or a Medusa with the Master of Magic and Shadowstone combo. So I couldn't see any list that used Morathi with Draichi Ganeth. I would like to be surprised.
No, I don't.
Hopefully see that.
The thing is, witches require so much investment that if you're not leaning into them,
as a hammer,
it's not. Yeah, it's just a waste. Like that's my opinion. It's like, don't bother with Morathi and Draichi Ganeth.
Yeah. So the units I could see being favored in this subfaction are obviously Witch Elves. I can see Sisters of Slaughter in here as well, because Sisters can just pile in from 6, but they sometimes also want to charge to get that bonus rend, because anything that can pump up Witch Elf damage is good. Bloodstalkers and Heartrenders would round it out, giving you more tactical flexibility, because I think if you just run witches, you're kind of limited in what you can do, right? If you have no shooting and no reserve units, all you do is move forward and hit stuff. Like, it's not strategically, it's not very useful. Especially because you're not like flying over stuff like you could with a Maw Crusher, right?
Right. Having range projection is good. Like you can get rid of screens, you can compete, you can make alternate targets for your opponents. Like if you have some Bloodstalkers or in something like that, like it gives them something to shoot over your Witch Elves, which will die en masse usually.
Right. Yeah, you have to consider your any squad of 10 Witch Elves is just one phase away from dying. And that's fine because you have a lot of them with this list. In terms of heroes, you definitely want Gladiatrixes, probably 2. You want Hag Queens. You want Hag Queens on Cauldrons because you want Witch Brew. Because starting on turn 1, your Witch Elves with Sacrament and Witch Brew and your Totem can be on +1/+1, which is very, very efficient. You can be aggressive early on if the opportunity presents itself. You can also bring a squad of 30 Witches with a Buckler and do a bunch of save stacking and potentially even take a defensive position. And finally, I think the last unit that you really want to bring with this is the Bloodwrack Shrine. Given how important Mindrazor is for this particular setup, being able to reliably cast Mindrazor is huge. Being able, instead of an 8-up with nothing, you get a 7 with a reroll and a 7 with a reroll. So that makes it a lot more reliable, and I think that's kind of the secret to making this playstyle work, is that you can reliably just turn witches into murder machines. So S tier, we might be overranking it because it's really hard to see a list without Morathi and call that S tier, but we're going to take a gamble with this one. I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely going to be a really popular build. If you're not, the Morathi build hasn't changed, but this will be probably the next most popular build for people who already have that many Witch Elves painted.
For sure, I think so. Witch Elves are also just a fun unit to use, and people haven't had a chance to use them, so they'll take any excuse. Looking at Khelt Nar next. Khelt Nar does one thing, and that is it allows your units to retreat and charge, but not shoot, importantly. So if your Bloodstalkers or your Cauldrons get stuck in combat and you retreat, you can't shoot with them. So is that good, this one ability? Yes. Obviously, yes. Retreating and charging is very good. We always talk about how powerful that ability is. Nighthaunt have it army-wide, and they are a very strong army. And is it as strong in Daughters, though? I don't know.
It's the weird thing is the instances where you would want to retreat and charge are like Draichi Ganeth, just for that extra rend every turn, and for Mindrazor, which are literally the only 2 possibilities that I can think of. Because you should be killing whatever you're charging into. You should not be getting targeted by anything if you're DOK, usually.
Yeah, if you do it right, you won't get stuck in combat. That's kind of the thing with Daughters. So, defensively, you'll probably get wiped out unless you're save stacking a whole bunch of stuff. And then offensively, you do so much damage that you don't really need to retreat and charge. It's going to be useful, no doubt about it. But it's not like retreat and charge in another army. Stormcast retreat and charge would be insane. If Fulminators could retreat and charge, that's a different game. In Daughters, though, you're so fragile and so punchy, you don't take advantage of it nearly as often as you would with a unit like Fulminators or even Nighthaunt or other armies. Where it really comes in, I think Khelt Nar, the Shadow Queen, loves to retreat and charge, because the common tactic when dealing with the Shadow Queen is to throw something at her that she can't kill, and then she gets stuck in combat and takes wounds. And that's the best thing you can do against Morathi. So a lot of people are using Gotrek for this reason, because he just wouldn't be killed by Morathi in one turn. And he would just tire down, and there's your 680-point God model stuck in combat with a dwarf for the whole game. And when you can give the Shadow Queen retreat and charge, that's out the window. There is no strategy that works against Morathi anymore, because if she can just use her 14-inch flying move and fly out of whatever combat she wants and then charge into whatever combat she wants, and remember, she will have a +1 almost all the time because of the blood rights, so she's not failing those 3-inch charges. That is insane value on Morathi. Her main weakness is just gone. Whatever your opponent is their biggest, scariest thing, you tie it down with Morathi. And when they can't stop you from doing that, Morathi's amazing. So I think this is the Morathi faction. When you see a Morathi list, it's probably going to be Khelt Nar, because this extra utility is so powerful with her.
You're already seeing that quite a bit, actually, just because of the retreat and charge. Because there's tough things like Nurgle in the game now, and the thing they do is they like to charge Morathi with something like a Beast and Nurgle and just tie her down. But if she can't be tied down, then her value goes up exponentially. So.
Oh yeah, her strategic value is through the roof if she can retreat and charge. Now, there's downsides to using this, obviously. You can't retreat and shoot with the Stalkers, like we said. You can't run anymore when you retreat. That used to be a thing in 2nd edition. In 3rd edition, when you retreat, you make a normal move. You don't make a run move, which means your units are only moving 6 inches or 8 inches, which means you can't do fun things like, retreat far out of one combat and then charge into a distant combat. You're only moving 6 or 8, which is like, it's just a different form of retreat and charge than what we've seen in other armies. And I'd say the biggest downside is that, like, in order to use this ability, your units have to actually survive the combat. And Daughters of Khaine are not an army that survives combat. They get hit and they die, and that's it. So it's really for Morathi, and it's just so good that I think it's worth considering just for that.
Yeah. Morathi builds specifically.
Yeah, so we can definitely see Morathi builds working with this. You'd want to run Blood Sisters and Stalkers, obviously, along with Morathi. I can also see the Slaughter Queen on Cauldron of Blood working for this because she has that cool fight first, fight twice combo that we talked about, and which we'll explain in more detail later. And you definitely want an Ironscale, right? If you're running Blood Sisters and Stalkers, you want an Ironscale. Even though you're retreating and charging, you still want the option to run and charge as well.
Mm-hmm.
So overall, we rank this probably about as strong as Hagg Nar, like, because it's really limited in what it does. Unless Morathi lists are insanely strong, and this is the only subfaction you use, it's hard to rank this at like higher than B. We're kind of taking a gamble on this one as well. It could be A, depending on how good Morathi is. We're finding a lot of problems in list building with Morathi, strategic problems too, like looking at the matchups for Daughters of Khaine. There's a lot of times where you're like, I really wish I could put my Stalkers in reserve, because those long strikes just shoot them up.
Oh, that's never. So that hasn't stopped that list from being popular. The not being able to put them in reserve. What really hurts, I think, is the +1 to cast gone, because Morathi could pretty reliably mind razor every turn because of that. Over the course of like 5 rounds, but like that no longer being guaranteed on Morathi. Her losing that +1 to cast, meaning she's not a retreating and charging monster, because if you can get Mind Razor off reliably and retreat and charge, that value goes up exponentially, because Mind Razor only triggers on the charge for the extra damage. So Morathi in Khelt Nar was always like on -3 rand 4 damage, which is insane.
It was a huge damage boost for her. And so that list is just weaker than it was before. And I think it's been weakened enough that other lists can take advantage of those weaknesses. And it's not going to be like you'd play this list at a common tournament and you're just going to go 5-0, right? I don't think it's going to be like that anymore. It's going to be more in the like 4-1 territory, because it's going to have these hard counters that stop it from going 5-0. But it's still a good list, no doubt. And I think that list will go Khelt Nar or Khailebron. It's hard to predict exactly which one.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a B tier, like a B plus probably for Khelt Nar. Maybe
it's
like
a high B.
High B.
Also high B.
Right.
Yeah.
Speaking of Khailebron, this one has been nerfed quite a bit from 2nd edition, obviously. Everything was nerfed. You no longer have the army-wide -1 to be hit with missile weapons, which I think is one of the main reasons you saw Khailebron, because it gave you that extra little bit of defense against shooting armies, in addition to this command ability, which allows you to teleport a friendly unit. It now also gives you battle line Khainite Shadowstalkers, which I don't know why.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
They're like, we nerfed this unit to heck. Give them something.
Yeah. No, the reason you play it is because of the teleport thing. So the question with this is, when do you want a teleporting command ability? It is a command ability, right? So you're using significant resources here with the command points. You can use it to escape bad combats with Morathi, right? If you're stuck in a bad place, you can get out and then try for an 8-inch charge usually, because you have +1 to charge with this army pretty much all the time. You can get your Bloodstalkers just out of combat. If one model gets within 3 inches and now you can't shoot anything else, teleport out. You're good,
Yeah.
You can teleport your Cauldrons or Medusas or all your slow foot heroes that are running out of range. Like your units are running out of range, you just teleport the hero forward and you're guaranteed to have like peak efficiency. If there's an empty objective, you just steal it at any time, which is not something that this army can do otherwise, because nothing really, except for the Shadowstalkers, nothing teleports, and I don't think Shadowstalkers are worth using.
Mm-hmm.
You also get +1 to charge from Blood Rights, and you can get extra bonuses for charge from something like a Battle Mage with Wild Form. You can get +2. You can use the Chronomantic Cogs to get another +1, and you can reroll. So you're looking at, potentially 5-inch rerollable charges out of a teleport, which is crazy. Like if you get Mind Razor off too, like anything just dies. You teleport and kill something. The downsides, though, obviously it costs a command point, and this army loves command points. You want to use command points in the shooting phase, you want to use them defensively, you want to use them offensively. You probably want to rally sometimes, even with the 4-up rally command trait, which we'll talk about soon. You want to use Morathi's double tap. This army chugs command points, and this is another one to spend it on. And also, it has to be issued by a hero, unlike a lot of commands in the game, which the unit can just issue it to themselves. That means you can't just have a unit, on its own doing whatever it wants and then teleport it somewhere else. This has to be, a hero has to babysit that unit. And if you are not bringing any serious charge bonuses, you're just trying to teleport forwards and charge into combat, it's not a really reliable strategy. Even with 8 on a reroll is still not reliable enough to make that good. So, and it's only 1 unit per turn. So whatever unit you send in there is going to be, it's going to be buffed up, but then it's just going to die to the counterattack because it's unsupported. So it's not fitting into this Alpha Strike style. It's kind of fitting into more of a sit back, shoot stuff, take your punches, and then teleport a unit forward fully buffed, charge in, kill a bunch of stuff. Next turn, do it all over again. It's kind of like a
Last Castle.
It's kind of, yeah. So that's what we see for this sub-faction. I think Morathi could work in this sub-faction. I don't know if because Bloodstalkers are going to be good in this. Teleporting them anywhere in range to shoot is very good, and when you can double tap too, that's also very good. So a lot of tactical flexibility there. I think Sisters are going to work well because you can teleport them, and then you don't have to bring an Ironscale, right? If you bring a Battle Mage instead and give this unit +2 charge, you don't need an Ironscale because you're teleporting. You're not running and charging. Bloodstalkers are going to work well, obviously. Witch Elves are going to work for a cheap disposable screen, because if you're playing more of a defensive style where then you teleport 1 unit forward as appropriate, you want some Witch Elf screens for that. And then Heartrenders give you additional flexibility around the board. I think that kind of core of those units works really well. And in terms of heroes, you can bring Morathi. I think she would work well with this. Ironscale, if you're bringing Sisters, makes sense. And this particular sub-faction, this is the one time I wouldn't automatically bring an Ironscale along with Blood Sisters, just because if you're teleporting and you're relying on a teleport charge, you don't need the Ironscale anymore. The Medusa and the Shrine make a lot of sense here, because you can buff up a unit with a Master of Magic Shadowstone to cast Mind Razor, buff up that unit, teleport it forwards, get the reliable charge off, and just murder stuff. So this is a really cool sub-faction if you want to do precision damage. This almost feels like how Stormcast use Annihilators, but you can do it any round of the game. You don't need an Imperatant. It's pretty cool. I think it's a really cool playstyle.
Yeah. Actually, with the Battle Mage, I like the Battle Mage play with this. It's kind of like Annihilators. But then again, I'm biased because I play Annihilators all the time.
Yeah. So it's good. We rank it B tier as well. It feels high B. It feels better than Hagg Nar, but maybe not enough to give it its own tier. Yeah, seems about right. Next up, the Kraith. Sisters of Slaughter can fight again if you roll a 4+, but you gain the Strike Last effect. And Sisters of Slaughter do absurd damage. They do Witch Elf damage, and Witch Elves do crazy damage. So Sisters of Slaughter being able to fight twice is even more insane. And it's not just the fact that they do all that damage, but it's because they have a 6-inch pile-in that allows them so much threat range. If you ever get a combat phase where you fight with 30 Sisters and wipe something out, and your opponent has other stuff further away, the 6-inch pile-in will let you get into range with that. Because you charged, you can still be eligible to fight. Yeah, it's crazy mobility. It feels so strong that the damage output that 30 Sisters can do, if you ever roll a 4+, it feels like you're just going to win the game. You're just going to overrun your opponent in one combat phase.
Yeah, it's really, really powerful. I think people might be skeptical to run it because people generally hate rolling 4-ups. It's why, even though we talked about the command trait that Nighthaunt have, the ruler of the spirit hosts, it's just I guess they can do this every turn, so it's a little better in that sense.
Yep, it's every turn, and it's also during your opponent's turn. So if you're playing against a melee army and you screen with witches, and then you absorb that charge, you riposte with your Sisters from 6 inches away, and then on a 4+, they fight again. It's a crazy amount of damage, and then you just retreat and pile in and do it again the next turn. It's really I love the way this messes with combat, and if you ever roll a 4-up, it feels like you're going to win. Unlike a lot of other units in the Daughters army, this unit can kill a screen and then 4-up fight again. That kind of utility shouldn't be underestimated because I think unless you're bringing 15 Bloodstalkers that are double tapping with Morathi, killing screens is a serious concern for this army. Not like impossible, just it's serious. You got to care about it.
Yeah.
And then because they have this 6-inch pile in, you kill the screen, you pile in 6, and then you use your 2-inch range to whip something from 8 inches away from the front line. Like that is crazy. I don't know of any other unit that does something like this.
I mean, the closest is probably like a Bloodtooth, but they don't fight. They just charge in and do some mortal wounds.
Yeah, it feels like when Maw Crushers get the stomp off and they kill models and they can pile in again and do it again. That's what this feels like. Except your opponent can't use Hunters of the Heartland to be immune to it.
Oh yeah.
So obviously there's downsides, right? 4+ is swingy. Do you feel lucky? How I think of it is you play this as like a kind of like a Witch Elf unit, right? You go with bucklers, you save stack on them, you get some screens, you make them as tough as possible. If your opponent engages on you, you have a pretty good chance of just killing them outright. The downside here is, or the struggle will be when you're dealing with a shooting castle or something that can stay far away because you don't have the highest threat range. And so I think you build around those limitations and you kind of play as if you're kind of not going to get the 4+. And then anytime you do get it, it's like a nitro boost and you just run through the enemy army.
Yeah, but the fact that it can potentially be game ending when you do it. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is just assuming you have one unit of sisters. What if you bring multiples? What if you bring like 2 units of 30 or 3 units of 20? And then each one has a chance of getting that 4 up, It's crazy.
One or two will get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
pretty
sick.
Only one is going to have the Witch Brew and the Sacrament and the Mind Razor and all that stuff. If that one rolls a 4 up, I'm pretty sure you're going to win. Another downside here is that Sisters of Slaughter need more buffs than Witch Elves. So, for example, your Witch Elves get +1 to wound rolls from being near a totem, while Sisters of Slaughter need a lot of Blood Right stacking to get that. I don't think it's actually possible to get it on turn 1 because you can.
Yeah, not in Kraith. I don't think so.
No, because you can give them Witch Brew and Sacrament, but that only gives them a +2, so they'll be on 2s and 3s, but they have to wait until turn 2 in order to be on 2s and 2s.
Yeah,
which I think is fine. It kind of fits into the playstyle of what you're trying to do here, which is force the enemy to engage on you and then counterattack. Like this does feel very much like. Sorry.
Stop saying witch so much.
Sorry. Yeah. This buff only works on Sisters of Slaughter. And they're just not as efficient as the witches. And it only works in the combat phase. That's important to note. Like if you're trying to do some shenanigans with the Orgy of Slaughter or Morathi ability to fight in the hero phase, it doesn't work there. It only works in the combat phase, so can't have any shenanigans there. In terms of favored units, Sisters of Slaughter makes sense. I still think you're going to want Witch Elves to run as screens, not as a primary hammer unit, but the good thing is anytime you're using Sisters, you're going to use the same buffs on Witches too, so those 10 Witches have a lot of value besides just being a screen. They can turn into murder monsters anytime. You're going to want to support that, I think, with some Bloodstalkers to shoot down screens, and some Heartrenders to give you some control over the battlefield. And also to tie down enemy shooting. Like we discussed when we were talking about Heartrenders, if you have 2 units of them, you can charge 1 unit in to absorb it in the shell, and then charge the second unit in to pin the unit down for a turn. I think when you're using the Kraith, you definitely want a Cauldron for Blood Shield. I think you definitely want a Bloodwrack Shrine for Master of Magic, Shadowstone, and Mind Razor. I think you definitely want a Gladiatrix. You definitely want Hag Queens for Witch Brew, and you definitely want a Battle Mage to give you that extra threat range you need in order to engage long distance. So it's a kind of a niche playstyle. It's not like the other sub-factions, but I think it's very strong. I think it's definitely A tier. Feels very good to use this and get that 4 up. You win the game, man.
Yeah. I think people are going to discount this, and then something like a Kraith build is going to ruin them, and they'll change their minds.
Yeah, it's a very distinct playstyle from the other sub-factions. I think that's really cool about the Daughters of Khaine book, is like every sub-faction feels like a different army.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the weirdest one by far. Zainthar Kai. First of all, most important thing, I think, is that it gives you battle line Melusai, and you don't have to take an Ironscale general for that, which is great.
But you always want to anyway.
You'll pretty much always take it, but you don't have to run it as the general, which is what matters.
General, sure.
Yeah. And whenever a Melusai dies, it can fight before being removed. And that's not like Hallowed Knights fighting on a 4-up. It just, you get to fight. And fighting means you pile in and you attack. Since Blood Sisters have a 2-inch reach, that means you can pile in 3 inches and then swing 2 inches, and you're fighting something 5 inches away. And it activates when you die for any reason in any phase. If you die to shooting, if you die to magic, if you die to unleash hell, you can attack immediately and get this stuff. An interesting interaction is that it's Melusai keyword, so that an Ironscale, if the Ironscale is killed, it fights, and if it kills a model, then Gory Offering works. I think, at least. I'll have to see if in the FAQ if that combo works. Bloodstalkers, though, have terrible melee damage, but it's extra damage. Like if you get charged, it's extra damage you're gonna do, so it's not like it's bad. And this allows Blood Sisters to trade very well. If you're getting charged by pigs from an Ironjaw's army, or if you're taking high tide damage, this allows you to trade back as you're losing models. And in Age of Sigmar, you can't always stop yourself from losing models, so it is a useful ability, especially because it's guaranteed. Well, you still have to roll dice to hit and wound and everything, but it's guaranteed to activate.
Mm-hmm.
The downsides are, obviously, it only works on Melusai units, so it does nothing for your Cauldron, it does nothing for your support heroes, it does nothing for your witch screens, but that's fine, right? Because you're going to go heavy on Melusai in this subfaction. If you die more than 5 inches from an enemy unit, nothing, whatever, sorry. So weak to shooting.
Yeah, also doesn't activate Crystal Touch. That was the big
Yes, thing. This is another contentious issue here, is that Turn to Crystal says it's activated when the unit finishes combat, and when a model finishes combat is not the same thing. So we're not sure what happens here. Could use an FAQ about that. Favored units, I think obviously Bloodstalkers and Blood Sisters. You'll want Witch Elf screens, and you will want some Heartrenders for control as well. Morathi, I think, can fit pretty well into this because you don't have to bring an Ironscale, which means you can run a battle regiment and have a different support hero like a Medusa or a Hag. You can run a Cauldron, I think, with these guys. That would work well. And an Ironscale is in general just a good idea to run. You don't have to bring it as a general, but it is still good to run so you can give your Blood Sisters more mobility. I think Zainthar Kai is pretty good. I think it's A tier. I'm not sure if it's the best build to run Morathi, but it does feel like a good subfaction overall.
Yeah.
Looking at command traits, looking at the ones for Daughters of Khaine first. Arcane Mastery teaches your general all the spells from the Lore of Shadows, which is not great, because first of all, you have to be a wizard, which means you need an Arcane Tome. But all the spells from the Lore of Shadows is not great, because really the one you want to cast is Mindrazor. And since you only have one cast per turn, learning the rest of the spells isn't a big deal. Morathi already knows all the spells, so if you want to bring that, you could just get that. And if you really want to get more spells, you can always just take a spell enhancement. So I don't know when you would take this command trait, really.
I don't know.
Like,
no, not really.
Maybe if you have...
I can't see. Like, maybe if you really, really wanted Steed of Shadows and Mindrazor.
That's pretty much it. That's the only time.
Yeah.
And you need to find some other way to cast multiple spells. So it has to be like a Medusa with an Arcane Tome, or Morathi casts Cogs and then the Medusa can use it. But Morathi casts 3 spells and she knows all the spells. So yeah, just no, sorry.
No.
Bathed in Blood, you can heal a wound every time you slay a model with attacks in the combat phase. Potentially this could heal a lot, but because it's just the attacks of the general, it has to be like the Hag or the Slaughter Queen or the Medusa, right? And Daughters aren't exactly a durable army, so if you take damage, and you need to take damage in order to heal it, obviously, but if you're taking damage, something's hitting you, it's going to be big. They're not just going to waste weak attacks on you. So how many times are you actually going to heal a lot from this before you die? Probably not ever.
Not much. Yeah.
And it's only 1 wound every time you slay a model, so if you're fighting Gargants or something, it's too conditional and it's not very effective. Yeah. So F tier.
No.
I don't think I'd ever use this. Fueled by Revenge, we talked about this in the Ironscale Warscroll. Once per battle, you can give all Melusai wholly within 12 inches +1 attack. It's only usable by a Melusai general, which means only the Ironscale, but it can be used in any combat phase, yours or your opponent's. The Ironscale is often taken as the general in order to unlock battle line snakes, either Blood Sisters or Bloodstalkers, so it's not a bad pick, honestly. You can use it defensively in Zainthar Kai, and when you're dying, you can start trading up. So if you're going against an Alpha Strike and they hit you just on the right angle after clearing your screen, you can have 4 attacks apiece on your Blood Sisters as they trade in, which is pretty decent.
Mm-hmm.
Blood Sisters do a lot of damage, but if you need that extra little punch in order to get through walls, you can combo this with like a Mind Razor and really get through that big unit of Protectors, or even Gotrek. This really helps against him. So
Yeah.
A tier.
Or Gargants, like, helps them pass DPS checks against Gargants.
Yeah, for sure. There's not a lot of armies that can just flip a switch and get more damage. Also, +1 attack combos really well with All Out Slaughter. More attacks means more exploding attacks. So, yeah, overall pretty good. If Melusai General wasn't so common, I wouldn't rate this so high. But because the Melusai General is a good pick, I think it's very good. Next up is Zealous Orator. If this general issues Rally, then you revive models on a 4+ instead of a 6. Now this does work on allied units, just like the Fireslayer one did before they eroded it. We are expecting it to get eroded, so don't expect that interaction to stick around.
Yeah, don't try to rally Stormjade Guard back with this, please.
Yeah. Now this isn't, I don't think it's as good as people think. It is very good, but it's not like incredibly good, because like we talked about earlier, you're not going to survive combats very often with Daughters of Khaine, and you're either stuck.
I think it's purely for shooting.
It's pretty much just for shooting, right? And in that scenario, it's very good, because one of the weaknesses of this army is that if you have, for example, 15 Bloodstalkers, they can reliably get shot to bits, if not completely wiped out by other shooting armies. But if you stack enough defensive bonuses on them, like for example, Blessing of Khaine, which lets you reroll the 6-up ward, Blood Shield, all out defense, you can suddenly survive a big round of alpha shooting from something like 6 long strikes, and then on your turn you rally them back. And I think this is the combo that's going to protect Daughters of Khaine from just getting wiped off the board against shooting armies. And it's so strong, the effect is so good, and Bloodstalkers are so common in Daughters lists that I think it's an A tier ability. If you're not using shooting, it's okay.
Yeah, anytime you're using 30 wounds of anything, and this could be Witch Elves, this could be Bloodstalkers, this could be Blood Sisters, and you're worried about them eating lead from Judicators or long strikes. I mean, maybe the double tap can wipe them, because I think mathematically that one does. But let's say we'll just consider single shooting for now, like single volleys for now. Long strikes, Lumineth archers, Judicators with Skybolt bows. This thing is incredibly helpful because nothing really wipes Daughters of Khaine stuff on a 4-up save with a 6-up ward, and then you can use it to rally, like, on average half the models back, which is really, really good.
Yeah, it's a powerful utility piece, I would say. And there's going to be times where you also use it on 30 blocks of Witches, 30 blocks of Sisters. It's not just for Stalkers. It's good. It's not the best command trait. I think there's one more that I would take more often than this, just because of how this army works. But it is a very good ability. There's no.
The thing is, this is one that, like, later, as your units, let's say your units even survive on like 3 or 4 models, the later the game goes, it becomes more valuable. Like, let's imagine, for instance, your opponent charges in a Maw Crusher, just alpha striking, just screaming all the way into your lines. He kills, I don't know, out of your 15 Blood Sisters, he kills like 8 or 9 of them. And you kill him in the riposte. Well, great. Now you can rally them back and then keep them going for the rest of the game.
Yeah, there's definitely downsides with that playstyle. Like, if you survive the combat, that means you're probably within 3 inches, and then you can't rally at all. Another problem is that rally is a command point that's valuable. Right? You might not necessarily want to rally that turn. You might want to save it for more offense. There's also the issue that if you rally a unit, it can't receive other commands in that phase, and the main one being either Orgy of Slaughter or Morathi's ability, and those two are both very, very good. So it's like there's just pain points everywhere along the way with this ability, but the situations where it's good are going to be so good that you're going to be glad you took it. Also, it has to be issued by the general. This isn't just any rally. This is when the general issues a rally. And given how fragile Daughters of Khaine generals are, your opponent could just kill that general. So you probably have to stick it on something like a Cauldron or a Hag that you can hide behind a wall. It's not easy to keep that hero alive because there's no bodyguards in this army. So overall, very good. A tier. Yeah, I would be happy using this on a lot of lists. Master of Poisons. If this general caused any wounds in the combat phase, at the end of the combat phase, you deal d6 mortal wounds to that unit that was wounded. It only works, however, if the model is not slain. So this is a situation where your Medusa stabbed something and it didn't die. It took damage, but it didn't die, and then it takes another d6 mortal wounds. D6 mortal wounds is good. It's just not as good as the next one. and
Mhm.
you're generally not using your support heroes as hammers in this army because like your actual hammers do so much damage, you're just going to wipe stuff out. So D6 mortal wounds would be a lot better in any other army, but in Daughters of Khaine this is just not very good, especially because this next one here is actually quite good. Sacrificial Overseer, we talked about this in the Slaughter Queen War Scroll review. If you slay any models with this general, you can fight again that turn, but you gain the Strike Last effect. And we think the Slaughter Queen on Cauldron is very good with this, because the Slaughter Queen has a prayer that makes her fight first. And when you have a fight first effect, you fight at the beginning, like in that little window. You don't gain the fight last effect from Sacrificial Overseer until after you fight with the strike first effect. At that point, you have both a strike first effect and a strike last effect, and as per the core rules, they cancel out and you go back into normal turn order. So what ends up happening is the Slaughter Queen fights first. If she kills something, she can immediately fight again, or you can just pick another unit to fight, right? Like, it goes into normal turn order, but it's potentially a buttload of damage. Double fighting is very strong in Age of Sigmar.
Mm-hmm.
So we think this is pretty good. The problem is that it's really only good with the Slaughter Queen. Nothing else is really punchy enough to justify using it. And that's kind of based on this understanding of the rules that might get eroded. And even if it doesn't get eroded, like, when do you actually want a punchy Cauldron in your list? You're much better off running punchy units and support heroes rather than punchy heroes and hammer units. So it's niche, even if it works the way we think it does. So I wouldn't go clipping off bits to make a Slaughter Cauldron just yet. I'd wait for the FAQ.
Yeah, that's fair.
True Believer. This general adds 1 to the blood rights. I don't understand the purpose of this, because, like we talked about with Hagg Nar, unless you're stacking blood rights, this is not very good. And a lot of the blood rights stacking comes from Witch Brew, which is temporary. It's only on your turn. So, like, if you're trying to use this to get a 5-up ward, you're not going to unless you heavily invest into it. And even when you do that, it's usually just going to be on your turn because of Witch Brew. So there's better command traits for both offense and defense, so I'm not sure what the point of this is.
Like I said, like unless you want to make like a super Cauldron with True Believer in Hagg Nar, so with Witch Brew and Sacrament of Blood, you can have a turn 1 full blood right Slaughter Queen on Cauldron. Why is that going to be useful?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'd rather have the Overseer. So yeah,
I have no clue. Yeah, no.
Universal command traits: Battle Lust, reroll run and charge rolls for the generals. Surprisingly, pretty useful, right? Because Cauldrons are going to be running most of the time in order to keep up with their units, and if you want an Ironscale that can reroll a run roll, you don't have to use a run 6 necessarily. It's not bad. I think the other traits are obviously better. Rerolling charges can be useful in Khailebron as well, right? Like if you're teleporting a unit forwards, sometimes you need that charge roll. There's definitely better choices, but it's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Skilled Leader, on a 5+ at the start of your turn, you generate another command point. Daughters need command points. 5-up ain't it. That's simple. So if you have a list that really chugs a lot of command points, this is good. I'd probably pass on it though. High Priest, you can reroll chanting rolls with this general. In Stormcast, this is very good. In Daughters of Khaine, they're chanting on 2+. The difference is that Stormcast have translocation, which, if it fails, it can cost you the game. Yeah, it's all your mobility. Whereas there's nothing in the prayers here that you need to chant, right? Like maybe if you're doing like an Alpha Strike and you really want to make sure that your Sacrament of Blood gets off, then okay, I can see it. There's probably still a better choice even in that scenario. So because you're already chanting on a 2+, maybe if you have like a Hag Queen on foot.
At best, you're missing out on a +1 to wound when it really matters.
Yeah, that's really the downside here. Is your hammer unit misses a +1 to wound. So I think there's better, especially Master of Magic, which we'll talk about in a second. That's better for that exact purpose. Heroic Stature +1 to wound.
Nope.
Never.
Nope.
I'm going to keep including it, and we're going to keep discounting it. So get used to that. Master of Magic,
amazing.
So Master of Magic allows you to reroll casting, unbinding, and dispel rolls, but really what it allows you to do is reroll casting Mind Razor and sometimes also unbind enemy spells. So S tier, Mind Razor is the best ability in the game. Like in terms of damage bonus, it more than doubles the damage of every unit that you put it on. So
Combined
Rerolling,
with the Shadowstone, you're effectively talking about the Annihilator charge, which is an 82% to go off because
yeah,
of the reroll.
yeah, it's phenomenal. Master of Magic is so good. It could just be rerolling Mind Razor and it would still be S. The fact that it gives you additional utility in rerolling on binds is very, very good. So Master of Magic, I think, will be the default pick along with Zealous Orator. Those two will probably be the picks for Daughters of Khaine.
I think Zealous, and I think Zealous Orator goes more into the snaky girlies list, whereas Master of Magic will be seen more in the Witch Elf heavy lists.
Yeah, if you're using Witches or Sisters as your hammer, your general will probably be a Bloodwrack Medusa or a Bloodwrack Shrine using Master of Magic. Looking at artifacts, the Bloodbane Venom. After you fight, you can roll, and if you roll greater than you roll a dice against a model, and if you roll greater than or equal to its wound characteristic, you slay it instantly. So that's really, really cool utility because your support units can frequently get stuck in combats. If you're trying to keep up with your units, you'll probably want to charge in alongside them. And this doesn't care about how much damage you do. As long as you wound something, and since your heroes will probably be on 2s and 2s with Bloodwright stacked up, probably 2s and 3s, let's say, you can get extra kills here and there. And especially if you're using a Slaughter Queen on Cauldron to have like an offensive hero, this could actually net you 2 kills per turn because you'll be fighting first and fighting twice. So it's an interesting little artifact. I think it's a little bit better than C tier, not by much, because I would only take it on a Slaughter Queen, on a Cauldron, and only sometimes. So it's just interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The Crone Blade, every hit roll of 6 from a specific weapon, so not every hit roll that you do, heals you a wound. And same problem that we had with the other healing ability is that you're probably just going to die before you get any benefit from healing, given how lethal Age of Sigmar is. And the fact that it only activates on hit rolls of 6, like, it's good that you don't have to kill stuff, but most of the heroes only have like 4 attacks. So you're probably not likely to roll even a single one. So F, never use this. Just don't bother. The Crown of Woe. Enemy units cannot receive Rally or Inspiring Presence while they are within 9 inches of this artifact. That is a very powerful ability to shut off those 2 commands in particular. But there's a lot of limitations on this artifact, and let's go through them. So first off, if you're within 3 inches of them, they can't rally anyway. If you're within 9 inches, you're probably meleeing them, in which case you're going to wipe them out because Daughters do so much damage, right? Like Battle Shock
phase. The rally. Sorry, the Inspiring Presence.
Yeah, but the thing is, Daughters just kill you, right? Like 10 witches can kill so much stuff if you buff them properly. So it's a very specific scenario where you're trying to grind out really durable units, and then you also have to get the support hero within 9 inches of that unit in order to do it, and they can just pull models away to get out of that 9-inch range, right? Like you have to kill stuff in order to have them even activate Inspiring Presence, and it's just like there's so many things you have to get in range in line to make this useful. It definitely helps Bloodstalkers finish off units. So what I like doing is you could put this on like a Medusa, give her Arcane Shadow Steed, give her a 16-inch move, and just run her into range, and then with your Bloodstalkers shoot that unit, and then this could be the extra little bit of damage you need in order to make them flee and die in Battle Shock. So it's a strong ability. It's just really hard to use it properly.
Well, isn't also I think it's missing it on the slide, but isn't it a thing where if it slays any enemy models, it becomes 15 inches?
Yeah, I don't know if that's ever going to happen. So
I think it is.
Do you think it's worth evaluating in that, like, as part of this thing? Because it's not.
I mean, 15-inch aura of canceling out Inspiring Presence is really good, and sometimes Rally too. I mean, it's situational, but being an Ossiarch Bone Reaper player, I have come into instances where I use that Endless spell, the one that's like a floating skull or whatever, where I use it to cancel out rallies or Inspiring Presence. Inspiring Presence in particular, because against Death, for instance, where they're already really high bravery, you don't want them to just like auto pass using Inspiring Presence. You're like, okay, no, your models are going to run this thing.
I feel that, but I'm trying to think of which heroes want to take this, and all of them are really slow. Like Daughters don't have any fast heroes that can like just fly up the board.
So
like, it has to be a Medusa, right?
This is your second artifact. Because I don't think Daughters ever takes Battle Regiment most of the time. I think they go Warlord plus Hunters. I think you take Crown of Woe. Depending on, it's meta dependent. I think you go Arcane Tome, and then you can go either a Prayer Enhancement or you can go Crown of Woe, depending on what you think you're going to face.
It is a really strong artifact. There's also scenarios where it's just going to be useless, right? Like you fight against Stormcast, they're not really using either of these. You fight against Gargants, you fight against Ironjaws. Like it's not like in the scenarios where it's good, it's going to be good. But there's so many scenarios where it's not good, and so many scenarios where you can't get it to be good because of these limitations that are on it and the way Daughters play. So I think it's a fine artifact. I'm going to rank it B tier, like a high B, probably definitely higher than the Bloodbane Venom, just because it's Bloodbane Venom is way
I tell you
too
what,
much.
my opponent at LVO would have loved this because I rallied 3 Raptors back.
Could they have gotten within 9 inches of the Raptors? And you couldn't pull the
They
models
could have gone
away?
within 15, that's for sure.
If they kill stuff, right? Like, I don't know. It's just... If it was 15 all the time, that would be a different discussion, because you could teleport into range with Khailebron. That would be sick. But no, it's a fine artifact. I could be wrong about this one. The Rune of Khaine, the first time the bearer is slain, they can fight before being removed. Yeah, if you're not in combat range, this does literally nothing. And if you are in combat range, it is a very small damage boost. Why? Why would you use this? The only reason I could see is that an Ironscale could activate Gory Offering, and if it works the way we think it works, that would last the rest of the phase even after the Ironscale is dead, because it seems to be a pulse effect, not an aura. So potentially, if you're just use Arcane Tome instead. Use anything else instead. It's not good. But because it has that niche use there, that might be cool, depending on whether or not they FAQ it away. That's the only reason it's not an F tier. These ones can only be taken by wizards, which means only the Medusa and the Bloodwrack Shrine. First one is Crystal Heart, which doubles the range of endless spells, which is really cool, because you can double the range of Geminids, which set up within 18 instead of 9, and then they move as well. You can double the range of Shackles, which can lock down an army in their deployment. You can double the range of something like Soul Scream Bridge, which lets you just fly across the board with any unit. It's crazy. Really, really powerful effect. The problem is that you're not casting Mind Razor, for starters, and you have +0 to cast with all your wizards. So not great. Endless spells are pretty questionable when you have to pay a lot of points for them and you can't reliably cast them because you have no bonuses.
Would you consider like let's say you were building like a bit of a Bloodwrack Viper list or something, or launching endless spells, maybe just Master of Magic in this thing?
Yeah, maybe, right? Like, I can't see it right now because it's hard to predict how useful something like Shackles will be. I think it'll be pretty good, but still not having a bonus to cast makes me nervous. And there's still Unbind Scrolls, and you're still giving up Mind Razor. So it has to be a situation where you have a playstyle that's not trying to just kill the opponent with Mind Razor attacks. You're also playing
I mean, I guess it's like for those scenarios where you don't care about a first turn Mind Razor.
Right, yeah, like when you're out of range anyway. And I don't know. It's okay. But Geminids is pretty useful because you can shut off all out defense, which makes your Bloodstalkers more powerful. But there's a lot of situations where that still won't be enough range, right? Because the Geminids only move a certain amount. There's still specific threat ranges you want, and it can still fail. It's okay. I wouldn't take this over Shadowstone for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's fair.
The Sevenfold Shadow. Once per battle, instead of moving, this hero can just teleport, and that allows you to teleport into range to give your Melusai kin to Blood Sisters, which is a very cool, because normally your heroes just fall behind. You can also teleport your Medusa into range to shoot immediately, which is very cool because that anti-horde shooting could do a lot of damage. It's guaranteed to activate. We've been talking about this spell in the Lore of Shadows called Steed of Shadows, which gives you a 16-inch move. It's a spell, so it can fail. It can get unbound, but this artifact is just guaranteed. Here's guaranteed teleport once per game. And it happens in the movement phase after casting spells, which kind of sucks. If it was in the hero phase, you could cast a bunch of spells in range of the hero. I wish it was that way. And if I also wish non-wizards could use this, because if you could teleport a Hag Cauldron or a Slaughter Cauldron forward without having to use a Khailebron command, that would be an interesting artifact. But the fact that it's only the Medusa is really, I don't know. Don't think I'd pick it. It's not bad. There's better choices.
But yeah, the problem is Shadowstone exists.
Yeah. Shadowstone gives you +1 to casting a spell from the Lore of Shadows. And it's the only source of casting for Mind Razor, the only bonus. So you can get your Mind Razor to a 7-up, and when you combo with Master of Magic, you can make your Mind Razor a very reliable cast. So that is exceptional. I think that is a default for a lot of lists. If you're ever using Witches or Sisters as a hammer, even when you use Blood Sisters as a hammer, that combo is so potent. It's what takes this army from like good damage to like the best in the game. So this is phenomenal. You should definitely use this. Looking at a couple of priest artifacts, which is cool. I like that there's artifacts just for the priests. The first one is the Blood Sigil. The bearer learns 1 extra prayer, which is I don't know why, because you could anytime you want, you could just take a prayer enhancement. This army has so many heroes; it's easy to take Warlord or even double Warlord battalions to get more enhancements. So when would you want to learn like 1 prayer on 1
Never.
hero instead of just
It's
giving
one of those
all
things
your?
that they just retained from earlier
Yeah.
books, like, but it's because you used to be able to do like, I don't know, like 2 prayers, 1 war scroll, 1 book, and since that's gone, there's no point.
It's like if you want to go max prayer, this exists for that. Like or if you're going battle regiment and you don't care about any other enhancements and you
No,
want to
I
learn
would have
second
liked
prayer.
this if this was like Arcane Tome, because Arcane Tome gives you legit
Yeah.
another cast.
Yeah, I would really like to.
If this
cast
gave you
prayers.
another chant, then yeah, sure.
That would be great. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Khainite Pendant, once per battle, you get a guaranteed chant. This is a strong effect. The guaranteed stuff is good in Age of Sigmar. The problem is you're already
but
chanting on
it's-
2s.
The thing is, like we discussed, like none of their prayers are particularly like that high impact, and
Yeah.
they're already going off on a 2-up anyway most of the time.
Yeah, the only thing I could see is like you don't want to take High Priest, but you want a guaranteed like turn 1. You have a whole game plan built around a prayer like Sacrament of Blood and a Hagg Nar list. I can see that. Right, the Khainite Pendant could actually fit into that kind of list, but the fact that it's only once per game, you're already chanting on 2s. Like, probably not. It's probably just better to rely on the 2+.
Yeah, that's fair.
Universal artifacts. Amulet of Destiny, 6-up ward, no. Army already has one. F. Vial of Manticore Venom, +1 to wound with 1 weapon. You have Blood Rights that give you +1 to wound with all weapons if you want it. Also, your support heroes aren't really punchy. You're not getting into combat with them. F. Arcane Tome. A. Probably, maybe even S, honestly. It's so good. Turns any hero into a wizard. Daughters of Khaine have a lot of heroes, and like Stormcast, most of them aren't wizards. And being able to turn one into a wizard is really high value because it gives you access to stuff like Mind Razor or Mystic Shield. You can make any hero a fairly reliable Mind Razor caster with an Arcane Tome and Mind Razor. Sorry, Arcane Tome and Master of Magic.
Master Magic.
Yeah, there's a lot of M's in there. You can also just cast Flaming Weapon with a Slaughter Cauldron. I think that's pretty fun. You can make any hero fast with Steed of Shadows. You could potentially even cast Levitate on something like Blood Sisters or Sisters of Slaughter. So there's a lot of potential here for the Arcane Tome. Very, very good artifact. You're going to see it. You're going to see it a lot. The Seed of Rebirth, you can reroll the healing from Heroic Recovery. Maybe if their army was Bravery 10, and no, even then I probably wouldn't, because it can also just make the healing worse because of how D3s work.
Yeah.
You might go from a 2 to a 1. So F tier, Seed of Rebirth. Try again next edition. Spell lores. So we're looking at the general spell lore of Shadows here. Any Daughters of Khaine wizard hero can take this. Morathi learns all these spells, so none of these rankings mean anything for her. These rankings are like, when you're picking your list, these are what we think you're going to end up picking. Starting off with Steed of Shadows. It casts on a 6, and the caster gains a 16-inch flying move. And this is very useful because we've been talking about one of the weaknesses of this army is that when you're going far, when you're not playing defensively, when you're not waiting for your opponent to charge you and you're being aggressive, your support heroes can fall out of range. And being able to push them up 16 inches is fantastic, especially with the Bloodwrack Shrine, being able to immediately move forwards and then do its like cool shooting attack. That's a lot of utility. Your Cauldrons have to stay in range of your units to keep the Blood Shield up and Witch Brew and things like that, and this gives you the mobility to do that. So B tier. It's not that hard to cast. A 6 is not, the end of the world. Not totally reliable, but at the same time, it's easy enough. And your opponent will never try to unbind this because they will always be saving their unbinds for Mind Razor in particular. Pit of Shades. Casts on a 6, range 18 inches. You can pick one enemy unit within range and you roll 2d6. And if you roll over its movement characteristic, you deal the difference in mortal wounds. So if you slap this on some 4-inch move Annihilators and you roll a 12, you'll deal 8 mortal wounds and do a whole bunch of damage. And that is about the best case scenario that I can imagine for this spell. Most likely what you're going to use it on is sniping small support heroes because they usually don't have very good movement. They're usually like 5 or 6 movement. But even then, you have to roll 2d6. So you have to cast it, and then it has to roll higher than the movement. And if you want to snipe heroes, like you've got Bloodstalkers for that. So I don't know how useful this really is in this army. It's something Morathi is going to cast, I think, fairly frequently. You know, she's got good spells. She can combo this with Black Horror and snipe off some slower units. But otherwise, I can't see a lot of value for picking it.
No, not as a dedicated spell slot.
Yeah, especially when you consider how many armies are just fast, right? Like,
yeah,
there's a lot of armies that this will do nothing.
All the hero monsters are exceptionally fast. This only really matters against, I don't know, like protectors or like dwarves maybe.
Yeah, pretty much. Mirror Dance. So this has changed from the previous edition, like we talked about at the start of the review. What it does now is it casts on a 6 and it has a range of 18 inches. You pick 2 heroes that are wholly within range and you swap their locations. You set them up within an inch of where they used to be. Both of the heroes that you pick have to be more than 3 inches from enemy units, which means you can't use this to escape combat. And then after they swap, they have to be more than 3 inches from enemy units. But you can act normally. You can move and charge and shoot and do everything. So this is like, in terms of power, this is a really cool ability. But in terms of like, what do you actually do with this? I don't know. I honestly don't know what I would ever do with this spell.
You could, like, so this spell has a weird history, and that's perhaps why its like use is so weird. It's because this used to exchange the places of 2 heroes, kind of like it does now, but you had to be more than 9 away. Then it just became you just pick any 2 heroes on the field and you teleport them wherever you want, which is a little too powerful. And then they changed it to a bit of the previous version, but now you can be more than 3 away and still like move and do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So what people used to do is in Khailebron, you could teleport in the hero phase instead of the movement phase. So you could teleport something up and exchange places.
Yeah, but this is in the hero phase, and it happens after all the cool stuff that could happen.
I have no idea. Yeah. Like I don't know why you would want to exchange places for 2 heroes. Maybe like you want to exchange places with a Gladiatrix or something. Maybe get them out of trouble. I don't know.
Maybe like pull one of your wizards out of unbinding range before they cast. Like it's really niche stuff. I can't see a lot of use for it. Cue like a million YouTube comments about what we missed with this ability and how we're like a bunch of smooth brains that we didn't see it. There's got to be some like secret here.
I don't know. I don't know why you would want to pick this.
Yeah. Next up, the Withering. Cast on a 7, range 18. You pick 1 enemy unit within range, and you add 1 to wound rolls against them. And why this is very good is because like you could just get wound roll bonuses from, you know, if you're a witch elf, you can get it from being near a totem. If you're anything else, you can get it from blood rights. But this also works on Bloodstalkers. Unlike everything else in the book, this works on shooting, which is a 25% damage boost for Bloodstalkers, which is huge.
Yep.
This also works on any unit. This works on a Kron Spine. This works on allied units. Any unit you bring that is targeting that unit gets a +1 to wound rolls. So very strong, obviously. The problem is that most units in your army will just get +1 to wound from other sources, and this one in particular has a high cast value. Casting on a 7 makes it unreliable. Usually it'll be Morathi casting this to boost up the Bloodstalkers. And herself, yeah, she does have a shooting attack. Or just her wound rolls. Like it saves you from using a witch brew.
Basically.
So there's some trials to overcome with it, but it is a good spell. Morathi's definitely going to be casting it, and you'll sometimes also pick it on a Medusa in your army. Next up, Mindrazor. This is the best buff in the game.
I mean, we've been talking about it this entire review.
It defines the whole book. It really does, because without this army is just, it's okay. But with it, it's like a murder monster, and everybody has to take it seriously and respect its damage. So Mindrazor casts on an 8, and it has a range of 18. You can pick 1 Daughters of Khaine unit wholly within range, and all of its melee weapons gain +1 rend. So if you were rend 2, you go up to rend 3. And if that unit charged in the same turn, it also gets a damage bonus. So not only is this doubling the damage of a unit, because most Daughters of Khaine units are damage 1, this is also giving you an accuracy bonus in rend, which is an insane boost to your damage output. I think it's the strongest force multiplier in the game. Like even fighting twice wasn't this powerful. And it stacks with effects that let you fight twice. For example, if you are playing the Kraith and you get that 4-up, and you have Mindrazor, you still charge that turn, so you keep that active. It's insane. It turns any unit into a huge threat. right? Like a Slaughter Cauldron with Mind Razor does a lot of damage. Witch Elves, 10 Witch Elves just do crazy damage with this spell active. Unbelievable. It's so strong that you want to warp your list in order to take advantage of it. So easy S tier. It defines the army. It defines the book. Like everything is based on this spell, obviously. Next up, the go ahead.
Shroud of Despair. Oof, this one is weird. Really low casting value. I guess it combos with Crown of Woe. It reduces their bravery by 1 or D3 if your casting value is 8+. It's not bad. I guess you could do this thing against death maybe.
I like it because it could be like you said, Crown of Woe. It's pretty good when you stack it with some shooting because it's just so easy to cast, right? Like I could definitely see Morathi doing like the Withering and then Shroud of Despair and Mind Razor in a turn, and just really nuke something with Bloodstalkers, and then also have a Mind Razor for something else.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh yeah.
The combat damage is just so high in this army that you're going to wipe out stuff in combat. And the Withering typically is a better boost for shooting. Like D3 Bravery can kill 1 to 3 models, while +1 to wound can kill a lot of models. So yeah, it's just easy, easy to cast, good range. It's like a third spell for Morathi, really.
I mean, it's like if you have a lot of the thing is like if this army didn't have like this army does a lot of damage in what I like to call numbers. Like it has a lot of dice. It's very offensive. So, but if this was an army where you did like kind of like Stormcast, where like pinpoint elite damage, and you were worried about something like a block of 40 Savage Orcs or something, I guess this one could work, Shroud of Despair. But no, I don't think I'd ever really cast this.
If there were more things that worked off bravery, like I don't know, maybe we missed an ally, something that could work with it, that would be
so
cool.
So this spell exists because Mind Razor used to check for bravery. In order to, because Mind Razor used to check if your bravery was higher than theirs, so you could reduce their bravery just as like insurance or something. Like against death, Mind Razor almost never went off because why would it? Because they have bravery 10. They have the highest bravery in the game. You use this to reduce their bravery.
Yeah, I would probably never pick it for a hero, but it's not a bad spell for Morathi to cast.
Yeah.
Looking at the prayers, we've been talking about how good the Daughters of Khaine prayer is, and I promise you they don't disappoint. The first one is Catechism of Murder. It chants on a 3+ and has a range of 14. One friendly Daughters of Khaine unit gains exploding hit 6 with melee weapons until your next hero phase. So yes, you can get this effect from All Out Slaughter. However, if you get it with a prayer, it lasts until your next hero phase, and you don't have to spend command points on it each turn, which saves you a lot of command points, which means you can use them on other things. It also allows 2 different units to have this effect in the same turn, because normally you'd only be able to All Out Slaughter 1 unit per turn. So you could charge in with multiple units and have all of them hitting at peak efficiency. It also allows a unit to have exploding hit 6 and still use another command. So if you want to use All Out Attack or All Out Defense, you can have that as well. So Catechism of Murder fits into a lot of lists. I definitely consider it to be an S tier prayer. It's definitely like one of the first things you would consider when building a list. Also, keep in mind, all of these prayers chant on 3s, and you're probably going to have +1 because of avatars. So these are all really going to be on 2s. So a 2+ to save you, 1 to 3 command points is really, really good. Also, if your units are getting hit by roars, like if you are skipping Hunters of the Heartland, this can't be stopped by a roar, but All Out Slaughter could be stopped, which is another consideration. Blessing of Khaine. Chance on a 3+, again 14-inch range. One friendly Daughters of Khaine unit can reroll the Fanatical Faith ward. Now, that is just the 6+ ward, not the 5+ ward. The 5+ ward is a different ability. It has a different name. This prayer does not work on the 5+ ward. It only works on the 6+ ward. However, it's still incredibly strong. If you look at the quick math breakdown here, a 5+ ward gives you 50% effective health. A 6+ ward that gets rerolled is 43% effective health. So it's almost as strong as having a 5+ ward. So if you think a 5+ ward is good, Blessing of Khaine is basically a 5+ ward. And unlike most other things in this book, this lasts until your next hero phase, which means it works defensively, unlike Witchbrew.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you can set up a pretty tanky unit with, like +3 to saves with Blood Shield, All Out Defense, Mystic Shield, stack a Blessing of Khaine on top of that for 43% effective health, and you can actually survive some stuff. Now, the problem is your opponent can just ignore that unit and hit some other stuff, but yeah, you can make a pretty durable unit. So S tier, Blessing of Khaine is a powerful defensive buff. I consider both of these to be S tier, even though they serve completely different roles. One of them is all offense, and the other one is all defense. But the prayers are so good that sometimes in this army you even pick a prayer enhancement to give yourself access to more situational abilities. Looking at some other prayers, Martyr's Sacrifice, chance on a 3 with a range 14. You pick a Daughters of Khaine unit, and anytime a model in that unit is slain, if you are within 3 inches of an enemy on a 5+, it deals a mortal wound. So it's a really convoluted way of saying your witches explode and deal a mortal wound sometimes. But that's only useful if the model is slain, only if you're within 3 inches, and only if you're slain by melee weapons, which means not abilities or battle shock or anything. It does last until your next hero phase, and it turns your 30 witches, they'll deal about 10 more mortal wounds on death. So if you're dealing with Iron Jaws who are charging you and you can't really stop them, if you're dealing with Idoneth and you know they've got a big high tide turn coming up, this can help you trade. The problem is, in every other scenario, this is pretty much useless. You're going to do so much damage with your witches, you're better off casting something that's going to increase their damage, like Catechism of Murder.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, if you have to chant the prayer, like if you're playing defensively against an Iron Jaws who took the first turn, for example, you have to actually chant the prayer in order for it to be active. And if you haven't had a turn, you haven't chanted yet. So this doesn't...
Thing is, this used to be really good with like durable blocks of witches. When you had like the turn 1 5-up ward, you could reroll the 5-up ward. You had this thing, and you had Buckler. So you had Buckler mortal wounds, this thing's mortal wounds, plus your witches don't die. So it's like, that's when it was really good.
You can get close to that. Not quite as good, but I think I'd rather just chant the other prayers.
Yeah.
I don't think I would ever bring enough priests where I would want to chant like Blessing of Khaine and Catechism and this one,
Yeah.
So D tier, it's a decent effect. It also worth noting that it has less effect on Blood Sisters and Stalkers. It's really only good for big units of 10, 20, 30 models. Crimson Rejuvenation, chance on a 3, range 14. You can heal D3 to a Daughters of Khaine unit. It doesn't revive any models, which is unfortunate. So how often does D3 healing matter? Not really. I'd rather
not
do
when
other
heroic
things.
recovery exists.
Yeah,
I
like
guess.
you can argue heroic recovery isn't very good with this army, but
honestly, like we talked about, like all the Daughters of Khaine heroes are pretty squishy. So anything dedicated that hits them will probably kill them. So like this isn't that relevant.
Yeah, even with Blood Shield and Lookout Sir, your heroes are likely to just get popped. It can't revive any models, so like it's just not a great prayer to pick.
Yeah.
Covenant of the Iron Heart, chance on a 3, range 14. A unit gains battle shock immunity until your next hero phase. Well, obviously a Daughters of Khaine unit within range. Typically,
this one's not bad.
Yeah. Unless you're stacking every defensive bonus, your units are just going to die. So in most cases, this isn't very useful. But in the particular case where you want to make a tanky block of sisters, like 30 sisters with bucklers, give them a Blessing of Khaine and all that save stacking, this is like the final piece of the puzzle that is really, really useful, especially if more battle shock immunity stuff is going to come into play. Things that deny Inspiring Presence, if there's more of that, like Night Haunt, then this will see play, I think. And it can also save you command points when you're trying to not use Inspiring Presence. So, yeah, it's not bad. It's definitely better than some of these other ones, but this is like a 3rd or 4th string prayer, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
And finally, Sacrament of Blood, chance on a 3, range 14. Daughters of Khaine unit wholly within range, adds 1 to the blood rights until the next hero phase. So this is very strong. This is like the cornerstone of pretty much, like, if there was a tier higher than S, I would put that there, but it just seems like you're pretty much always going to take Sacrament of Blood. The problem with it is after like 1 or 2 turns, it drops off in value because Witch Brew will get you where you need to most of the time after that. But it does stack with Hagg Nar and Witch Brew to get any unit +1/+1 on turn 1, which is really, really cool. You can also...
I mean, that's fine because it means like at best, if it's getting you at least a +1 to hit turn 1 and then +1 to hit and wound turn 2 in combination with Witch Brew, I think that's a prayer that's good enough to warrant inclusion.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like the first prayer you pick in a lot of lists because you want that turn 1 aggression option. You don't want to have to wait until round 3 to be aggressive and fight at peak efficiency with a lot of your units using only Witch Brew. So most priests will start with Sacrament of Blood, and then it's very likely you'll take a prayer enhancement, so you can get Catechism and you can get Blessing of Khaine, and you can spread that across 2 or 3 priests in your army. I can definitely see that being the case for Daughters. Also, this lasts until your next hero phase, so if you're on, like round 4, you can have a 5-up ward early, and it'll last until your next turn. Usually, I think the games will be over by then. Daughters don't have the durability to survive that long, I think. So, marginal, but it is worth mentioning. And the Universal Prayers. Guidance, answer value 5-up. Now remember, all of these are going to be at +1 to chant, so instead of most armies, which would be chanting this at 5, Daughters chant this on 4, and you can get a command point. I can actually see this one seeing play, because it's like a second chance at a heroic action to get a command point, or if you want to use Battle Fury or Finest Hour and still get a command point. Like, because I think this army might actually take prayer enhancements, I could actually see people picking this at some point.
Yeah, but I wouldn't attempt this on a 4-up, especially if I get one prayer. I don't think I'd do this.
Probably not.
I'd much rather do Heroic Leadership, because DOK doesn't really want to do any other action other than Finest Hour and Heroic Leadership.
I think if you're running like 3 priests, one of them might take guidance. That's the niche case I'm seeing here.
Sure.
And only as a second prayer.
Sure, yeah. Okay.
Heal, this is, Crimson Rejuvenation, but with worse range, so not going to pick that. You could stack it with Crimson Rejuvenation to heal a unit 2d3 and then Emerald Lifeswarm for another 2d3 and get all this healing, but Morathi can't be healed and Cauldron's probably going to die before they need to be healed. So, yeah, not great. Curse is interesting. It has an answer value of 4-up, which is a 3-up in this army because you'll have +1 most of the time. The range is still a problem, 9 inches, but the effect is strong. Hit rolls of 6 against the target unit cause 1 mortal wound in addition to their normal damage. That's a very powerful effect when you have high volume like Daughters of Khaine, and yeah, that's a lot of damage. The problem with it is that your hero has to be within 9 inches in your hero phase in order to do this, which is very hard for this army to do. Defensively, it works fine, but I think I'd rather... There's other hit 6 effects, right? Like Bloodstalkers already get this effect, so they won't get any benefit from it. All-out Slaughter exists for your melee units, so like it's good, but it's not like you do nothing on 6s already. So marginal increase, let's say. And especially when you have like Ren 2, Ren 3 witches, how useful is a mortal wound compared to that? It's not that much more useful. And Blood Sisters already pump out a bunch of mortal wounds after attacking already. So like, this is good, but because of its range, it's hard to use. And unlike a lot of your other prayers, it's going to be on a 3-up instead of a 2-up. So it's just going to feel bad. Maybe you combo this with High Priest and some kind of like Arcane Tome, Steed of Shadow, so you can push it forward and hope the next turn you survive and curse them and then do more damage. But it's just a lot of like 40 chests you have to know. A lot of opportunity cost. Not worth it. Let's talk about some allies. We did mention them somewhat throughout the video, but Daughters of Khaine can take allies from Cities of Sigmar, Idoneth Deepkin, the Lumineth Realm Lords, Stormcast Eternals, and the Sylvaneth. First up, the Battle Mage is, we've mentioned him a few times already, but if you're unfamiliar with what this model does, when you bring a Battle Mage of Ghur, he has this spell called Wild Form. You can pick one friendly unit, and that unit gets +2 to run rolls and +2 to charge rolls. This is a huge mobility boost. +4 inches is a tremendous difference in this game, especially if you can run and charge. It's huge.
Yeah, because it means with Blood Rights tables, you'll be on and Sacrament of Blood. That means turn 1, you will be with this spell, you will be a +3 to run and +3 to charge.
Yep, and this is also cast in the hero phase, so you can buff up a unit with this, then teleport it around with something like Khailebron, and then get a fairly reliable charge. Yeah. Now,
it's Gabriel. It's Gabriel Sharhart.
Yes, it is. The Battle Mage gets +1 to cast while we are in Ghur, and we're always in Ghur in match play right now, so that's always useful. After the Wild Form turn is over, when you don't need to run and charge, sometimes you just cast Mystic Shield at a +1, and that's also fine utility. He is fragile and slow. He's 115 points, but I'm pretty sure you're going to want one in almost every single list. Like Blood Sisters want this guy.
If his spell was Wholly Within, I'd be like, oh yeah, he's slow.
Oh yeah, that's another piece we should mention here. We figured this out when we were playing Stormcast, but because his spell doesn't specify Wholly Within, just one model in the unit has to be in range. So you can just put this guy on the back of your board, and he can buff the whole unit and be out of unbinding range, which makes him very reliable. So he's casting on a 4. It's a reliable unit, 115 points. Slam him into most Daughters lists. You got to have a good reason not to, I think. Another interesting ally choice is the Achillean Alopex from the Adnath Deepkin. It's a very fast 14-inch flying move shark that has a pretty decent shooting attack, and then it can charge into range and have a pretty decent melee attack too. And because it's only 165 points, you can actually bring 2 of them and still have only spent 330 points. They can help you shoot down screens, they can help you snipe heroes, and they have this cool net launcher thing that if you hit an enemy with it, they can't make any pile-in moves, which is very good defensively, especially if you're looking for any additional way to survive the combat phase with this army. You can have these guys sit right behind your front line, do an Unleash Hell, and then the enemy unit that charged cannot make a pile-in move, which is pretty cool utility. Not much in the game can do the same.
And then finally, we have the trusty old Knight Incanter from Stormcast Eternals. This thing has actually seen play ever since DOKs in first edition and could take Stormcast allies. What they used to do was take the Knight Incanter and the Comet, the Everblaze Comet, and this was the army's one source of like long-range mortal wounds before they really upgraded the Bloodstalker Warscroll to have 2 shots. And his main purpose, her depending on the model you take, is still the same, which is to either cast Mystic Shield, which is a really good spell, probably the best spell, one of the best universal spells in the game, and auto unbind a spell. And this can be really impactful because there are some anti-horde spells like the ones from like Techlist that can ruin you. In a pinch, this can unbind any 5-up ward spells coming from like Sylvaneth or Techlist. It can unbind any Hand of Dust that from any Nagash players who might be trying to one-hit kill your Cauldrons or anything like that. So yeah, all in all, depending on if the meta gets heavy, magic heavy or not, this Knight Incanter can be an excellent ally for 125 points.
Yeah, and sometimes he casts his signature spell, and that's okay too.
Yeah.
Celestant Prime, I think, is a very interesting pick for the Daughters of Khaine. All the good stuff about Celestant Prime still applies. He has a guaranteed 12-inch charge from reserve because of his ability. He has pretty good melee damage, right? Like 15 damage at 3s and 2s, Ren 3, and he can just all-out attack himself because the rest of the army doesn't need it. They have +1 hit from other sources. So he'll be on 2s and 2s, Ren 3, and that's starting on turn 2. He's doing that much damage, which is great. Mm-hmm. He also drops a Meteor every turn, really punishing like close-up deployments. You can just do D3 mortal wounds across the whole army. And he's pretty durable, which the rest of this army isn't. So having a 8 wounds with a 4-up ward and a 3-up save, that's fairly durable. You charge in, kill something. Next turn, when they try to kill you, you Finest Hour and all-out defense. Yeah, he's pretty tanky. And it fits really well into an army like Daughters, which, unless you're going for that Alpha Strike and Hagg Nar, I think this army really wants to wait until turn 2 to make the big play. Sometimes turn 3, and Celestant Prime fits pretty well with that play style.
Yeah. Also, at 1,600 points, you're not like feeling like you don't have any board presence. Daughters of Khaine is an army that, if you're not playing a Morathi build, will have a significant amount of board presence still, and so you feel like you can leave 300 points off the board.
Yeah, that's a big thing here. Is usually whenever you play Celestant Prime, you're like, I'm playing 300 points down. But Daughters do so much damage with even their basic units when they do it right that you don't really feel it like you would with another army. So another hidden thing, and we found this through list building, sometimes when you're building lists, you want to spend more points and fill a battle regiment. And sometimes those points can't come from any more units because you've maxed out all your unit slots, and let's say you've got like a Cauldron and another foot hero, and sometimes you just have like 200 extra points, and you almost literally can't spend it. So we thought, if we upgrade one of these heroes to Celestant Prime, that fills those points and gives us a very useful unit. So he's got this little niche carved out for himself as a powerful melee hero that can fill points in battle regiments, which is cool. Because he's a sub-commander, not a commander.
Mm-hmm.
The Kronspine Incarnate of Gur, we just did a video about this guy, but basically he's a fast flying monster that takes at least 2 turns to kill. And unless you're running Morathi, that ability is very, very useful for Daughters of Khaine. His damage is fine. Like, Daughters do a lot of damage. You don't need him to bring more damage. It's not the purpose of him. And his ability to issue all-out attack to all nearby units is kind of marginalized because you're already getting +1 to hit. So do you really want to spend command points on an ally unit that you're bringing? It's yeah.
No, I don't know if I'd want, like, it's fine. I don't know if I'd want an Incarnate of Gur in a Daughters of Khaine army.
The main reasons I'd run this guy is his aura to let you reroll run and charge rolls. That's very useful for this army because you want to reroll both since you're running and
Yeah.
charging.
And I guess roar, yeah.
Yeah, he roars for you. He gives you bonus objectives. He unlocks monstrous takeover as a battle tactic. So I would never run it with Morathi. Maybe, I could actually see that list. These two things can hold flanks. Like we've had lists where Morathi and Gotrek together just tank the whole enemy army. This guy has a way bigger base than Gotrek and is way faster. So maybe I could see that list working.
It gives them something to attack. Like I can see it in a Draichi Ganeth list. Like if you want to take attention off your Witch Elves, because they have to spend 2 turns trying to kill this thing.
Yeah, the problem with it is that it, because the rest of your army is so fragile, it's easy to pour damage into this thing and not really worry about the rest of the army because it's like, I know I'll kill the daughters whenever I need to. I gotta kill this thing, right? So it's not like a huge opportunity cost to switch your damage. Whereas if you're running the Incarnate in a more durable list like Stormcast, like any damage you put into the Crown Spine, you're really falling behind on the rest of the army.
Yeah.
The other good things that this unit does is it stops enemies from retreating, so you can really tie down a lot of stuff with clever positioning from Heartrenders. You can lock enemy units in place and force them to fight you. And it also gives a bonded hero +1 to cast, which is very good for Mindrazor. So you could skip the Shadowstone or stack it with the Shadowstone. Stick this on a Bloodwrack Shrine, for example, with that typical loadout that we talked about for Mindrazor. And yeah, that seems good. So you can use this as a replacement for Morathi. You could use it in addition to Morathi, but it is very expensive and it has a pretty good chance of backfiring on you because none of the Daughters heroes can deploy in reserve and none of them are particularly durable. So pretty good chance it's going to come back and bite you, literally.
Yep.
Also, because of the way Incarnates work, they are an enhancement. Since unique characters cannot be given enhancements, you cannot bond this to Morathi or the Blade-Coven hero because they're unique. And actually, that would have been an interesting use for Morgwraeth's Blade-Coven. Having a hag with a bodyguard could potentially make her a better Grondspine carrier. But she's unique.
Yeah, that is true.
Another interesting ally to look at is the Anointed on Frost Phoenix. It does a lot that the Daughters are lacking. It's durable, it's fast, it's flying, it's a monster. It's got 12 wounds and a 4-up save and a 4-up ward all the time, so it's tough. And it also debuffs enemy units nearby, giving them -1 to wound rolls, which is great, especially when you stack it with a lot of other defenses. You could actually have a pretty durable brick. And if any wizard casts a spell near it, it can also add 1 to save rolls. So it doesn't do a lot of damage. That's always been the downside of the Phoenix. We've talked about it before on the Stormkeep. But in an army like Daughters of Khaine that just does so much damage, spending 315 points on a defensive utility piece is fine. It's totally fine. So I can actually see this guy going into some lists.
Yeah, that's fair.
And of course, we can't have a Stormkeep video without talking about Stormdrake Guard. They are a fantastic addition to this army. 18 wounds on a 3-up save, 12-inch flying move, once per game. They can move in the hero phase for now. They have monster keywords, so they can do rampages and tactics like we talked about. They can spike really high on their Mortal Wound Breath and sometimes just delete support heroes or monsters or something. The Lances do good damage on the charge. They're rend 2 damage apiece. They ignore spells on a 4-up. They're a troop unit, so you can stick them in Hunters of the Heartland if you need to. And it's only 340 points for 2 models. Now, there is a big downside of using these guys currently. They're on the hunt list, so every time one of them dies, you're going to give up 1 command point because you're in Gur, and anytime both of them die, you give up another victory point. Not a command point, a victory point. So it's risky, especially when you only run 2. It feels like you have to give them Mystic Shield on all of defense. They become like a resource dump because your opponent will go crazy trying to kill them. But they're worth safe stacking on. A lot of other stuff in the army might not be, but they are definitely worth safe stacking on. And let's talk about some neutral endless spells. We don't always talk about these for every army, but I think anytime there's an interesting effect in the army that uses them, like with Nighthaunt being able to autocast them, that's pretty interesting. We also think Crystal Heart for Daughters of Khaine is pretty cool. Being able to cast predatory spells at double range is a very interesting thing that this army can do that a lot of others can't. Chronomantic Cogs can give all units in a large area +1 to charge rolls, and when you stack that with the bonus that you get from Blood Rites, that's a +2, and when you stack that with Khailebron teleporting a unit, you're now looking at a 7-inch charge, which you could reroll with a command, and you can get that even higher with a Battle Mage, giving you +2, and that becomes a 5-inch rerollable charge. So pretty cool piece of utility, and it's only 45 points. The biggest problem with it, of course, is like every spell in this army, you have to give up casting Mind Razor if you only have one spell that turn. So like, you need another wizard, probably going to be Morathi. And if you're bringing Morathi, do you have 45 points? I don't know. It's questionable. But it's a good effect. I could definitely see it being used in some armies. I could especially see it being used in Khailebron.
Next, we have Emerald Lightswarm. It's pretty much used in every iteration of every Horde army. It's like heals or revives D3. Perfect for 1 wound models, like it says on the slide. So Witch Elves and Sisters of Slaughter, on average, you'll get 2 back. Well, 4 back, because you return when you set them up, and at the end of the hero phase, you can trigger it again. It's 60 points, which puts it above Heart of Fury, but Heart of Fury is probably better, because -1 damage in combat will probably save more Witch Elves in the long run than Emerald will bring back. And I guess since you're throwing away your Witch Elves and these like lightning fast glass cannon moves across the board, you're gonna be out of range for it to last towards the late game. This is why this spell usually favors Death more, because they have a much more grindier playstyle, like a slower playstyle. Next we have Geminids of Ulgish, excellent for shutting down redeploy, a la defense, Unleash Hell, or even what was the other? Does it shut off countercharge? I wonder. No, it's because it fights at the start of the combat phase if you charge, so it doesn't shut that off. But yeah, otherwise a great spell for helping out Bloodstalkers achieve -2 rend effectively. Really good for having them not redeploy, and roll like a lucky 5 or 6 and make your Witch Elves charge longer. But it's 80 or 85 points, I think, and it's like not. I don't think you can find the space for this in your list, especially since your spells are such a pricey commodity that you want to be casting Mind Razor over anything else, or Mystic Shield even. Same thing goes for Soulstar Shackles. It can stop enemy units from running or charging. You can use the double range Crystal Heart artifact to really put it in front of your opponent's army and lock them down. But given that it's an easy cast, there's a good chance your opponent might just dispel it and go on with their normal game plan. So I'm not sure how good that strategy is overall.
Yeah. Are there any other endless spells that we missed on this list, you guys think? Maybe tell us in the comments down below if you guys think there's a cool one you like the double range with the Crystal Heart. Now that we've discussed the Daughters of Khaine Warscrolls and all their Legion's abilities, let's talk about how we would put this all together into a cohesive army based on the strengths that we're seeing here. And the first thing to notice is that Daughters of Khaine are a very high damage army, but they are also a glass cannon army, which means that you're going to deal a tremendous amount of damage. You're probably going to kill whatever you connect with if you do it right, but then on the counterattack, the opponent will do the same thing to you because your defensive abilities are not great. In particular, Witch Elves and Sisters of Slaughter, they just don't really do a lot of damage unless you buff them properly, but when you do buff them properly, they do some of the highest damage output in the entire game. Even 10 Witches can be buffed to kill pretty much anything in the game, which is really scary. Because they're so fragile, you will be losing units. There's not really much you can do about that. You kind of just have to accept that that's going to happen, and you have to be trading up constantly. So, for example, if you...
Embrace the murder.
Yes.
That's all.
You worship the god of murder, not the god of sustainability. You're not...
Yeah.
You're supposed to just...
You're not Grimnir.
You're not dwarves, you're elves, just embrace it. And you're like the stabby elves, right? You're not like these fancy light elves with their shields and their armor. None of that. So a really good example of this trading up idea would be sending in 30 buffed witches, which only cost 345 points, in order to kill a squad of 680 points of Stormdrake Guard that are fully buffed up as well. If you can manage to do that, your opponent will definitely kill those witches on their turn, but you've traded 345 for 680. That's a net benefit for you, definitely. I would always take that trade. Another thing to note with the Daughters of Khaine as an army is that you're fast, because you can run and charge and you get bonuses to both, but you're not that fast. You're not Ironjaw's fast. You're not Ideneth fast. These armies that can just clear the whole board in one turn, basically. You're not that fast. And what that means is, against those armies, they can charge you anytime they want, and you can't do the same to them, because they can deploy just outside of your range and force you to kind of just move into the middle of the board and do nothing for a turn. So what you want to do against these kinds of armies is a very common tactic you'll see in other armies. I think Daughters of Khaine are going to start adapting it as well, is you bring cheap screens of battle line units, like something disposable that fills your list, and Daughters of Khaine have a wonderful unit for that. The Witch Elves. 10 Witch Elves cover up a lot of space. They can be turned into a damage dealer anytime they want, and they're battle line, so it makes your list run very efficiently. We think that a shooting castle list is probably going to be your worst matchup, and we're talking about armies like Seraphon, Lumineth, Stormcast, these armies that want to sit back, take shots at you, control the combat the best they can, only engage when they need to in melee. And the reason for that is that although Morathi in particular can't be shot off the table on turn 1, and she's pretty fast and she can run forward and tie things down, the rest of your army can be shot off the table pretty easily. Like, it's really hard to keep anything alive more than a turn in the Daughters army. You can,
especially after the loss of the coveted 5-up ward they used to have. So they will get mowed down pretty much in a turn or two if you give your opponent the space and time necessary.
Yeah, we've mentioned it a few times in this review that you can make a unit fairly durable if you give it a 6-up rerollable ward from the prayer, you give it a bunch of save bonuses like Blood Shield, All Out Defense, Mystic Shield. You can stack all these things together and make a somewhat durable unit, but it's still not going to be good enough against the real strong hammer units. Like, if you send 60 witches or 30 witches into that unit, it's still going to die, right? So nothing is immortal. You can be fairly durable, but nothing will survive forever. To mitigate this matchup with the shooting castles in particular, we suggest flying Morathi ahead and trying to tie down as many units as possible. In particular, you want to tie down shooting units, because that's what's making your life miserable. If Morathi can get into combat with all these units, and they are now forced to shoot her, your opponent is not getting a lot of value out of their shooting. The rest of your army can close in and deal the killing blow. Khelt Nar is really great for this particular tactic because it allows Morathi to retreat and charge, which means even if your opponent sends in wave after wave of disposable chaff to screen, she can just fly past them, retreat, and charge into something that matters more. So Khelt Nar and Morathi go really well together. If you're going to be facing a lot of shooting castle lists, we strongly recommend that combination. If you can, ideally, you can deploy out of turn 1 shooting range, and if you have less drops, you should force the opponent to go first. Negating the potential turn 1 damage that an army can do is huge, because Age of Sigmar pretty much lasts 3 rounds these days. So the round 4 and 5 aren't as pivotal, and denying, let's say, a third of the damage an army can do is a big deal, especially when your army is this fragile.
Oh, yeah.
If your list doesn't have Morathi, or if you're trying something different in addition to Morathi, we really like using 2 units of Heartrenders because they can drop in anywhere. The first unit can charge in, getting a guaranteed 3-inch charge in past screens into a shooting unit. And if that unit gets shot off the table with Unleash Hell, well, the second unit can then do it and tie that shooting unit down. So 2 units of Heartrenders is going to be a staple in your lists for sure. Another thing you can do against these shooting castles is to bring in some allied units to help shore up your weaknesses. Something like Celestant Prime or Stormdrake Guard can come into play, travel a lot of distance, and tie down shooting units right away. In particular, Stormdrake Guard have an ability that allows them to charge in the hero phase, which means you can avoid Unleash Hell altogether, tie down units so that they can't redeploy. It has a tremendous amount of utility, in addition to having the monster keyword that will allow you to use monstrous rampages and score certain battle tactics. We highly recommend bringing multiple hammer units. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, because as soon as you face a shooting list that can delete that unit, the game's over. So you need to make sure you have multiple threats that your opponent can respond to. Otherwise, they will pick your threat, shoot it down, and then you're left with nothing that can contest them for the rest of the game. So diversify. Make sure you have a good portfolio.
Stonks. Daughters of Khaine stonks.
Bloodstalkers are a decent shooting unit. And this is, from our perspective as a Stormcast army, I think Stormcast have the best shooting in the game right now, and Bloodstalkers are up there. They do about the same damage that our good shooting units do. But the thing with Bloodstalkers is that they are inefficient. You can't bring enough of them to just outright table your opponent, and as soon as anything gets on them, they crumble. So Bloodstalkers are very good, but you shouldn't make an entire list around them. You need to make...
And they're essentially Judicators, right? Judicators are the worst save.
Yeah, worst save, but they can double tap every turn if you have Morathi.
Mm-hmm.
A really important thing that we can't hammer home enough is that Witch Brew only lasts for your turn. So even if you're stacking Blood Rights bonuses, you will not keep the 5-up ward when you get hit back. You won't even keep your +1 hit and +1 wound in the early rounds because you will only do that damage on your turn, then Witch Brew wears off and you lose those bonuses. We've talked about this defensive stacking on 30 Witches. I think it's a viable tactic. You can give them Bladed Bucklers with All-Out Defense, Mystic Shield, and Blood Shield to give them a 4-up save that's ignoring Rend 2, which is very durable. Some units wish they could be that durable.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can stack that with Blessing of Khaine to give them a rerollable 6-up ward. And if you get lucky and Heart of Fury is successfully chanted and then doesn't dispel itself, you can also reduce the damage you take in melee by 1. This makes a block of 30 Witches very hard to cut through for many hammer units in the game. I think Fulminators would really struggle to get through these. Even a block of 4 Fulminators, which is normally very, very powerful, I think would have trouble with a unit like this. And then you can also give them Battleshock immunity with Covenant of the Iron Heart, which is a prayer. The Battleshock community is really interesting because there's more and more abilities coming out that make it so you can't use Inspiring Presence. So even in an army where you would want to use Inspiring Presence, you wouldn't be able to. So having Battleshock immunity with this prayer is very useful for this kind of tactic in particular. So highly recommend having a block of 30 Witches because they are tremendous damage dealers that can also be turned into a good wall unit as well. As we mentioned earlier, Daughters of Khaine are not a fast army. Like, they're fast, but not super fast, right? So if your opponent is playing far back, it's going to be difficult to alpha strike with this army. And what we mean by alpha strike is taking a very aggressive battle regiment and going 1-drop and trying to attack your opponent on the first turn and deal crippling damage, which seems like Daughters of Khaine would really fit into this playstyle because they have things like Bloodstalkers, which have a 32-inch threat range and can teleport if you're in Khailebron. You've got bonuses to run and charge.
Run and charge pretty much across the entire army.
You've got good allies that can give you bonuses to all that. You can clear a lot of distance, but the problem is that it's still just not quite there in some matchups. So building an alpha strike list with Daughters of Khaine is very risky because if you face something like Ironjaws, you're not going to have the distance needed to get to them first, and then they can just hit you before you hit them, and that's really hard to come back from against that army. So
this changes if you're running Khailebron, by the way, but that's in most subfactions you're not going to have that ability.
For sure, and we can talk about that when we get to that cool Khailebron list that we put together. So it's important to have a plan, not just for round 1 with this army. You need a plan for round 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 and 5. I think most games will probably be determined by 3 because of how much damage Daughters do and how much damage they take. It's such a fast army to play, not necessarily fast in terms of speed, but like the game just ends, right? Like you're just not going to have that much stuff left, and your opponent won't either. So it's just going to go fast.
By the end of 3, you're going to know who's dying and who's remaining for the rest of the game.
Talking about some list building advice, we think it's really important to manage your blood rights, so you usually fight with +1/+1 on your units. So what we're talking about here is either getting enough bonuses with a unit from the blood rights table, with Witch Brew, with Sacrament of Blood, things like this, in order to get a unit to the round 3, round 4 on the blood rights table. Alternatively, there's other ways to get bonuses, like Witches can get a +1 to wound without blood rights because they get a +1 to wound anytime they're near a totem. So for example, you could set up Sacrament of Blood, which is a prayer that activates on a 2+, Witch Brew, which is guaranteed, and a totem being near them, which is also guaranteed. And now your witches are at +1/+1 on turn 1. So they're going to be fighting at peak efficiency. If you have a high Gladiatrix near them, they're doing even more damage, which is great. Contrast this with Sisters of Slaughter. If you use this exact same combo, Sisters don't get a totem bonus. They just get the Witch Brew and the Sacrament of Blood, which means they have to wait a whole turn. They have to wait until turn 2 in order to get that bonus to wound. And it's difficult to find a third blood rights bonus outside of Hagg Nar. It's not ideal. Blood Sisters can stack Sacrament of Blood and Witch Brew along with the Melusai Ironscale ability from Bloodwrack Medusa, which allows them to have +1/+1 in combat on turn 1. I think this is pretty much the only use of Melusai Ironscale, because aside from this, you don't really care about having an extra blood rights just in the combat phase. This is a specific utility that the Bloodwrack Medusa has. We highly recommend bringing probably two or more units of witches, just minimum size witch units, as a disposable screen. But at any time, those units can be buffed to deal tremendous damage. So if you're bringing a Witch or Sisters of Slaughter focused list and you have Totem and Gladiatrix, you put Mindrazor on 10 Witches, charge them into combat, they're going to deal a lot of damage. And that's an awesome piece of utility from a disposable screening unit. Imagine if you're playing against Stormcast and all of a sudden their Liberators are hitting you like they're Annihilators. That's a very different...
That's scary.
Yeah, that's a terrifying thing to face. Because you have to kill the screens. Ideally, you don't want to kill screens, though, right? But like, you have to waste shots.
You can't ignore them. You cannot. You cannot just hope to like, oh, I'll just brush them aside, or hey, it's just a screening unit. I can just afford to stay out of combat. No, if you let them charge you and fight you, witches will kill you.
Yeah. Now, 30 witches, or Sisters of Slaughter, because they have basically the same profile. If you give them buffs, they will kill anything. I don't think anything survives a round of combat against 30 fully buffed. 30 fully buffed.
Not even those 2-up Kragnos builds. Probably not.
No.
With all the full buffs of a Daughters of Khaine, nothing survives that.
Yep, it's too much damage. So keep that in mind. You have the highest damage output in the game. If you can connect all your buffs and connect with the right charge and get the right pile in, everything's going to die. 10 witches with bladed bucklers are probably still going to die. I don't recommend using bladed bucklers on them. +1 to save is okay, but honestly, take the paired weapons because it's better to have the utility of turning on that threat mode instead of having a slight increase to your defense. If they're clearing them out like screens, they're going to die anyway, so I wouldn't bother.
I mean, I would, on 10 witch elves, I wouldn't take any bucklers. On 30, I probably would.
Definitely.
Either to increase their survivability of the big block a little bit, and then it also bounces more wounds on unmodified wound rolls of 6. Save rolls of 6. And that means even if you are outrended in the rare scenario, even after all your defensive buffs, you can still roll those saves and fish for more wounds.
Yeah, and we'll talk about this very shortly when we look at the damage breakdown of Witch Elves, and we can talk about what the optimal loadouts are, at least as far as we can see. But 10 with Bladed Bucklers, not worth it. Take the paired weapons. 30 with Bladed Bucklers is a very interesting defensive piece. Like we talked about before, you can stack a bunch of defensives and turn them into a wall unit. Now, when you're running Witches, if you have them as anything but a disposable screen, you really need a Gladiatrix, at least one. If you're using Witches as any kind of hammer unit, or if you're using Sisters of Slaughter, you need a Gladiatrix. There's no way around that. Her buff is way too important, and you'll probably want to end up running 2, because the first one is very likely to get shot off the table, or you sometimes just want to split them up into smaller units and have them act independently. Blood Sisters, on the other hand, do a lot of damage with a lot fewer buffs because their mortal wounds aren't dependent on outside damage, because they already start with Rend, because they can easily get bonus attacks from sources like the Ironscale with the right command trait and Morathi. You don't need huge buffs on the Blood Sisters to do huge damage. They're just already doing more damage than 10 Witches would do. Now, with full buffs, the Witches are going to do more, but because Blood Sisters don't need that many buffs, they're like this easier to use, faster kind of hammer unit. So there's an interesting dynamic in play here.
I think they gave up the mobility mostly for it. Witches need offensive buffs in order to be terrifying, whereas Blood Sisters need mobility buffs.
Yeah, the Blood Sisters...
Anytime you're taking 10 of them, you might as well just be taking an Ironscale with them.
Yeah, always. And I don't know if it's ever worth just running 5 Blood Sisters on their own, because if you're bringing Blood Sisters, you're going to bring an Ironscale, and if you're bringing an Ironscale, you want a big unit, because only one unit can run and charge per turn.
Mm-hmm.
Mindrazor is incredibly powerful. We've been talking about it for literal hours now. Very strong effect. However, trying to cast that on an 8 with no bonuses to cast is really unreliable, and if your whole strategy is built around casting Mindrazor, then we highly recommend you take a Bloodwrack Medusa or a Bloodwrack Shrine as your general, give it the Master of Magic command trait to reroll casts, and the Shadowstone to give it +1 to cast. And when you have that, you have a 7-up rerollable instead of an 8, which is much more reliable. A 7-up rerollable is about 82% success rate, which is roughly equivalent to rolling a 2+ on a single dice. If you just look at the percentages, a 2+ is about 83. So this combo makes it like you're chanting a prayer, which is very cool. Now, when you're doing that tactic, just keep in mind that the Bloodwrack General doesn't actually unlock Melusai battle line. They don't have the Melusai keyword, so they're not able to do that. Morathi is a very expensive utility piece. She doesn't do that much damage, and if you're bringing Morathi and you just bring a bunch of melee units, I feel like you're not taking full advantage of all those points you spent on that. Your points would probably be better spent on just more melee units. So we highly recommend taking at least 10 Bloodstalkers anytime you take Morathi. With her ability to make them shoot twice per turn, those 10 Bloodstalkers are actually shooting like 20 Bloodstalkers, which is very strong. And when you're playing Morathi, remember that she takes up a commander and sub-commander spot. So if you're playing a very aggressive list, or if you just want the battle regiment to force your opponent to go first, that makes it very difficult to fit her into those. The Hag Queen on the Cauldron is a very strong support piece because she comes with a Prayer, Blood Shield, and Witch Brew. And as we just discussed, the prayers in this book are phenomenal. You'll want at least 2 in your list. Like, there's so many good ones that you want to bring, and they're so good that you sometimes just bring prayer enhancements. So the Hag Queen on Cauldron, being a more durable piece than just the Hag Queen on foot, it's harder to take down. It has the same movement and does more damage too, which is nice. So Hag Queen on Cauldron is invaluable. Many lists are going to start with one. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, the Slaughter Queen on Cauldron is more about offense. Instead of having Witch Brew, you have Orgy of Slaughter and Dance of Doom. Now, Dance of Doom is a very situational prayer. The ability to make her fight first can be an interesting piece of utility, especially if you combo it with the command trait that we mentioned before. But Orgy of Slaughter is also a situational piece. You have to finish an enemy turn, basically, in combat, and then also have her in range to use Orgy of Slaughter. And then also that unit doesn't want to rally. You know what I mean? Like, they have to set up a whole bunch of things. Orgy of Slaughter is a powerful effect because it can kill units and then free them up so they can move and charge. But I don't think the Slaughter Queen on Cauldron is very good compared to the Hag Queen on Cauldron. The Hag Queen's just, it's better to have that support than it is to have the additional offense, because the hammer units in Daughters of Khaine are so good at killing already, they don't need this additional utility. We highly advise against running a Daughters of Khaine shooting list. Like we said before, Bloodstalkers aren't going to kill the enemy army by themselves. They're just not cost effective. And if you try to build a castle list that, you know, tries to protect the Bloodstalkers with screens, well, unfortunately, that is probably just going to lose to other shooting castle lists, because Bloodstalkers are fragile. They can't deploy off the board. They have no built-in protection against range damage except for just deploying really far away and hoping your opponent can't teleport into range. It's not ideal. Like, I think you can make Bloodstalkers fairly durable and survive against something like 6 Longstrike Raptors if you give them all-out defense, a blood shield. You can rally them back next turn if you have Zealous Orator. They come back on a 4-up. So there's things you can do to mitigate that. But in general, we don't recommend playing shooting castle lists with Daughters of Khaine. They are, at the end of the day, an aggressive melee army. They need to move up and shoot stuff and fight stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of going for Battle Regiment, like seems to be very common these days for every army, I think Daughters of Khaine are one that really benefits from taking additional utility from Warlord, Hunters of the Heartlands, and Vanguard. Making sure that your Blood Sisters or your Witch Hammer or Anvil aren't getting hit by a Roar is very important. And the additional mobility from Vanguard, saving you a command point to give you a free run 6, is very good. Being able to take Arcane Tome across the army with the Warlord is also very good. There's just a lot of value that you can squeeze out to help prop up your kind of cheap support units, give them more use. And I think that is probably better than the Battle Regiment, but it's hard to tell. We're going to need a lot of tournament info to make that call.
I mean, the Morathi list probably just always wants to be Battle Regiment because there's a bit of a... So it's like, when you take Morathi, you want to take Bloodstalkers. You want to take Bloodstalkers, you want to take at least 10 of them, maybe 15 of them. When you do that, you want to be a Battle Regiment so you can decide turn order so the Bloodstalkers don't just get shot off the board or like torn to pieces turn 1. So that's perhaps the only instance I can think of, but most of the time, I don't know if you want to be Battle Regiment. You just have so many units that you need, and heroes too.
I think you can make a Morathi Battle Regiment or non-Battle Regiment work where you give up the first turn if you specifically build to keep the Bloodstalkers alive. So if you give them a Blood Shield, if you give them all out defense, if you give them Blessing of Khaine, hopefully you have a turn, right? Because if you're not building Blood Shield, often your opponent will just force you to go first because getting the double is huge. So if you can deal some significant damage on the first turn and then give all of your defensive buffs to your snakes in order to protect them against enemy shooting, I think you have a pretty good chance of surviving. A double turn probably will kill you, which that's not a great competitive list if you just lose to a double anytime, because that's going to happen. So, but I think it's okay. It's not the worst idea in the world. Let's take a look at the damage that Witch Elves can do. So here we've prepared a table, and this is just for 10 models in a Witch Elf unit. So 115 points of Witches, and on the left we have different profiles that you can see in the game depending on which buffs you give them, and their damage and their accuracy, and then their expected damage against different targets. So a 2+ save is actually pretty common in Age of Sigmar now. There's actually better than 2+ saves because you can have a 2+ ignoring rend, but we just decided to look at a 2+ save, which is like, here's a unit with a 3+ save and it has all-out defense, and we think that's pretty common these days. A 4+ save is pretty common as well because it could be like a 5+ save unit that's using a +1 defense, or it's just the typical median value. So like if you're just hitting Ironjaws, they're pigs and they're brutes, they just have a 4+, so yeah, that's a good target there. And the last one is a very interesting one. It's a Nighthaunt profile. So it's a 4+ save with Ethereal, which means it ignores Rend, and then a 5++, which is a 5+ ward. So first up, the basic profile for Witches using paired daggers. So this will be 31 attacks at 3s and 4s, 1 damage apiece, which means the total damage is 31. And as you can see against a 2+ save, it does almost nothing, negligible damage, only about 2 points of damage if you're lucky. Against a 4+ save, it does about 5 damage, which is starting to look a little bit better. And against a Nighthaunt unit, it's about 3 to 4 damage. Not very impressive. If you give that unit +1/+1, that's a +1 hit from either Blood Rights or all-out attack, and then having a totem nearby to give them +1 to wound, or you can get it from Blood Rights as well. Now you're at 31 at 2s and 3s, which is doubling the damage against a 2+ save. You can see it goes, well, almost doubling in a lot of situations. So it's a huge damage increase to give this unit bonuses to hit and wound. But let's take it even further. Let's look at what happens if you have +1 hit and a Gladiatrix instead of +1 to wound. So this is because the Gladiatrix increases your wound characteristic, which is effectively like +1 to wound. What you end up with is 31 damage at 2s and 3s and with Rend 1. You can see here with the Rend 1, the damage against the 2+ and the 4+ has gone up tremendously. Right? We're looking at almost doubling in the case of a 2+ and increasing by about 50% against a 4+, which is huge. And these are now significant numbers. This is 10 Witches that have +1 to hit and a Gladiatrix near them, which is very easy to set up. And against a 4+ save, they're dealing 11 to 12 damage. That's a huge amount of damage for a basic battle line unit that costs you 115 points.
Oh yeah.
And let's get crazier. Let's give them +1/+1. So this is, they have the Blood Rights active, or they have a totem, and then they have a Gladiatrix nearby. So now they're on 31 damage at 2s and 2s with Rend. And you can see here they're dealing a respectable 7 damage to a 2+ save, and then 14 to 15 damage to a 4+, and then about half that to an Ethereal, obviously. That's a huge amount of damage. 14 damage against a 4+ is really good for 10 Witches. But why stop there? Let's give them an additional point of Rend from having the Draichi Ganeth subfaction. So now we're at 31 damage at 2s and 2s Rend 2. This is a very common profile that you're going to see because it's very easy to get all these things set up. None of these require using a command on the unit. None of these require any specific, like, pick one unit, it can get this effect. No, because any number of Witch Elves can be in range of a Gladiatrix. Any number of Witch Elves can be in range of a totem. And it's fairly easy to get the +1 hit from the Blood Rights. So this is a common profile. All you have to do is charge, and you're doing about 11 damage to a 2+ save. And about 18 damage to a 4+.
Insanely high numbers, yeah.
Yeah, and then when you give them Mind Razor, you are more than doubling their damage output, because Mind Razor gives +1 Rend and +1 damage, which means you're now at 62 damage on 2s and 2s Rend 3, which is gonna kill. Like, what can survive this? 10 Witches are just gonna melt everything. 36 damage against a 4+. This unit of 10 Witches, which was previously doing about 5 damage with no buffs, is now doing 36 to a 4+ save. And then you can take it even one step further by giving them exploding hit rolls of 6 from either Catechism of Murder as a prayer or the All-Out Slaughter command. And that's an additional 17% hits, which is about 17% more damage. So 10 Witches, fully buffed, are going to deal 26 damage to Kragnos, which is disgusting. It is a disgusting amount of damage. Now, it should be noted that Catechism of Murder and Mind Razor are only on one unit, so only one unit of Witches per turn can do the max damage possible. But also keep in mind, this is per 10 Witches. If you have 20, all of these values double. If you have 30, maybe not triple, because you're probably not going to get all 30 in range, but it's pretty easy to get 20 Witches fighting a big target like Kragnos or a Stonehorn. or a
Yeah.
Khinerai. So unless they can fight first, witches will murder anything. It is crazy how much damage they do. So you can see how important it is to get Mind Razor as a spell and reliably cast it, because the difference is night and day. Like, imagine you have 20 witches on the Mind Razor part right there. Let's say you don't even give them the exploding hit 6. You just cast Mind Razor using a Bloodwrack Medusa, which is fairly reliable, and then you just send them in against Kragnos. 20 witches are going to deal 42 damage to Kragnos. To be fair, that's also in Draichi Ganeth, but there's a reason we rated Draichi Ganeth as an S tier. It is very, very strong.
Yeah.
Any unit of witches can just suddenly turn into a murder machine. So, with all that, here's a series of lists that we put together that we think capitalizes on different strengths and tries to shore up some weaknesses of the Daughters of Khaine army. The first one here, we were thinking the best way to use Hagg Nar is as this really aggressive Alpha Strike army, because you're able to get the bonuses to your blood rights. You can stack your units very quickly, and this is the list we came up with. So it's a battle regiment, it's 1 drop, it's trying to win the first turn to either force your opponent to go first and then try to double and win, or to try to go first itself and deal crippling damage to the opponent. So the core of the list is 15 Bloodstalkers that are going to be running and charging with the Melusai Ironscale. 15 Blood Sisters, I should have said. The Blood Sisters will be getting bonuses to run and charge and hit and wound, because you have Sacrament of Blood as a prayer, you have the Hagg Nar bonus, you have Witch Brew from the Hag, and then you also have Melusai Kin from the Bloodwrack Medusa. So all of these things should get in range to give you a very fast unit that can fly up the board and try to charge the opponent and deal crippling damage. Charging in alongside them, you've got 2 Stormdrake Guard that can try to absorb Unleash Hell, deal some mortal wounds with their breath, and then charge in to deal some supporting damage and try to roar the enemy as well. And then the Hag Queen on Cauldron with an Arcane Tome with Steed of Shadows, because we found that the Hag Queen is very, very slow on the Cauldron, and having an Arcane Tome with the Steed of Shadows giving her a 16-inch move can help her keep up with the rest of this list. Sacrament of Blood is there as a prayer to put on the Blood Sisters to give them that extra punch that they need on the first turn to push them up Blood Rights table. A Bloodwrack Medusa rounds out the list. It has Melusai Kin, which can give the Blood Sisters an additional +1 Blood Rights in the combat phase, just in case your Sacrament of Blood fails for some reason, if you roll a 1, for example. And the Bloodwrack Medusa also has Mind Razor. So this is an unreliable Mind Razor cast, because it doesn't have any of the bonuses to casting that we've talked about. It doesn't have Master of Magic or the Shadow Stone. So you're just going to be rolling and hoping you roll an 8+. Frankly, I think it's the best spell that you could take on her, given this list. And then the General is a Melusai Ironscale. She has the Fueled by Revenge command trait, which is going to give the Blood Sisters an extra attack once per game. And the Blood Sisters and Drakes are going to be charging in after the Bloodstalkers unleash a whole bunch of fire. The Bloodstalkers, we have 20 of them total, split into a unit of 15 and a unit of 5. And we feel that the reason for this is because the Bloodstalkers are more efficient if you're firing in a single squad of 15, because you can buff 15 of them with all-out attack rather than just buffing 10 of them. So this kind of list is very aggressive. It's very fragile. I'm not entirely certain how powerful it will be, but man, if you're not ready for this much damage, you can be caught off guard pretty easily by the speed as well.
Yeah, but this is, like we said, Hagg Nar, I don't think we rate Hagg Nar as highly, but it's still pretty potent just because of how much damage Daughters of Khaine as an army does now, just in general.
Yeah, the Bloodstalkers should try to focus on killing anything that shoots. The Blood Sisters and Stormdrake Guard should try to cut their way through the army, and the support heroes should move up with them. This is not an army that's trying to play objectives. If it was trying to play objectives, you could probably get rid of... I don't even think you can get rid of anything here, because you need the battle line slots. And then if you're out of reinforcements as well. So it's a very tight list. There's not a lot of room to change things out here. For the Triumph, we went with Inspired, although you could also take Bloodthirsty here. I think Bloodthirsty is a fine pick, because one of the problems with Blood Sisters, they can't reroll charges if they're using the run-in charge from the Medusa. So having a rerollable charge could be a big deal, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And for a grand strategy, we went with Predator's Domain, because this one is just trying to table your opponent, and when you table your opponent, you have all the terrain by default. You just win. You have one model on the table.
Yeah.
So that's it. That's the Hagg Nar Alpha Strike list. I think maybe there could be other versions of this that use witches and whatnot, but I think as soon as you stop having a turn 1 charge, I don't think there's any reason to play Hagg Nar. And the best units for a turn 1 charge are Blood Sisters and Blood Stalkers. They support each other very well.
All right, next up, and this is the S tier list, or something close to it that we think is going to see a lot of play in the coming tournaments, is the Draichi Ganeth list. And this one just focuses on witch elves just murdering everything as much as possible. So the core of it relies on the core of this list relies around a cast of heroes in 2 warlord battalions. So we're taking the Bloodwrack Shrine with the Master of Magic, Mindrazor, and Shadowstone, and this is basically to get Mindrazor off on a 7-up rerollable cast as much as possible. As Paul mentioned earlier, this is an 82% chance or a 2-up on a single dice, so you should reliably get this off nearly every turn. Obviously, your opponents can't unbind it, but with the reroll, it should give you some good chances of getting this off. Then we're taking 2 high gladiatrices. I think that's how you
Gladiatrices?
Gladiatrices, yeah. And it's because these are the best buffs that witch elves can have. To give them an additional rend and making their wound characteristic a 3-up just by being around is phenomenal. And plus, their killing stroke ability is going to come in handy like every now and then, considering they also have a 6-inch pylon like this is a slaughter. Finally, we have some Khinerai Heartrenders. These are basically like prosecutors in a Stormcast list. They can be cheap screens when you need them to be, or they can come down and guarantee a charge against an Unleash Hell unit, so your witches can complete their charge safely. We have a Source of Blood Shield, a Hag Queen on Cauldron with the Sacrament of Blood to advance blood rights. Our enhancement in here being a prayer, as we can see, for one of the Warlord battalions. So we're taking 2 prayers on her, because rerollable 6-up ward is a 43% increase in effective health, as Paul mentioned earlier. And we're giving her the Arcane Tome with our extra artifact enhancement for Steed of Shadows, so she can keep up with our advancing horde of witch elves and whatever else needs a +1 save. Finally, we have a Battle Mage of Gur. We're allying this in because Wild Form is a phenomenal spell in almost any Daughters of Khaine list. Making in combination with the Blood Rights table, this essentially makes whatever you're casting Wild Form on a +3 to run and a +3 to charge. Meaning, if you can run and charge, it is a guaranteed +6 to movement, which is phenomenal for this list that really wants to just be getting in your opponent's face as reliably as possible. Then we have a Hag Queen on foot just for another Witch Brew. She has the Sacrament of Blood as well for redundancy and Catechism of Murder. Then we have a Hag Queen on foot with Catechism of Murder, and then obviously using the prayer enhancement, the Sacrament of Blood. She's also another source of Witch Brew. Catechism of Murder, I know we have this as a command ability now, but in case our units get roared, or we don't want to spend command points, or we want 2 units to have exploding 6s, it's just a phenomenal prayer to have. And if you're around the Hag Queen on Cauldron of Blood, it's going off on a 2, which is very reliable. And finally, the core of this list is a horde of witch elves. 2 units of 10 in those warlord battalions with paired weapons, and then a Hunters of the Heartland battalion. We have a block of 30 witch elves with bucklers, 20 witch elves with paired weapons, and then 10 witch elves with paired weapons. And the idea is essentially to just buff up a unit of witch elf as much as possible, and then throw these at your opponent using the Battle Mage, Wild Form, Hag Brew, whatever else you can stack on them, and just murder everything in your way. The Triumph we chose for 1985 points is Bloodthirsty. Like we said, Daughters of Khaine don't have a whole ton of ways to reroll charges, and witches don't really need any more pluses to wound or anything like that. So Bloodthirsty is really helpful. We could also see switching this to the one that lets you auto-pass Battle Shock in case the block of 30 gets threatened by something like Night Haunt or something, but for now I think Bloodthirsty works just fine. And this is essentially trying to be a turn 2, the entire Witch Elf horde gets into your opponent's face, and by turn 3 your opponent should be dead.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting tech in here. The Battle Mage is really cool, giving you a bonus +2 to run and +2 charge can give your Witch Elves an extra 4-inch movement over other units, and that allows them to clear the space they need to engage units that are further back. So basically what you can do is buff up a unit all the way with Mindrazor, with Catechism of Murder, Sacrament of Blood, Witch Brew, stack all these on a unit, and then launch it forward with the Battle Mage. And it's going to go far, and it's going to do a lot of damage. And as we just saw in that damage table on the other slide, even 10 witches do tremendous damage when they're under these buffs. So it doesn't matter what your opponent tries to kill in this list, everything is a threat. Every single unit of Witch Elves can potentially just end the game for your opponent because they can kill the key piece in his army. And I want to talk about in particular why we went with this spread of Witch Elves, because you could just go with like 30, 30, 20, and that is a valid list, right? You could fill the Warlord battalions and you could have some witches hanging out. The reason we went with this particular thing is 10 witches are a huge threat, but they're also a really good screen when you need them to be. And 30 witches are a tremendous threat, and when you give them bucklers, they have defensive utility. So if you need a wall unit in a pinch, those 30 witches can be a wall unit. If you need to tie down something for a turn, you could do that, especially when you have Blessing of Khaine in this list, giving you a 6-up reroll reward. Now, the interesting thing here is that we have a block of 20 witches, and we haven't really talked about where 20 witches fit into this army, but 10 witches do huge damage, 20 witches do double that damage, and when you have 30 witches, it's usually better to go bucklers, in our opinion, but 30 witches and 20 witches actually do the same damage if you run the numbers. 30 witches with the bucklers do the same damage as 20 witches with paired weapons. So it looks like you have this like huge block of 30 you're trying to put all your buffs on, and your opponent won't expect you to put defensive bonuses on them while just charging forward these disposable units of 10 with all the offensive buffs. So any unit in this army becomes a murder monster, and then you have this also really durable anvil that you can use. So I think this is fantastic. I really like the Heartrenders in this list. I'm glad we decided to put them in here because they can tie down shooting units to let you advance up the table or to just stop Unleash Hell. They can come into play when you have empty objectives. One thing I wish we could have fit in this list was some Bloodstalkers, and we could cut out 20 witches and include some Bloodstalkers, but I felt like just 10 Bloodstalkers wouldn't do enough. And there's not much I think that a list like this can do about fighting screens. I think you're just going to have to run over the screens, accept the fact that you're going to take some losses, and that's fine. Like, this list is all about taking acceptable losses. Everything's disposable. You don't need any single piece here to reliably survive, because even if you lose your Bloodwrack Shrine, you lose your Mindrazor, that's okay. You saw how much damage witches can do without Mindrazor. You've got a 20 block in here, you've got a 30 block in here. They're going to do good damage. Like,
they're fine.
Yeah. Nothing in here is like, oh, I lost that, I guess the game's over. Like, everything in here can die, everything in here does huge damage. I'd say the most important pieces in here are the Gladiatrices, which is what we're going to call them now when you have multiple Gladiatrix models, because they are like the linchpin, I think, in terms of damage output. Giving you +1 Ren and a bonus to your wound characteristic is huge, and that's why we bring 2 of them, because you're going to expect to lose 1, probably won't lose 2. And if your opponent is killing all your Gladiatrices, they're not killing the units that are doing the damage. So it's kind of, no matter what your opponent kills, it's not a good choice for them.
Mm-hmm.
So I really like this list. I think it's a great starting point for this kind of archetype to bring witches back into the game. And I am very excited, terrified to play against it, frankly, because there's not enough... Long strikes don't have enough arrows to deal with this. There's 136 wounds on the table across almost 100 models. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's I'm having flashbacks to the 60 zombie matches, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of wounds to clear. Crossbow adjudicators definitely can do it, but yeah, the days of long strikes might be...
Crossbows are going to have a rough time against that 30 block, though, man. They'll shoot everything else down, but that 30 block's tough.
Well, that's why I play Annihilators.
Yeah, it's true. Yep, so this is an example of a non-battle regiment Daughters of Khaine list. It also doesn't have Morathi, checking a lot of boxes for us here on stuff we like. Next up, this list is called Morathi-Khaine Retreat and Charge, because that's kind of the whole point of the list, is that you bring Morathi and you put her in Khelt Nar, and she can't get tied down by anything anymore. And that means you can go battle regiment and be very aggressive with her and toss her into stuff, and then you don't have to worry about her getting stuck in combat with like a Gotrek for the rest of the game. She can retreat and tie down shooting units. So that's the core of the list, is Morathi doing a retreat and charge shenanigans. To fill out the battle regiment, you can only bring 1 sub-commander, and we opted for a Hag Queen on foot. You can't bring a Hag Queen on Cauldron, because Shadow Queen takes up that slot in the battle regiment. The Hag Queen on foot takes the Zealous Orator command trait, because this allows the Bloodstalker unit in here to try to rally back some units after they take some losses. It also takes the Sacrament of Blood, which you need to push your units up a Bloodwright table, and it also takes an Arcane Tome to try to cast Mind Razor. Now, Morathi can obviously cast Mind Razor. We felt like having the Hag Queen probably just going to cast Mystic Shield, maybe Mind Razor, I don't know, but that's what we went with. Maybe Steed of Shadows would be better, because that way the Hag Queen can keep up with units, but we went with Mind Razor, just to show that this list still has it. To fill out the list, you still need your battle line, which is going to be 3 squads of 10 witches. Mind Razor on those witches still makes them a pretty decent threat, even if you don't have a Gladiatrix and you don't have all these other things. They're still okay because of blood rights and how it works. You can push these units up the table. So it's not like the Witch Elves are complete junk, but they're mostly there just to fill battle line slots. And then the core units that are supporting Morathi are going to be 15 Bloodstalkers, which will be double tapping ideally every turn with Morathi sitting next to them, and then 10 Blood Sisters in order to act as a melee hammer to crush down on whatever Morathi herself isn't going to be able to kill. And that's the list. You can see it's a lot less wounds, it's a lot less points than the previous list. It doesn't have that same kind of mentality where everything is disposable. Like if the Hag Queen goes, there's nothing protecting the Bloodstalkers anymore. They've lost their 4-up rally. You've only got 3 screens of witches. You don't have any Heartrenders. So bringing Morathi is a huge investment. It's really hard to fill out a battle regiment with this army in general. And when you're bringing Morathi-Khaine, you can only bring 5 units. That's tough because you want stuff like 2 units of Heartrenders. You want multiple squads of Witch Elves as screens. And yeah, it's pretty tough to make lists like this. But Morathi-Khaine is a force that shouldn't be ignored. Well, the Shadow Queen in particular. And when the Shadow Queen is retreating and charging into everything, that's a tough list to play against. Because you can't kill her for minimum 4 turns, and the whole time she is messing up your army.
Especially with blood rights, Shadow Queen gets really scary. Because previously she was like, you could avoid her with 3s on 3s and 3s, 2s and 3s with an all-out attack. But now, even if you bracket her, she'll just use her command ability to get full bracket, and with blood rights, it should be on 2s and 2s still. So, yeah, it's rough. Shadow Queen is always going to be fighting on full capacity.
Now, for the grand strategy and the triumph in this list, what would you guys think? Because I was thinking the Inspired would be a good triumph, because you're down 45 points, you're actually likely to get a triumph in this list. And I think Inspired is the way to go, because you're not going to be able to push up a unit up the Blood Rights table fast enough with this loadout. So having the +1 to wound early is pretty good. And you're not, Blood Sisters aren't going to be running and charging in here, which means you can re-roll a charge with them if you need to.
Yeah.
As for grand strategy, I'm just not sure what to go with. Hold the line obviously isn't good because you only have 10 witches or 30 witches with no defensive buffs as your primary source for that. So maybe Predator's Domain.
Predator's Domain or Dominating Presence.
I'm going to say Dominating Presence will be a good one because you're going to delete enough of the enemy, right?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is to kill your opponent's army using the double taps, right? And Bloodstock. So ideally, you should have more units alive by the end of this than your opponent does, hopefully.
My problem with that is these Witch Elves are so fragile. If you're playing against somebody who's just trying to get the highest score in a GT and wants to deny you the grand strategy, they can by just killing off your Witch Elves. Even if you don't table them.
Sure, but how many armies run the numbers like that to be able to do that and retain the numbers? There's not that many. I think maybe Beast of Chaos, maybe.
Yeah, this is a maxed out battle regiment. That's about what you're going to see in other armies too. So yeah, I could see Predator's Domain or Dominating Presence.
Any armies that can reach out at, with range projection and kill those Witch Elves, like you mentioned, are probably going to be not that numerous. Whereas armies that are that numerous, so say something like Soulblight Gravelords, they don't have the reach. So you could get the charge off against them and whittle them down sooner than they can whittle you down.
List number 4. This one's for Khailebron, and Khailebron's ability is to, in the movement phase, use a command to teleport a unit. And we were trying to think of what kind of list would support that ability the best. There are some units that work really, really well with it. For example, Bloodstalkers really like that ability because they can just teleport around and always be in range to shoot. But they already have such a high threat range with their 8-inch move and 24-inch shooting that it's sometimes it'll help you, but sometimes it won't. So you don't want to go all in on Bloodstalkers necessarily with Morathi and 15 Bloodstalkers, because I think Khelt Nar does that better. As we just saw, Morathi being able to retreat and charge is really, really good. So we also just didn't want to show you 2 Morathi battle regiment lists, right? Like you could pretty much take that Khelt Nar list and run it in Khailebron instead, and it plays fairly differently. But we went a different direction with our Khailebron list here. It is formed of units that can kind of just be buffed up, teleported forward with the Khailebron ability, and then charge into combat to deal tremendous damage. And while those units are doing that, the rest of your army is kind of playing this like defensive, almost castle style, about as well as a Daughters of Khaine army can castle. But if you look at the units we included in here, first off, I'd say the most important one is the Battle Mage. The +2 to charge is very, very important after a teleport. That puts you 9 inches away from an opponent. With a Battle Mage, you'll have +2 to charge and then +1 from the Blood Rights, which means you have a 6-inch charge after teleporting, which is
This is
awesome.
Daughters of Khaine trying to be Gabriel Sherhart, basically.
Yeah, and they're doing it pretty well too.
Yeah.
Units to teleport forwards, 10 witches are a pretty good threat, but we also have a unit of 20 witches in there that are just even more damage in case you need to kill like a big block of Nighthaunt ghosts or a Kragnos. You can send in the 20 witches instead. We've also got the Slaughter Queen on the Cauldron of Blood in here. We gave her an arcane tome with flaming weapon and Sacrificial Overseer, which is the command trait that allows her to fight first and fight twice if you do the Dance of Doom beforehand. So that's a fun unit to teleport forwards with a Mind Razor and a bunch of Witch Brew and everything. And so that's what this list is trying to do. It's got 10 Bloodstalkers to round it out to help you shoot down screens and threaten things. A couple units of Heartrenders in there. I think actually just 1 unit of Heartrenders. Pretty cool list, I think.
Yeah, I actually quite like this. This is maybe it's the Stormcast player in me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Who would have thought a Stormcast player would like teleporting units around and a good shooting core?
Yeah, it's basically like, oh hey, you guys want to play the old Gabriel Sherhart list with a guaranteed translocation for a CP?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It feels like this kind of shadowy teleporting, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like deceit that I think is the core here. It's like you're trying to. You guys ever played that game Ruse? I think this is pretty much that. You're just like constantly messing with your opponent. They never know where you're going to be and what you're fighting. I think it hits home really well from a narrative perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, I called this one Roll 4+ to win because I feel like when you're running 60 Sisters of Slaughter in 2 blocks of 30 in the Kraith, either when you're fighting defensively or offensively, anytime they fight and roll a 4+ to fight again, I feel like you're going to deal so much damage and kill so much that it's just going to win you the game. So to support that concept, obviously you want those Sisters of Slaughter in the Hunters of the Heartland Battalion so they can't be roared. And then you want to support them with a Bloodwrack Medusa or a Bloodwrack Shrine. I think in this case the points worked out that we wanted a Bloodwrack Medusa on foot. She's got Master of Magic, Mind Razor, and the Shadowstone to reliably cast Mind Razor on those sisters. You've got a Hag Queen on Cauldron of Blood as a defensive support piece with Sacrament of Blood to push up the Blood Rights table because sisters really want that, especially when comboed with Witch Brew, and an Arcane Tome for Seed of Shadows to give her the mobility she needs to push up with them. Then obviously you need a high Gladiatrix because you're using Sisters of Slaughter as a hammer. You need that extra rend and wound characteristic. A unit of 5 Heartrenders just to play the field. A unit of 10 Bloodstalkers to force the opponent to come to you because I would say this is the least aggressive. Like a lot of Daughters lists just want to run forward and hit stuff. This one can kind of play midfield and kind of take a hit and counterattack, and they're parrying and they're weaving and bobbing and dodging. And I think this is more like boxing with Daughters of Khaine, whereas the Witch Elf list is like a monkey knife fight. Like it's just brutal. This one is more.
This one's also like if your opponent doesn't respect the Kraith ability, where they're not carefully measuring each unit out to make sure no 2 units are within 6 inches of each other. It's gonna really punish them.
Oh, it's more than 6 inches because they got that 2-inch whip, right? So the threat range is tremendous.
Yeah.
It's so huge.
Yeah. So your opponent needs to become really sweaty with their distance measuring.
And in a lot of cases, that's just not possible, right? It's just not possible to keep units that far apart. Now, things I wish this list could do better. I wish I could cut the Bloodstalkers to bring more Heartrenders and another Gladiatrix, but I feel like the Bloodstalkers add more than those units would because the Bloodstalkers are just this shooting core that you need to force the opponent to come to you. And you've got these Witch Elf screens and Heartrenders that can teleport behind the opponent. I think the Bloodstalkers are a necessary piece for this archetype to work. I don't think this list can just win with pure melee aggression. Because if you're doing this, you might as well just go with the Witch Elf thing instead, right? Oh, I should mention the Sisters of Slaughter. They have the bucklers.
This is what I like. Snakes and Queens. I actually quite like the name. It's also one of the easier lists, in my opinion, to build and paint. Not that many models compared to some of the other lists we've been showing you. So the core list is obviously a battle regiment with Morathi-Khaine and the Shadow Queen, and a Hag Queen with Master of Magic, Arcane Tome for Mindraiser, and the Prayer Sacrament of Blood to advance the Blood Rights table. This essentially wants to function the same as a Khelt Nar list. It wants to take max advantage of Morathi in a battle regiment with 15 Bloodstalkers. But it has a very respectable melee core in the form of 15 Blood Sisters, and then 5 more Blood Sisters and Khinerai Heartrenders to just absorb Unleash Hell or anything like that. Now, the reason we took Zainthar Kai is because we don't really have the points here for a Melusai Ironscale, so Zainthar Kai makes all our snakes battle line. And this is essentially trying to do the same thing that Khelt Nar is, except this list's melee core that isn't Morathi is somewhat more sturdier, or I guess you could say it trades more efficiently with melee alpha strikes. So if an Iron Jaws player were to charge you and try to get into combat with those 15 Blood Sisters, well, those Blood Sisters are going to hit them back for whatever points of damage that they do to you. And the idea is essentially to just use Morathi as interference, and then use Blood Sisters and Bloodstalkers in combination with the with Morathi-Khaine's worship through bloodshed ability to just murder everything on the board.
Yeah, this is very similar to the Khelt Nar list. You can see one of the major differences is a Hag Queen as the hero. You could run an Ironscale instead if you wanted to get the Blood Sisters run in charge, but we thought we'd show off the Hag Queen in here because Sacrament of Blood pushes them up the Blood Rights table faster, and same with Witch Brew. So that's definitely something that other lists that are using an Ironscale instead of her are going to miss out on. This is what we've been talking about for a while. Morathi in a battle regiment is really, really tough to build because like you need the Bloodstalkers, probably 10 or 15, and then you have one leader that you can bring. And there's so many leaders this army wants to bring, right? It's like if you only bring a Hag Queen, that means you're not buffing your witches or your Sisters of Slaughter, because you can't bring out a Gladiatrix, which means you're pretty much anytime you bring a Morathi, you're leaning into snakes. And when you're leaning into snakes, there's like certain things that work for them. There's only certain subfactions that work for them. It's very, very restrictive to have a battle regiment Morathi list.
I hate how Morathi almost forces you to be battle regiment. Like this is part of the reason I just want battle regiment gone from the game.
That would be great. I would love it if players rolled off for first turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also worth mentioning here is the Hag Queen has Master of Magic with Mindraiser, which is an attempt to get it as good as possible. You could, for example, take Zealous Orator like another list of ours did in order to make the Bloodstalkers more durable, but I thought I'd show off that just because you don't have a Shadowstone on a Bloodwrack Medusa doesn't mean you can't run a somewhat reliable Mindraiser. And an 8+ reroll is better than an 8. It's not as good as a 7+ reroll, but it's not bad either. Could be better, could be worse. And grand strategy, obviously Beastmaster, right? If you're playing Morathi, Beastmaster is pretty good, because if Morathi's dead, you're probably going to lose the game. So Beastmaster is pretty great. Anytime you want, also, you can just retreat her, run her away, and try to get that grand strategy as well. Our last list here is called Zainthar Prime, because we wanted to make a Zainthar Kai list that didn't use Morathi to see what that would look like. And you can see here we ended up with a Melusai Ironscale, because even though it's not the general, we get battle line Sisters and Stalkers, but we specifically wanted it here in order to run in charge with the Sisters. We ended up taking a Hag Queen on Cauldron of Blood, which has Zealous Orator to revive some Stalkers after they take some hits, and Sacrament of Blood to push them up the Blood Rights table. Next up is Celestant Prime, who we feel is a very interesting piece in an army like this. When you're a battle regiment, when you're playing a battle regiment with this army and you're not taking Morathi, you actually don't have enough points to fill an army. It's really embarrassing because everything's so cheap. So we were looking at expensive commanders or sub-commanders, something that we could bring in as an ally. And we thought maybe the Frost Phoenix, but that means we'd have to cut the Hag Queen because they're both commanders. And we thought, oh, Celestant Prime, he's a sub-commander. You know, he can do a lot of damage. He's got that Comet to punish enemy castles, and he's got a guaranteed charge. So on turn 2, your Blood Sisters can charge in with Celestant Prime and deal a tremendous amount of damage to your opponent. So I think this is pretty decent. I think it's an interesting idea to include Celestant Prime in this army for sure. And the list
I mean, he was already being included in the first and second edition books, so
yeah,
Celestant Prime's always been a solid candidate.
Mm-hmm. Some downsides of this list is that 15 Bloodstalkers without double tap are not the scariest shooting damage in the game. They can definitely clear out screens, which is what you want, because the Celestin Prime can make a 12-inch charge from any angle. So if you take out screens with the right deployment on Celestin Prime, he can charge in and kill the stuff behind it as well. Rounding out the list is 2 units of 5 Heartrenders, which are stealing objectives. They're dropping into absorb English Hell. They're dropping into tie down shooting units to make sure that you're not just taking shooting damage the whole game. Yeah, I think this is a pretty solid list. And if you like snakes, this is an easy one to paint.
Hate snakes. Why did it have to be snakes?
Yeah, there's some kind of joke here. Tired of all these snakes on my prime, something like that.
Was that an Indiana Jones reference, James?
Yes, it was.
So to review our review, in the S tier we have Witch Elves, Bloodstalkers, High Gladiatrix, the Hag Cauldron, and Morathi. In A tier we put Sisters of Slaughter, Blood Sisters, Hag Queen, Just on Foot, Melusai Ironscale, and the Bloodwrack Shrine. In B tier we put the Avatar of Khaine, Khinerai Heartrenders, Heart of Fury, Slaughter Cauldron, and the Bloodwrack Medusa. In the C tier it's just the Bloodwrack Viper. And then in the D tier and below, we have the Khainite Shadowstalkers, Doomfire Warlocks, the Blade-Coven, the Slaughter Queen on foot, the Lifetakers, and the Bladewind. So in total, we consider viable units as anything C tier or higher, something that is situationally useful all the way up to like incredibly powerful. 16 out of 22 Warscrolls, which is about 73%, which is very good. That's a very, very good ratio of viable units. In particular, there's a lot of diversity in terms of which support heroes you want to use and which hammer units they're supporting, which is great. You're going to see a lot of different Daughters of Khaine lists. And 6 out of 6 subfactions are viable. I think maybe Hagg Nar might be the worst one, but it's not bad by any means. So this is overall...
Hey, that's the curse of GW, though. Like, any subfaction, when they write a new book, usually the subfaction that saw the most play is the one that gets their wrath. I mean, rip Andals of the Heldenhammer.
Yeah. In the next book, Hallowed Knights is going to be trash again. It just has to be.
Yeah. Or Knights Excelsior. Oh, no.
No. They're going to fly under the radar. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
So to finish off our review, I thought we'd just do a slide about the strengths and weaknesses of Daughters of Khaine. Their main strengths are that they have incredibly high melee damage. They have very high volume of attacks. Like their basic troops are, 31 attacks on a unit of 10, and they can be turned into something very deadly. They can be on 2s and 2s with Rend 2 or Rend 3 and exploding hit 6. That's a tremendous amount of damage. That should not be ignored by anyone. All of the melee hammers in this army, can run and charge, which is huge. When you're playing something like Stormcast, you wish you could have the ability to run and charge. Blood Sisters do great damage. They don't need a lot of support, and that kind of reminds me of Evocators from the second edition of Stormcast, where they would do a bunch of damage and then blast mortal wounds into something else. Now, they're not, I wouldn't say they're as impactful as Evocators were, but they're also a lot cheaper and a lot more mobile.
And Battle Line.
And Battle Line, yeah. And they fight on death, too, which is just great.
Yeah.
The whole army, like most of the prayers that you're chanting require 3, and then you have very easy access to +1 to chanting, which means all of your support buffs are either guaranteed like Witchbrew or very reliable. I'd say the exception to this is obviously Mindrazor, and we've talked about ways to make it as reliable as possible. This army has access to strong shooting, which is great. It's awesome to see, like, we did the Nighthaunt review, and it was so disappointing that army had a new unit with crossbows, and it just didn't do anything. Like, it was so bad. It's great to see an army that has good shooting and melee. Because I think tactically it's more satisfying to play with and to play against, rather than just, oh, here's another bunch of Gorgruntas, they're going to charge me, and I'm going to screen it, and then I'll counterattack, and cool. Like, it's just more interesting.
It makes Daughters of Khaine viable in multiple phases, which is very interesting to see for a murder army, because generally, when GW designs them, they're pretty, I would say, like, not as diverse. Like, maybe they're only good in like a couple of phases, not every phase of the game.
Yeah. Especially one like you're saying, they do so much damage in melee. It's almost like, how can you justify them also doing high damage in range? Well, it's because they suffer in a lot of other ways, right? If you look at the radar chart there, their melee and ranged are pretty good. They have a ton of models, a ton of wounds, but their magic is pretty bad. Their sustainability is almost 0. Their defense is almost 0. Their mobility is quite low. Their speed is good. And how we differentiate those two is speed is the ability to just go across the board in one turn. So abilities like run and charge play into speed, high movement plays into speed, whereas mobility is more things like retreat and charge or teleporting around the board, attacking from unexpected angles and redeployment. That kind of thing is more mobility. And Daughters of Khaine are not a very mobile army by our definition. They get into combat and they kind of just get stuck in and they fight to the death, theirs or their opponents. It's usually pretty quick one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to pile in from 6 inches on Sisters of Slaughter is a fantastic ability that shouldn't be underrated. It allows them to avoid Unleash Hell. It allows them to avoid monstrous rampages, so maybe you don't even need Hunters of the Heartland on that kind of unit. And finally, I'd say the last huge strength of this army is Morathi. She's tremendous, just really powerful defensive ability. It takes minimum of 4 turns to kill her, and she's also doing good damage the whole time. So it's, even though we're talking about how difficult it is to fit her in battle regiments, there's so many upsides to Morathi that there's no way she could be ignored. She's still going to be a staple in Daughters lists and a threat for a long time to come.
Yep. And the list that people have been running for so long with Morathi, that isn't going anywhere, and it's still going to blow out a lot of people.
Yeah, that list has definitely taken a hit, as we've discussed throughout this review, but it's still a good list. It's still like, I would call it a gatekeeper list. Like if you can't deal with that list, you're not going top tables.
Yep.
Despite all these awesome strengths, I think Daughters of Khaine have a number of weaknesses that players can exploit. First and foremost, of course, is that everything except Morathi is just very easy to kill. Like everything, even the support heroes, 13 wounds on a Cauldron with effectively a 4-up, but can't get past a 4-up because of save stacking rules. It's not hard to kill this stuff. If you want to kill something in a Daughters of Khaine army, it will die. They
anything you focus on will. Yep. It's like anything that'll catch your attention will probably die.
Yeah, and they don't really have the resources or the control abilities necessary to stop opponents from focusing on them because they're not super fast, right? They're not like an Idoneth army that can just stay back until they need to fight. They're not like a Legion of the First Prince army, which can control your movement and control your spell casting and control your damage, all these things. Daughters are kind of an honest army. They're like, okay, you're going to hit me and I'm going to die, and I just got to deal with that. They can't deploy anything.
I think the idea is to overload your opponent's vision with just multiple layers of threats.
Yeah, I think that's the trick. Is you either get some like really powerful hammers with like 15 Bloodstalkers and Morathi, or you go the other direction, which is just everything's disposable. You either play very carefully, or you just throw everything away in order to win and trade up. Daughters of Khaine can't deploy any units in reserve. Well, they can with the Khinerai, but I mean key units. They can't put support heroes in reserve like Nighthaunt and Stormcast can. They can't put their main hammers or support into reserve. Nothing protects them from shooting, which means everything on the board is visible and can be taken down by your opponent on turn 1. And although you're going to deal tremendous damage, after you finish the charge, your opponent will just kill you right back. And don't forget, Witchbrew only works on your turn. So even though you've raced up the Blood Rights table to get bonuses to hit, wound, and a 5-up board, none of that matters on your opponent's turn because Witchbrew goes away and you've lost a lot of those bonuses.
Yeah, they mirror Nighthaunt in this aspect, in the sense that they're very, I would say, lackluster compared to how they are on your turn, on the opponent's turn.
For sure, yeah. Nighthaunt fight really well on their turn with Wave of Terror. Daughters of Khaine fight really well on their turn with Blood Rights and Mind Razor and other charge bonuses. And off your turn, they're not so great. And that's definitely a weakness you can take advantage of.
I actually quite like this design. This era of, my army will do its thing on its turn, but your army doesn't just get completely stymied because I took first turn and now my buffs are forever up until the next hero phase.
It certainly makes generalist armies that are good on your opponent's turn, like Stormcast, look a lot better. It's an aspect of the army I hadn't appreciated because pretty much every army played like Stormcast did in 2nd edition, right? Like now that thing is getting more unique. As more armies get charge bonuses, more armies get effects that only last for their turn, it seems like Stormcast are looking better and better in terms of identity. Daughters of Khaine are not fast enough to threaten fast armies, and they're not durable enough to survive against long-range shooting castle armies. Both of these, I think, are tough matchups, and I don't think you could build a list that can reliably deal with both. I think you have to kind of skew into protecting against one of those, because you can go really fast and take a bunch of Blood Sisters and run in charge with a Battle Mage, or you can go, Morathi and a bunch of Bloodstalkers and Zealous Orator, but these cores are expensive, and I don't think you can fit them in the same list and keep the other stuff you need, like Witch Elf screens and Heartrenders. So It feels like there's just not enough points to get enough to deal with everything. The army has very few monsters. I think the only options are allies, Morathi, and Metamorphosis. Right? Even though the Bloodwrack Viper and the Avatar can use monstrous rampages, they're still not monsters for the purposes of scoring battle tactics and for things like Roar. Those are very important, and Daughters of Khaine just don't have that. Their hammer units need to fight within range of their support heroes, but the support heroes are actually very slow, and they can't always keep up with those hammer units. It's very easy for a unit of Witch Elves to just charge out of range of, let's say, a Witch Brew for the next turn, or possibly even a Blood Shield. If your Cauldron has been weakened, you can accidentally charge out of range of a Blood Shield if you're not careful.
Mm-hmm.
They have no bodyguard units. Their heroes are vulnerable. They also have poor defenses, so you're very likely to just see your heroes get taken off the board very quickly against any kind of shooting. I think Idoneth players are going to have enough shooting to just take Hag Queens and Cauldrons off the board, and Idoneth are not like a heavy shooting army. So that's a definite weakness.
Yeah, that's volume shooting is rough on your guys, especially against your support heroes.
Mm-hmm. Daughters of Khaine use a lot of command points, but they don't generate any more than usual. They don't have any effects that give them free commands like some other armies do. They don't have effects that can generate additional command points, but they're using command points in the hero phase to fight and to rally. They're using commands in the shooting phase to do all-out attack. They're sometimes using commands in the movement phase to get a guaranteed run 6. They're re-rolling charges in the charge phase, and in the combat phase, they want to use all-out slaughter, and then they also want an inspiring presence. So like they're using command points all the time, and they're just not getting that many. So it's a serious resource that you have to manage. You have to think ahead of, what's the worst case scenario and plan for that, because you don't want to be caught when your 30 witches take 20 damage and you're about to rally them back, but you don't have a command point for inspiring presence yet. Cauldrons and Morathi are both behemoths, which means you can't fit them together into a battle regiment. I think that is a huge downside. A lot of the lists that are like the typical snake list you were talking about in the previous edition, where you'd see Morathi and a Cauldron, that list can't be a 1-drop, and that's a big, big deal. Given how fragile this army is, you really do need the 1-drop of that style. The army is very bad at unbinding. They have no bonuses to unbinding anywhere. They're weak to debuffing spells, like anything that reduces their hit rolls or reduces their attack characteristic, or just does a lot of damage to horde units, right? If you have a unit of 30 witches and they get hit by a spell that does a mortal wound per model, that's going to do a lot of damage. Even into a 6-up ward, it's still a lot of damage. They really do struggle against magic, shooting, strike first effects. Anything that can hit them before they are engaged in melee is really, really rough for the Daughters of Khaine. So those are definitely a lot of weaknesses that you have to manage. I don't think it's impossible to manage those weaknesses. I think the old Morathi list is still going to be good, and then there's all these other new lists that could pop up. They have a lot of potential. In particular, that Witch Spam list, I really like the look of that. I think that's got legs to be a 5-0 list if you play it properly. So overall, I would say Daughters of Khaine are an A-tier Battletome, which is, it's awesome that we've seen so many A-tier Battletomes released so far in this edition. I hope they keep doing this. I hope we don't see a single S-tier Battletome. I really do.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. Like, all these tomes seem powerful in their own right, but balanced via like subtle things that just that make them flavorful, but not like completely OP. Which I really appreciate from the design team.
All right, that wraps it up for our thorough review of the Battletome Daughters of Khaine book. If you think we missed anything, hit us up in the comments. We'd love to hear your thoughts. We are not expert Daughters of Khaine players by any means, so and I personally, I haven't looked at anybody else's opinions on this book. I've kind of been avoiding all information about the Daughters of Khaine. I'm just going off like our internal conversations here, so it'll be interesting to see what other people are finally saying about this book. And hopefully we landed in the right area on a lot of these units. Do you guys think if you had to guess what we got wrong, what would you think?
Probably the impact of Morathi could be one.
She could definitely still be an auto-include. I think we're taking a gamble saying she could not be. Like, she's just so powerful. It's hard not to call her
also, right, and also the impact of Zealous Orator. Now, I understand that most of the time it's not very useful because you're in melee, but I think to survive shooting against blocks of 30 wounds or something, there's not a lot in the game that can delete 30 wounds on rage like that. So.
Yeah. Well, you know what gets around that? not having any shooting. If you don't have shooting, you don't have to revive it. So I think I think Zealous Orator will definitely see a lot of play with Bloodstalkers, but I think the Master of Magic with Bloodwrack Medusa and Shadowstone, I think that combo is a serious contender for a staple in a lot of lists.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, that does it for us, guys. Thank you for watching, and we will see you in the next one.
See you next time, guys.